got the lights on. We're live with Broke Joe tonight. Oh, my God. We are here. We have not had too much to drink this evening at all. Actually, we just got through eating some fish. Not the type of fish that Spike's into. But the type of fish that most people should be involved with. And for the record, we want to make sure that everyone acknowledges Broke Joe has entered the building. Broke Joe, you are here. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great.
Oh, no, that didn't sound good. Oh, no. Yeah, I feel like you make half the sprint car world shaking their boots when they hear your voice now, you know?
Well, I'm kind of surprised because it seems like I was just on. This is like the closest I've ever had appearances on the show.
They're chanting Joe in the comment section. This is true.
See,
I
don't
you
want
should
to be on too
I think
much.
we should have, honestly, we should have like Broke Joe Fridays and Spike's Monday or something. And then Wednesday, you know, whatever. I don't know, an interview, something like that. Not Clark. Clark shouldn't come back, right?
No, Clark's okay.
He's okay. Wow. Broke Joe gave Clark credit for something.
Well, he's one of the memorable guys. I always wanted you to talk to that dying Dave in Temecula.
Oh my God! Why are you being so mean to the listeners, Sean? He did. He was gonna die without me. That's what he said.
But what I don't understand is, like, last time he was on the show and you asked him about me, he said he agreed with like half of what I say. But you didn't follow up and ask him like which half.
Well, I didn't want to hurt your feelings, Joe.
Well, I'd like to know, like,
if you want to know why people hate you, I mean, we could go down the comment sections later, but
no, I'm wondering how it got to this. Like it's interesting because the topic we're going to talk about is kind of where the birth of the Broke Joe came to be.
Yes.
Because
honestly, where it's all come. All this stuff, everything I've been saying about setting guys looking up good and bringing them up the ladder in this Illuminati-based way. I mean, it's kind of it's all in the same wheelhouse, if you think about it.
Well, it was 9 years ago this week. I was in Arizona running the winter heat with Greg Hodnett and Ryan Hand. After that week of racing, they went back to Pennsylvania, and Jeremy Elliott was starting his show in a podcast, and he asked Greg, hey, is there anybody on the West Coast that you think I should, that I know? And Greg had him talk to me. He said, call Joe. And I remember I'd never been on a show kind of like this, and I was kind of nervous because you're talking and people are going to be listening. It's not something I had done really before, but it went well. And Jeremy had me on. He'd have me on twice a year, kind of the middle of the year, start of the year, middle of the year kind of thing. And then it was the race where Justin ran his first 410 race for Demo Mitri at Hanford. And I went to the race because Demo had bought my motor, and I kind of was there just to support him and hope
general support, right? Yeah.
And that was the night that they discounted the dash. They ran the dash, and then they said it doesn't count because the lineup was wrong. And they discounted the dash, and they ran the main. And to my surprise, nobody said anything. The whole pit area
just went along with it.
Everybody went along with it. Everybody went, and I said, this track was early in the year. It was very heavy. There was no passing, and the way they went into turn one was the way they took the checkered. It was, I think, Carson Macedo, Kerry Matson, Justin, and Golovic. They lined up that way, and they went into the first corner that way, and they ended the main that way. Now, Justin won the dash, and Golovic was second. So I'm saying if Justin's on the pole, he probably wins. But nobody questioned it, and nobody said nothing. And the couple days later, I was on Jeremy's show.
And you called it out.
And it was probably about my 10th visit on his show, and I kind of went on a tirade that I cannot believe nobody called this out. Nobody said anything. It changed the whole outcome of the race. This is where I first said the term cartel. I called out everybody and Peter Murphy. And this, I think this was kind of...
I said the other day, this is full circle. This is the, everything that you're talking about on the national level that I've kind of been talking about as well. It's funny, we agreed, what was it, 5 years ago at this point in your shop, that the racing world is a microcosm of the real world. And it's like your cartel situation is a microcosm of the national scene, I guess it seems like now.
Yeah, but the most astonishing thing to me was that nobody questioned it. No, not one person
said this is wrong.
I thought it was unbelievably wrong, and it changed the outcome of the event. And everybody just accepted it as, well, that's the way it goes. And I didn't see it that way. Okay. I don't think I've ever been back on Jeremy's show. For some reason, I started going on your show, and I aired this dirty laundry. And I came on your show, and I kind of tried to come on with video proof of many, many injustices. Because I really just want fairness.
Right.
People think I'm slanted. Slanted towards Justin, which I'm in the word of fairness, I'm not. And I'm probably harder on him if he does something I don't think's right, and he knows it. But things always seem to go against him the way it goes out here. I mean, I did point out that Dom got a race stolen from him at Merced, that Justin's first drive in Paul Silva's car, or Dom. I told when Dom got ripped off, I mentioned it, but that started the whole...
They started calling you Broke Joe behind your back, I found out. We all found out.
Well, that was on a chat group. There's a West Coast chat
Snapchat
group, all these young guys, and that name was very first put out there by Max Adams. I don't know if you know Max. He's a non-wing guy. He's
field filler.
Yeah, field. Max Adams.
You're giving him more publicity than he deserves right now. I'm just saying.
But he coined it. Max Adams Caleb Montgomery tries to steal credit for it, but Max Adams was the one who said it. But it all was in that time frame of me coming on trying to call unfairness out, and we got what we got, with the Kevin Nouse. And
okay, well, before we go and scorch the damn earth, okay, we are going to talk about some regular damn topics before we go scorched earth. So can you put your nukes to the side, your nuke button to the side for about 5 minutes?
But see, I'm not nuking anybody. I'm just trying to be fair.
I mean, I'm going to have the show, the video. We're going to be playing it, the one you're upset about. I mean,
no, I'm not upset about it. I find it humorous. I cannot believe.
Okay, you find it humorous. I just smell sarcasm in the air. But
no, that this sport where car owners spend millions of dollars. Let's get to the other topics you wanted to get.
Okay,
to
okay. I mean, let's get the childish stuff out of the way. But literally. So there is a bunch of stuff that has happened today. Hold on, wrong one right here. Not wrong one. We're not doing it all the way wrong. Just a click of a button. There is some stuff that has happened today in the Tulsa Shootout. I know, Joe, you don't like the Tulsa Shootout. You hate the Expo Center or something, right? What's your deal against the Tulsa Shootout? What's the deal there?
Well, I'm a sprint car fan. I'm a 410 wing sprint car fan. I'm not a fan of much of anything else in racing.
You do understand that this Tulsa Shootout is probably the most competitive racing in the world, right? I mean, to me, the Shootout's more impressive if you can win that than the Chili Bowl. Personally.
Well, I just don't care. I mean, it's like I watch NFL football. I don't really watch college. I mean, I watch a little San Jose State, but I like watching the highest level of something.
What is the highest level if they're just like, it's okay to cheat? Regardless, we'll go down the topics here then. There was a big wreck that occurred today in the, I believe it was non-wing outlaw. A driver named Cannon Posey. I didn't know who it was. Obviously, you see the caption there. I don't know who Cannon Posey Racing is, but you big money boys in the building need to make sure he has a car to race after that at the Tulsa Shootout. Got some responses here. Here was the actual wreck that occurred. Let me try to turn that down. It's really loud. But this guy went end over end,
hey guys, while you look at this,
almost 12 feet, probably 12 feet in the air. It wasn't a good flip at all. He was qualified in other events, and it was a damn kid. He got out of the car. I was like, you never know who's going to jump out of these cars. It could be grown men, could be little kids. And the kid's basically breaking down how this guy just put me in the damn wall. He's basically on the edge of tears because they don't have a backup car, and he destroyed his main race car in this instance that happened here because this jackass puts him in the wall in his little driven white and blue machine. But regardless, I put this out. I'm like, y'all got to get all you grown big money men in the building. You should probably rectify this situation. And Tanya Thornton, which is Ricky Thornton Jr.'s mom and dad's account. They are friends on my personal Facebook. He said, or originally they said yes, they should, some of the big money boys. And apparently Hyper did step up and actually provide a backup ride for young Cannon Posey, who was the number one point man at this point. He was the number one points man in the non-wing outlaw. Pretty astonishing considering the amount of competition in the building. But luckily his night did not end there. It is going to be continuing thanks to Hyper. Want to give a shout out to Hyper, Mike Dicely. If you don't know him, you should. But they do a really good job based out of the Pennsylvania racing area of the country. I would like to extend. I like Hyper so much that I'm gonna do this live on the show. My guys over at Prime, which I know Broke Joe's going to be a big Prime fan one of these days. He's going to be having the carbon when he comes back and returns to racing on the track at 60 whatever years old. He's going to start racing here soon. Prime Composite Innovations is looking. Oh wow, their logo comes on the screen right as I start talking about them. They are looking to do micros. They do not have a micro car out there, but obviously they got sprint cars out there. They got, Jason Johnson Racing, Anthony Macri, a bunch of other guys at a discounted rate compared to the mainstream names. They also integrate Kevlar into their carbon fiber molds. So if anybody's out there with a micro and maybe even Hyper, I think Hyper and Prime should strike a deal here. This is the future for Prime in micro racing. Mike Dicely, if Prime and Hyper could get together and figure something out, that would be great. I don't know who their current provider is, but hey, I don't know if they got Kevlar in their damn car, and they sure as hell ain't running as fast as Anthony Macri in Pennsylvania. I'm just saying. But regardless, big shout out to Mike Dicely and everybody over there at Hyper for helping that young guy get back on the racetrack in a later event tonight. The results have came in for all four of the Tulsa Shootout main events, the non-wing outlaw, winged outlaw, A-class, non-wing A-class, and these are the four drivers who have locked into all or to both the outlaw non-wing and stock non-wing. Cash Levenberg, see you, Sam. There's so many. I don't know why they do this on Twitter. Sam Johnson, Emerson Axum, and I believe that's Aiden Purdue. Yes, here's the winged outlaw A main. This is the big boy event of the weekend. This is your 410 sprint car, I guess you would call it, class at the Tulsa Shootout. This is your front row right there on the front row, side by side. You got Frake Flood and Kyle Larson on the front row. TJ Smith, Garrett Benson. This Braden Shiramonte was very impressive. He outran Larson earlier in the night in one of the qualifiers. It was a non-wing qualifier, though. This is a winged outlaw, but this guy was all over the place in the premier divisions of this event in qualifiers. So this Shiramonte is very impressive. Steven Snyder Jr., which apparently he runs a hyper from the PA area, I guess. They said today, Mike Dicely did in their interview, he's won over $100,000 running micros, which is kind of alarming, but it's possible. KJ Snow, Tommy Koonsman, Emerson Axon, Jet Barnes, Chris Carroll, Noah Carpenter, Dason Pursley, Jaden Friesian, Neil Allison, and Matt Carr. Outlaw non-wing, Blake Hahn and Christopher Bell on the front row. This is going to be amazing. Possibly one of the best races or high-level heat races we saw today was Blake Hahn and Emerson Axum going at it in outlaw non-wing. It was just astonishing to watch the top and the bottom to basically be run to perfection. That was a preview for the main event coming tomorrow, guaranteed. But Blake Hahn, Christopher Bell, who seemingly has popped up and learned how to drive today. He needed a few days to knock off the rust, I guess, but he was up front doing some damage. Then you have Aiden Purdue, Kaylee Bryson, who runs well in a micro. We need to get her in a sprint car to see what she could really do. Clinton Boyles, Cash Levenberg, Ricky Thornton Jr. I know that Sean's over here just praying. He's been watching every damn Ricky Thornton race that he could see. And Ricky Thornton Jr. has been doing some good things. He's going to be in a B main tomorrow in the winged A class. We'll see if he's able to make it up into the main event for that division. But this is outlaw non-wing. Jake Neal next to him, Brody Graham, Emerson Axum, Sia Sam Johnson, Chase Porter, Jeffrey Pahul. Interesting. I don't know if that's a Middle Eastern term. I don't want to shalom myself into an issue. Never mind, shalom myself into Kyle Larson. He's going to be on the outside. It looks like that's the 7th row. Landon Racing and Caduce 31. What is that? Who is that? Dylan Caduce. The Kokomo Comet, he says. Wow, or that's his idol, the Kokomo Comet. Stock non-wing, obviously another just stacked race. You don't see Kyle Larson there because the competition is just that much higher in this. I mean, it's hard. There was several instances today, if you watch these qualifiers, where they're trying to pay attention to Kyle Larson, but the other guys are just outrunning him in certain instances. There's sometimes Kyle's doing Kyle Larson stuff, but then he gets to a guy, and that guy starts slowly pulling away instead of Kyle slowly reeling him in. And that's just because of the depth of this field, how equal these cars are, and how much talent's technically in the building, and the cost to be an elite car. You know, you get into the 410s, you get into the super late models, these elite divisions that we know of in the dirt track racing world. You're talking about a $120,000 race car to be up front and have a legitimate shot. You stock non-wing here, you could bring a piece. I know for a fact Kyle Spence was doing it. You could bring a $20,000, $25,000 piece to this event and compete with guys who want to put 40 or 50 into one of them. You don't really technically need that money. That monetary situation is very condensed at this Tulsa Shootout, and I think that's why it's one of the hardest races to win and is so competitive, and why you can bump Kyle Larson out of the main event. There's just that much talent in the building. But regardless, stock non-wing A, Kenny McIntosh, Brett Cruz on the front row. Cruz has been all over in a bunch of racing today. Quentin Benson, Jacob Lucas, R.D. Singer. Let's see, Russ Dissinger, I think it is. See you, Sam Johnson, Matt Carr, Emerson Axum. You see his name up and down this. He's a micro phenom. Cash Levenberg, name we've been seeing a lot. Cole Kirkman, Jeffrey Newell, Anthony Parego. This is the big block modified Northeast star, Anthony Parego. Brandon Shiramonte, this guy, I'm telling you, this is probably, in my opinion, when I watched him outduel Kyle Larson, that's when he jumped off the screen for me. But once I noticed his name then, he's just been in everything. So this guy's very impressive to me. TJ Stark, Aiden Purdue, and then Matt Moore also making the show. They just got through doing the stock wing. A-class A main that just got through. This is your lock-ins for that main event, the top 16. Emerson Axum on the pole. Parker Perry to the outside of him, second row. This is stacked. Christopher Bell and Dason Pursley. Clinton Boyles, who's had a really good week as well. Aiden Saunders. J.W. Henderson. There he is. Braden Shiramonte. What's that, 3 of the 4 right there? Hold on. Let me see how many this Shiramonte. 1, 2. Oh, wait. No, he's not in the Outlaw Non-Wing. Okay, so that may be the one he's missing from. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. I think I closed the one. So, yeah, 3. The one he's not in is the Outlaw Non-Wing because I did close the other tab. So he's in the Winged Outlaw, the A-Class Winged, and then the A-Class Non-Winged is what he's in. So 3 of the 4, very impressive. Gage Weldon, Schroeder, Steven Snyder Jr., Kyle Larson. In the 6th row, 7th row, Brent Osborne, Sean Mahaffey, Zach Gorski, and Wout Hoffmans. That is your 4 classes, top 16. Joe, I know you don't give a damn about micros at all. Did I sell you at all with my presentation there on explaining the difference, or are you like, who cares still?
It sounded pretty exciting, but is there a better name than Cash Levenberg?
I mean, that is something interesting. I accidentally closed the tab.
I think that's a California driver.
Is it? Well, we found you another one to chant for. You are biased when it comes.
No. Well, I was, let me see. I believe it was in 2018. I was helping a micro team for most of the year, and I'd be at the micro races.
I'm not sure. I think we might have went to the wrong one, but continue. Sorry.
Is Cash Levenberg a California?
It looks like it's potentially Wisconsin.
Are you sure?
Here's Levenberg Racing. They don't even give us a damn place of where they're from. Come on. Somebody needs to update their damn Facebook page. You'd think they would put that down. But somebody else, it looked like they were from, I mean, I guess we could go to My Race Pass and find it out. I'm not sure. We're trying to find out. I think it could be Wisconsin, though.
I don't believe you.
Okay.
Does anyone know on your message board? Yeah, someone says California, Cash Levenberg. What a great name.
It is a great name. I mean,
is it a guy or a girl? We don't even know.
I don't know if we can technically say that in today's society. You know, I mean,
we can.
Can we distinguish, or is that going to get us in trouble?
Someone says no one cares about these guys. I kind of fall in that category. But getting back to, I was at these micro races in 2018, you know, and Corey Day was in micros. And Avadesian was out there. And quite a bit of these names that are now have moved farther in their racing career. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you either come up one of two ways. It seems like you're either micro sprint or your outlaw cart, or, you know, I mean, there's some that aren't like that, but it does. Okay, so you are correct. It says it right here, Visalia, California.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's the greatest name at the shootout.
The greatest name. You don't even like Braden Sharamonte? That sounds like some kind of wine
I've seen
or something.
Sharamonte in a sprint car. Sharamonte's been in one of her sprint cars. Is Sharamonte only like about 15 years old?
I'm not sure.
Very young.
All I know is he is definitely 100% wannabe lookalike Corey Day. He does have Sprint Car Challenge Tour trophies in his hand on his website. Did he win a Sprint Car Challenge Tour?
Did Sharamonte win a SCCT race?
He's got a trophy in his hand on their website. Oh, it says second place. Yeah. Rookie of the year. I guess he was the rookie of the year this year.
Well, that just means you showed up.
This is true. 17 years old from El Cajon, California.
El Cajon. I think that's down south. But I think they rent I think they're always in a Tyner Hearst car.
Done Lucas Oil off-road. So they got some big money behind them, too. But still, I mean, 2020 Crandon World Champion. So almost like a weird Haley Deegan mix. That's interesting.
Well, they get the The Outlaw Carts always get a lot of press because Kyle and Rico came out of the Outlaw, and Buddy. But the micros, you know, you got Corey Day and the Selzies and Justin and Golubic and Eliason. It seems like more came out of the micros.
Well, I think there's just more competition as well. So you get kind of grooved in high competitive environment. I really do think the Tulsa Shootout is potentially the toughest dirt track race, open wheel, to win in America, potentially. Over everything. Over Knoxville, over Kings Royal, all of it.
Yeah, but it's for little kids.
It's not for little kids, Joe. You got Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson in there. It's not little kids.
For me, I'm saying people once they get past 21 years old should not be doing this.
Okay, so we put an age. That's not reality. The reality is there are people over 21 in there. Yes, there are under, but I don't think you can go to another race where there's this many competitors, ranging from kids to Kyle Larson.
Okay.
And equal.
How young can you be? How young can you be and race there this week? Can you be 8 years old?
I don't know. I think is there? Because I know that Caleb Henry's younger brother, I believe, is running. That kid earlier that flipped really bad up into the fence. He's, I think, only 12 or 13 or something like that. I'm not actually 100% sure on the age limit.
Is he racing adults? Is a 12-year-old out there with 30-year-olds?
I mean, it's possible. We could go look up the shootout rules. I'm not sure.
I don't care that much.
I don't know. Is there? I don't know if there is a rule. 12 years minimum age.
But what you're saying is
12 years
like
minimum age, Joe.
What is it?
12 is the minimum age.
But what you're saying is like it's harder to win the Little League World Series than the real World Series because there's more teams.
No. That's not. Racing is incomparable to other sports. We're going to get into the topic as to why it may not even be a sport. It may be more like World Wrestling Entertainment. But racing is just not like any other sport because the Little League World Series don't have, Barry Bonds out there hitting the ball. Where you have Kyle Larson at this event. You have Tyler Courtney. You have Kevin Thomas. You have Christopher Bell. You have Emerson. You have them all. You have major league players in this race.
You don't have them all. You got a handful.
The pinnacle of the sport is Kyle Larson, most would say.
Okay. You got Kyle, yeah.
I guess you're saying if David Gravel was there, you would consider. There's some other wing guys that are there. It's not like it's
Donnie
empty.
Scott's there. Is Sheldon there? Is Macedo there? Is Buddy
Shots
there?
is there helping his nieces, I believe.
Well, he's not racing.
Oh, he's not racing. He couldn't keep up. He don't want the embarrassment.
Well, we just have a difference of opinion. I just don't. I'm not interested in this. I don't know why. It's just not. I look at it. It looks like a little kid racing.
Okay,
I'm not even really interested in the Chili Bowl.
Yeah, you don't like the Chili Bowl either. Kyle Busch is there, Joe. Kyle Busch, NASCAR champion.
He's only there because he's going to get his kid in the race.
But champions in here.
But I saw. I love your message board. Let me see.
Oh my God, Balin's 200 lap enduro and Balin. Did you really, Joe?
Did I what?
Did you race it, or is he saying he raced it? This Baylands Eldora or Baylands in 1987. Did you run a 200 lapper at Baylands?
No, that. I think I watched one of those.
Oh God!
They put like 100 cars on the track. But no, I started racing at 6 years old, quarter midgets.
Right.
So, I kind of been around racing a long time, but I don't even like midgets.
Yeah, you think the Chili? I would consider the shootout more competitive or hard to win than the Chili Bowl. Most people would say that's crazy, but I think it's the cost that evens the field. Personally,
I don't know. I'm just talking about like visually what I saw growing up. I remember when I got back into racing, I went and watched midget races, and I go, hey, midgets are pretty neat. And then someone says, no, you got to go see sprint cars. And I saw sprint cars, and once I saw sprint cars, I didn't care about midgets. That's just my personal taste. It has nothing to do with what's harder or competition or who's better. I just saw sprint cars,
an opinion.
And I go, that's for me.
Okay, so
that
you love sprint car racing. We all kind of do.
Yeah.
And sprint car racing, the sport, it seems like is under attack now, Joe. I'm going to start moving over to what you wanted to. I mean, this is you brought it up. I mean, we've been bringing it. We talked about it, obviously, on the show. This whole situation with Kevin Nouse, rules for thee, not for me. You can't handle the truth. And other shows followed up with it and responded. And do you want me to bring up the show, the response, and show and play for everybody what I can't believe I'm hearing? I mean, I can't believe.
Sure.
Honestly, and this is not just the show that we're going to show you. This is a pinnacle because you got some reputable, I guess, people on the screen, right? I mean, considering. But it does seem like there is a notion that, I don't know. I guess we should just play there. You want me to just play this clip?
Well, first off, somebody in your, just a quick.
Oh, God, the chat people.
Detour. Someone in your chat group said they bought a Broke Joe shirt. Are we selling Broke Joe shirts? But
they're on longwiththechaz.com. I give Joe 0% of the fucking profits. He don't deserve shit. He didn't pay me to design it. I own the Broke Joe name. We trademarked it 7 months ago. I own Broke Joe. I'm just kidding, but you know that's what's going to happen. Larson's going to buy it and trademark it, and then be like, take it down.
This is all. It's all coming full circle. When I come on your show, it seems like I've been on many times now. I've talked for many hours, and I question things. There's always a certain portion of your audience that will agree with me or not agree with me. I don't know.
That's humane, right? That's normal.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't know what the percentages are. I don't know if the people who don't agree with me, do they think like I come on here and I'm lying? What? Or they think I'm
you bring facts with you, so it's hard to say you're lying. You're just presenting evidence and then adding your opinion on top of it. That's what I do as well.
But I think this goes into some of your theories. I think that most people do not like when someone questions authority.
Oh no, or points to their God.
I think most people are brought up.
I mean,
you have a mom and dad, and then you have teachers, and you have coaches, and a lot of people go to church, and they have. Most people's lives, they're kind of told.
We got a boss.
What to do. Then you have a boss, and then you get a wife, and then you have. Most people are told what to do, and they don't like when there's someone who. It goes back to that movie clip.
I was about to bring it up, honestly, but continue.
It's such a perfect clip. They don't like that I'm questioning things that I feel are unfair. In fact, people get angry at me.
Yeah.
The thing about it is that the amazing to me is
they do.
I'm not.
What's the name of that movie? We got to show them the clip. What is it?
Well,
never mind. We'll skip the clip. We'll skip the clip. Keep going.
Okay, but I just want to finish with this. What's amazing to me is I am not doing anything wrong. I am just pointing out what I see is wrong, and the anger comes to me, not the people who did the wrong.
Right. It's like a religion with figures.
It's just I'm not trying to make enemies. I'm just trying for fairness, and I see things that are wrong, and I speak up about them, and people get mad at me when I don't. It's just something I don't know.
Well, in this subject, Joe, guys like me and you have this. Guys like me and you have this entire industry by the balls because of this stuff. Literally, because it's validating.
But I'm not trying to. I don't want anybody by the balls. I just want the sport that I've spent money and time.
Oh, I know, Joe,
and
but
many.
I think we get what you're saying. There's no misunderstanding. I just think in this moment there's some crazy defenses that are going on, and I think it's nuts.
Now, show the show clip or the movie clip I could watch all night long, and it's only a minute or so. So I don't know if your audience wants
what
to
is
see
it so we can get flagged? I need super chats to make up for the video. Although even when you see these videos with 4,000 or 5,000 views, it's like $12. But continue.
Okay, we'll continue on with the show. I don't need to keep elaborating.
Okay. We'll save ourselves. We'll probably get flagged for this. So, what is it that I'll just show the clip or the email that we received from Broke Joe the other day. It says this dope at the 24-minute mark sees nothing wrong with big names cheating, and everyone on the show goes along with them. So interesting title for this video. It's funny. They put the Drivers Project, High Limit Down Under, conspiracy theories, and more. And look who's all on the show, ladies and gentlemen. It's the high honchos. They're all here, Joe. They're all here.
Everybody on that show is more beloved in the sprint car community than me or you.
Oh, by far. Oh, God. Yes.
These are fan favorites. People love these guys.
Well, I don't even know who the guy on the bottom right is. Who is Daryl Thorpeford?
Well, listening to him talk, it seems like he at one point, I don't know if he currently still is, he was in Sam Haferteef's crew. They were, I don't know if he's still in Sam's crew. I only watched this show. He somehow knows Sam. I don't know if he was in his crew or he's still in his crew.
Well, Sam Haferteef, I was surprised he called out Brad Sweet the other week, but when it came to like Macedo wrecking that guy, it's like how I mean, did we not see what he did to Hank Davis? But anyway, so you got Sam Haferteef Jr. here. You got Justin Fiedler, which this is the Dirt Tracker,
yeah.
Right?
You know what's
go ahead.
Just to interject with the Dirt Tracker, he said on his show just a week or so ago that he now has no problem with people buying rides.
Yeah, well, that's how he is. He's always kind of had that stance. Did people not know this?
Boy, that just, I don't know I don't know. It just didn't sit. But people buying rides, I don't know what your viewers think, but the fact that Brendan Crouch went in and bought the CJB ride, is he have any fans? Is anybody in your listeners going to cheer for him to do good?
I don't know if there's a right answer for that one, Joe. I mean,
is someone going, hey, I can't wait to see Brendan Crouch who just bought a ride. I want to see how he does.
You can say the same thing with Chris Windom. I mean, that was my argument.
That's what I'm
there.
saying.
I mean,
you're right. I mean, maybe if everyone buys the ride, you have to cheer for somebody.
You have to cheer for the best, richest kid, which is where NASCAR has evolved to. That's what NASCAR is. The richest, best, richest person. Yes.
That's Rico.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Rico Abreu.
Okay, what about it?
He's the best rich kid.
Well, I understand, but NASCAR is nothing but rich people or opportunists.
Yeah, but the sprint cars is turning into that.
It is turning into that, and that's why I'm over here yelling to the high horses that should it turn to that, we should keep some kind of validity within the sport while you got guys like Dirt Tracker saying, let's go, fuck it. I mean, yeah.
Well, but it is, if you look at who's out there now, gravel came from money. Money.
It's slowly getting away.
No, Donnie came from money. Mm-hmm. Rico came from money.
That's why it's very important Kofoid succeeds, even though he was kind of chosen in a way. But
he didn't come from money though, and Macedo comes from. But
that's what NASCAR leans on with money. Kyle Larson and Chris Bell. We got a few guys in here who didn't come from money, so it adds validity for some reason. You know, that's still not good.
But you can come from money and still be a great driver.
Yes. Yes.
So it's kind of a moot point. I mean, it's, what do you do?
Well, you got to keep your representatives going still. If you oversaturate it with just nothing but money, like a NASCAR scenario, you got Brandon Crouches taking rides that a Danny Sams should have took.
Yeah, that's true.
Danny Sams should have been in that ride. So then do we have to designate teams that are funded rides, or something to where you're picking good drivers? And honestly, if you don't speak up about it, then it's just going to run wild. And when you got one of the biggest names speaking in favor of it, that's not helping. But it's a choice, right? It's an opinion. I mean, it's an opinion.
Someone said it's just becoming a rich kid sport, and you know what? I get asked that question because I was involved in it in the '80s. What's the difference? And I go, man, it's so different. You can't even. It's a whole different world.
Right. So,
it's a whole different world.
in this clip that we are about to play, you have Justin Fiedler. You wanted to interject there and say and point that out. It is true. He is. It's seemingly in support of renter rides and the desecration of validity in the sport. In my opinion, that's what that does. And then someone that you've always had high praises on is in this frame as well, and that's Dominic Scelzi.
Dom, I
said seemingly.
I like Dom. I think a majority. He's one of the best spokesmen for the sport. Dom. I like Dom on a lot of fronts, but I always have. He didn't come from the world I came from. He was famous the day he was born. In racing circles,
right?
Because his dad is a world champion, and Dom will never know what it's like to not be what's the word? People
racing famous.
Yeah, he's racing famous. He's never gotten I don't know for sure, but he probably never went out and bought a motor and got ripped off because they lied to him. He's been in with the right people, which, but his dad earned it. So I mean, I have nothing against him, but it's just, he sometimes doesn't see it from the bottom.
Right.
Where a lot of us come from.
Right. And you would, you could say that, I mean, I'm not saying Sam Haverteep Jr. is, racing famous, but I mean, I remember seeing him in the best of the best his whole entire career as well. He's always had extremely well funding. So there's not too much of a normal perspective here in this frame in a way.
It's not that I should be against, if people come from successful families, more power to them. I can't be envious or jealous because they did. I mean, we all wish we did.
Life, right.
I'm just saying I'm more prone to root for and support people who come from a similar background of mine.
Right.
When I see someone like a Danny Sams or a Buddy, or people who I know what they had to do, and it's similar to what I had to do, I just relate to them more. Not that I'm hating on the other people. It's birds of a feather flock together. I mean, I relate to their story, so I more cheer for them.
So,
how do I relate to someone whose father can hire Jimmy Carr to work on the car when I didn't have enough money to buy a right rear tire when I raced a new one?
Right.
It's just a different world.
Well, and I think that's the repercussions of a fan base and a growth of a series. When we get to the points of renter rides engulfing a sport, for instance, because I think that's one of the biggest issues with NASCAR. Nobody can relate to these rich, privileged people. Where they could have related to a Dale Earnhardt Sr. or something, or we can relate to an NFL football player who went to a high school down the street or came from the ghettos or the country, or all these other sports kind of have that relatance, because you could, if you're that damn good at whatever sport it is, you can come from anywhere and make it to the pinnacle.
I know, but it's kind of a strange thing, because a Dale Earnhardt Sr. becomes so successful that his son has an easier life.
Yeah.
But how you can't really hold that against Dale Jr. I mean, that's
well, and then Dale Jr. is one of the most humble as well, because it's only a one generational splurge in a way.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know who the fans, do they have a sprint car most popular poll? Like who are the most popular sprint car drivers?
That could be an interesting twist.
I guess you'd know by merchandise sales.
Yeah,
Rico
I
and
mean, Sheldon's
brothers.
up there. I've heard Rico. I hear Justin Peck's popular for some particular reason. Gio. I think Bright Cars sell as well.
Okay, we'll play the clip here. Let's get rolling.
So to set the scene, this is all about the whole high limit situation. And Kevin Nouse coming out saying there's bullshit happening in the sport that's being swept under the rug by it seemed like he was talking to Mike Hess, competition director, series director for High Limit. Which, funny enough, I didn't think about this when I was making this video with Spike the other night. When me and you called out the watch situation at the Gold Cup, that was the last time that the Gold Cup was the World Outlaws, and the series director, I believe at the time, was Mike Hess. So they had already let the watch slide, which I thought was a really good point I made the other day, how, this thing that's coming to light now, that watch scenario was kind of like the beginning or the hint to that already kind of happening. Certain drivers getting treated differently. No matter what the rule book says, if you're a certain person, it can slide. So that's the topic at hand in this little clip here. And so here is the part of the interview that Broke Joe wants to address. So here we go.
People make it out like it's this evil series official out to get us. And I don't think people really understand the mechanisms or like what's really going on. I'm going to give an example Sam and I went through. I'm not going to say the driver, track or series. Sam time trialed at a race. And I'll say right now, it wasn't ASCS. Sam time trialed at a race, and the car in front of him was light at the scales after time trials. And Sam pulls up, and this guy still hasn't gone over the scales. And Sam's looking at me like, what the hell's going on? And I said to Sam, like, he's screwed. And the reason he was screwed is the guy was 13 pounds underweight. And they rolled him back on 2 more times, and he was still found underweight. Like, at no point was he less than 13 pounds underweight. And the series official waved him through. Now, that drives us all nuts. Like, I think we all agree that should be an automatic DQ. You should be done for the night. But you've got to see it from the way the series official sees it. This driver was a major driver. He was an important driver for a very important team. And if they DQ him there, his night's over and his night's wrecked. And there's a bunch of ramifications for that. So what's the easier thing to do? The easier thing to do is just look at it and say, you're good. And then you save everyone drama. We all know that 13 pounds isn't making a difference. And everybody goes on with life and no one gets screwed. And they know, oh shit, they've got to get their shit together. And I think on almost every single case where we can think of where someone got away with cheating, it was literally the official going, oh, crap, I don't want to ruin this loyal follower's year by knocking him out of a race for something trivial. Like, Sam, how much does a 1/4 inch difference make on a wicket?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
I don't even think you'd notice.
but we all agree it's illegal, so you're technically illegal. But they're sitting there thinking like, oh man, we might lose a driver over this. And we're in a time of a split, and they can't afford to lose drivers. Look at the World of Outlaw late models split with Lucas Oil. Every time one of the series comes down on a guy, they can't go to the other series fast enough. And I don't think there's the evil intention. I feel like it's this is a really small infraction. We don't want to ruin this guy's season. We don't want to ruin this guy's night over something really small. They might not have even done it deliberately. Let's let it go. And I think that's totally understandable, and I think that happens way more than people think. But as I've said to you guys pre-show, there's the unintended consequence, which is by taking care of that one guy, you've screwed the rest of the field. Like that night, the guy who got in on the scales, he made the invert for the race he was in. Someone else, by rules, should have been in that invert. And so I just think in those situations, I think it's really easy to be the official and let the guy go. And I think they'd really save their ass if they make the hard decision that benefits the field rather than that one guy. Like, no matter what, if people find out, they're going to be pissed. So you might as well have one guy pissed at you rather than 23.
Right.
And I wish officials would kind of keep that in mind. But I don't know. Does anyone have anything to add? And I think we all think I think we're all fed up with it.
If you're cheating at this day and age, whether it be tire dope, whether it be wide left rear wheels, whether it be liquor bills, traction control, whatever it may be, you will not see someone go from a mid-packer to winning national races. If someone is cheating, it's the guy that's really good already and getting a little bit better, or someone that's very average that's just getting a little bit better than average. The cars and the drivers and the teams are so good nowadays that even if you have that little advantage, it's not going to take you from a mid-packer to now being the guy to beat in any circumstance, in any series.
Okay, so Justin said
Is that where you'd like to stop the video there with the Dom response, or was there more you wanted to hear, Joe?
No, that's pretty much it. They seem to say that cheating is no big deal. If you're 13 pounds under, it doesn't matter.
Right. Well, and there's people. I think I responded to you with what I had thought about the whole scenario. I said here in this email, I said unreal. The explanation of and this is what I have a problem with what Dom said. The explanation of an average guy won't just go to the front because of cheating. That kind of seems like what he's saying, right? It's like you can't just go to a mid-packer to a front guy. But then he also says everybody's so close. So what about the guy running up front without an advantage? Then he finds a trick or a tire or whatever and goes from second and thirds to occasionally winning to first and seconds more often. To say cheating doesn't make a difference is psychotic. The way they are attempting to manipulate the importance of the rules in a sport is insane. If the 121 was 13 pounds over, he's DQ'd. And that goes for everybody that they're not talking about. But if the 49, 57, 2, 15, 17 is 13 pounds under, then it's okay. Everyone is spending money to compete, and the rules are in place to provide an equal opportunity to win. It's nuts. And I said right here, who cares if Tom Brady uses deflated footballs or John Jones uses PEDs? They're already one of the best of all time. In sports, a statement like what everyone's trying to collaboratively say, these statements that they're putting, these scenarios, in sports, that statement would be condemned, and those saying it would be exiled from speaking on the ethics of the sport. So instead of condemning it, accepting it is the answer. This is slowly growing to the reason why I'm almost close to saying this isn't a sport. It's not a sport. It's closer to WWE. And to think they're going to start gambling on it is insane. I also said, you responded and said, next thing you know, Larson drives by McFadden like he's some B-main driver. I said he's already been driving by everybody like he's the GOAT. Honestly, do these guys not understand how, and this is a bigger important point here, Do they not understand how they're defaming the success of the higher profile drivers that they're saying get to be just passed on by? Because they're literally saying they get to cheat. Does any of my response, align with what you think of this insanity? I mean,
Well, Dom was talking about like the main event, and he was saying a guy in the middle of the main event's not going to drive to the front of the main event if he has a little advantage.
Okay.
But I'm thinking more in terms of how important qualifying is in lining up these heat races. If you have 13 less pounds,
right,
and most people, if you go to the scales, most cars are like 50, 70 pounds over, and you pick up 1/2 of a tenth, it might move you from 9th to 7th to put you on the front row of an outlaw heat race.
Right.
The incremental cheating in qualifying, which sets the whole night, is more what I was thinking. Dom was bringing up a legitimate point, like during a main event, a quarter inch.
Well, who knows? They turn the device on at I-55 where Larson comes from the back and just blows the field away. It's insane. How's he do it? How are you doing that to David Gravel and all these boys?
I only know California. So I was thinking about this.
He's just the greatest of all. But that's what I'm saying, how these statements they're making are defaming that accomplishment, right? They're saying these guys get special treatment.
I don't understand why someone doesn't say if the rule is 1,500 and you're under 1,500, you're DQ'd. That seems the way it should be to me, doesn't it?
Correct. 100%, yeah.
I don't care if you're 1 gram under, you're done.
Right. Well,
if your wicker bill,
go ahead, sir.
If your wicker bill is 1 1/32 of an inch, you're legal. You're disqualified. I don't understand if you're going to say 13 pounds under is okay and 1 1/4 wicker bill is okay, then how about putting a little nitro in the fuel's okay? How about running a 430 motor's okay? I mean, what are we going to draw the line?
I've talked to some of the most reputable people that I can about this, and none of them hear what you're saying or what I'm saying technically, and saying it's not right. I mean, and this is a scenario where the best response is just go back to full outlaw without any weight rule, because that's the only way. Because apparently this is status quo, and now that it's become public due to Kevin Nouse's accusations, we're starting to see the whole entire Illuminati gang come along, kind of like how we were talking. The whole cartel's coming out and saying this is just how it is, guys.
Well, what I find interesting in California is I've never seen a KW race where there's any kind of checking of anything. I've never seen a fuel sample taken. I've never seen a motor checked. I've never seen a tire checked. I've never seen an MSD box checked. So let me just put this scenario out there. If you're an NFL lineman and there's 0 chance of you getting called for holding, what do you think it's going to look like?
Right. Well, and it goes back to having cars on the track, like he said. Wasn't it Merced?
Right.
Wasn't it Merced where Larson and Courtney loaded up?
No, well, they did. There was 2. They ran 2 shows on one day, and they did not run the first show, but they ran the second show. But they didn't qualify in the second show. Did they add weight to their car in between the shows? I don't know that.
Who knows?
They were underweight. But look how it puts everybody in a strange position. If you're a promoter and you're hurting for cars, and these bigger names know you're not going to DQ them because they need you to bring fans in, then what kind of liberties are they going to take?
Or if you are literally high limit, and I've had discussions with people, they think that Kyle is a GOAT ticket for fans.
Oh, sure.
Do I need to continue the sentence?
If they pay Kyle to show up.
He owns the show. I mean, I think it would be great for controversy. They'd make worldwide news if they was to DQ their own owner. That would be a fucking press mania. I mean, that would be awesome.
Didn't he get DQ'd? Didn't something happen when they ran Bristol after a heat race? Didn't something happen?
Not sure, but I will say something that's very interesting about what Daryl's. I don't know who. I still don't know who it is. The sterile guy. It sounds like from the description, this guy, very high profile, was an ASCS. The guy who was waved by, he made the invert. It sounds like he's talking about an all-star event, and guess who was running the all-star show? Who potentially waved that guy on by? That, I believe, in this time period, it sounds like they're talking about Kevin Naus was the guy who lit this 13-pound slide. Because wasn't Kevin Naus the all-star guy?
Why are they weighing anybody if 13 pounds let you slide?
Well, I mean, that's the bigger issue here. And this is why is it a fucking sport? If this is what it is, and as and nobody's denied it, this is kind of like status quo now. Everybody behind the scenes, racers, the lead media guy in dirt, the greatest public figure from the pit area, and then Sam Haverteep and this other guy. If all these people are coming here and defending it as this is just what it is, guys, it's okay, calm down. What the fuck are we got?
Yeah,
what is this? What are we doing? Is this isn't a sport anymore?
Well, it was weird. It was
and
weird.
Now they're going to gamble on it, Joe.
The fella here was saying, "Well, we wouldn't want to ruin his night." Well, he cheated.
I know. What is going on?
We're good. Well,
this is the Illuminati.
Yeah. Well, how many? I don't know. It's full circle broke Joe. My character was born on what I thought was unfair, and now it's years later, and we're still talking about unfairness.
Well, I mean, I was the first one on camera doing it, but you can have it. Yes, as the car owner.
Well, then I joined in.
We cannot. It's not. It's like me and you are sitting at the campfire. Literally, do we need to pull that clip up? That's me and you. That's me and you. Literally,
I'm
you
Jack
sent
Nicholson.
that clip to me, so it is 100% me and you, actually. And you said that Jack, the other guy, was me or whatever. You know. So this is
Dennis Hopper. There's Dennis Hopper and Jack Nicholson.
Oh God! Now we got to pull up the clip. What's the name of the movie?
Easy Rider.
Easy Rider. Oh no.
The campfire
scene.
Jack Nicholson.
Oh, they're gonna start saying we're broke back Joe, or broke Joe and the Chaz broke back. All right, it's only a few minutes. Where is it at? It says it's 4 minutes long. You represent freedom. Here we go. Probably gonna be some loud ass ad. Here we go. This is it right here. You sent this to me and said this is you, Chaz. Well,
we put that on before my interview.
Hold on. You're ruining it. Do you want to play a clip or do you want to talk, Joe? Tell us about P. Diddy. What was it? Okay. It's true. What you're saying, I heard you. I just like, it's a good point. I don't want you to fuck it up, you know? Okay, we'll get through the clip. Okay.
Scared of you.
They're not scared of us, Joe. They're not scared of me and you, Joe. Here's what they're scared of. There it was, Joe.
Yeah.
There it was. We scare them. This is why they said broke Joe. This is why, you know. I mean, and the bad part about it, the worst thing is, I'm the only one saying, come on, Joe, keep coming. Everybody else is like, all right, like you said, last time you were on Jeremy's show, it was, you know, you went away. Controlled opposition. On here, you're uncontrolled. You know, and you could sit here and call me a bum and a loser and say I need to go find a job and all this shit, and it don't matter. Come on, keep punching, bitch. I'm fair with you. You want to knock them out? You can hit me too. Fuck it.
I like what the line he says where people are just bought and sold in the marketplace.
Oh, 100%. I thought a dirt tracker when I heard that. I thought
most people in the world and most people in something like racing, the position they're in, someone can take it away.
Mm-hmm.
Someone can take it away. You have to be concerned about your sponsors or your mom and dad or your whoever it might be.
Or the buddy system or your friend.
That's right.
Or your brother-in-law.
I realized early in life, if I just went to work and earned everything I got, that nobody could take it away.
Right. And I just learned that if I'm willing to live in my car, that no one can knock me out of any powerful position. And if I could build something where I could talk about the truth that no one else had any control over, sponsorship or monetarily invested wise, which is why I have no sponsors that matter except Deathridge, go get some glasses, that I could be a platform or a voice for the unspoken for, the righteousness. This is why you're very godly, Joe. None of that made sense to you? Okay, you went silent. He's like, okay.
Well, I was thinking about something that happened to me on the weekend.
Oh, no.
ran into...
Okay, keep going.
I ran into... Now, people out here might know this. A fellow named Ed Molden. He's 82 years old. He owned a company in Sunnyvale called Sunnyvale Welding. He sponsored a lot of race cars. He still sponsors the Trophy Cup. He's been around racing. He ran a business, started in 1960, and then about 9 years ago, the land his building was on, a couple acres, Sunnyvale Welding, the city wanted the land to build condos and apartments. They were able to take that land from him. I was looking it up. He told me it's something called eminent domain. If the city wants something, they can give you what they think is a fair price, and they can take it from you. Even though he did not want to sell the land. He had a running business. He had 11 employees that he had to lay off, and he had to retire because they took his land and did not really give him a fair price. The system can actually do that. I didn't even know this was possible. They can just take your land.
Yeah.
If you don't want to sell it, they can take it.
Yeah.
So
it's a deed.
But this is where, when your boy Trump said, "Let's make America great again," what about Ed Molden and his employees? Is that really how America should be?
I mean, I don't know. I think all politicians are sleazy, no matter which side you went. But
I'm saying, this is a guy who worked a business for 55 years and was a asset to the community, paying his taxes and employing people, and they were able to just take his land. It just makes you think about a lot of different things. He was kind of emotional talking to me about it. I mean, I've been a friend with him. He was friends with my father, and it was just something I never really thought about, that things can just be taken, even unfairly. How unfair everything is.
And so how do you see that tying into this scenario in particular with this whole cheating and racing scenario?
That a lot of the people in racing are scared that whatever they have can be taken from them, so they don't speak up. If everybody in racing had no fear of any repercussion of what they said,
or people liking them or not, because it's all about status and ego.
That's right. If they weren't insecure in their place and they didn't care and they just were completely honest, it would, I think, would be a better world. But that's not how I'm not in that world. I'm in a world where people will get upset with me when I don't think I'm doing anything wrong or saying anything wrong. I mean, I might get something wrong because we talk and I might say something factually that's wrong. I mean, that might be the case, but
they don't want us to think. That's the biggest part, though. They don't want you to think.
Well, the trouble is in racing, you need a car. The car costs money.
Money. Yep.
Money matters. The cars are not all built the same. You have an advantage. You can tilt the play field, and the people who want to win and have enough money can tilt, and they can tilt it and tilt it and tilt it until somebody thinks it's not right, or someone like me speaks out, and there's anger towards me. Most people just don't want to say anything. It goes back to how most people are brought up. They're brought up to not speak up to authority figures.
Right.
They're not
fall in
brought
line.
up to question. Fall in line. Yeah.
And the ones who
falls
fall in line the best are the ones that are worshipped and idolized and looked up to.
It comes as no surprise that I felt I did everything possibly right I could have. I got a college degree. I started a business. I hustled up the work. I did the work. I paid all my bills on time. I paid all my taxes. I saved for a race car. I was always athletic. I was a 3-sport athlete in high school and into college. I had a scholarship. I never drank. I never did drugs. And I got into racing, and nobody sponsored me, ever. Never got $1.
Damn.
Never. And the people who partied and drank and backslapped and ass-kissed got somewhere.
Yeah. It's a sad sport to get involved in, honestly. When
well,
you think
no, it's not sad. It was not worth that was a price. I didn't care that much. I could go succeed in anything I did. I'm not going to sell my soul.
Right.
I guess.
Right.
But some people will.
I do have to use the restroom quickly. There are people talking to you in the chat. Y'all chat people get to talking because Joe is reading and he's going to respond. Somebody just got through saying, Joe, update on DB issue at the shop. What is he talking about, Joe? I'll be right back as quick as I can.
I don't know. I got to look through the what issue? If anybody has any questions here, well. Joe, update on the DB issue. Trying to understand what is the DB? Don't know. That's why you saw the media trash machine. Look at the highways. How are you doing, Joe? Oh, there's Bellafiore again. Yeah, Bellafiore, just a famous car builder name. Yeah, we talked last time, or a couple times ago I was on the show. The ride that Hank Davis will be. The Hank Davis, that Wheatley car is a very good car. That Wheatley car has very good engines, and that's very good equipment. And I am curious to see how Hank Davis does. That's a ride Justin that wouldn't mind being in. That is, I think they have Morrison's, but the Hank Davis, that's an interesting pairing. That'll be one of the pairings I'm really looking forward to seeing. Someone said he's going to run a lot of NARC races, so it is a Washington-based car. So maybe we'll see Hank Davis out here on the West Coast. I don't know how old Hank Davis is. A pretty young guy, early 20s maybe.
20. I want to say 22, 23, maybe in the 25.
The DB means decibel level. Oh, I get it. This is good. I have a neighbor across from me. These Asian people that sell food out of their shop, and they get this semi-rig that brings food to them, and they're supposed to unload it and leave, but they leave the semi-rig outside, and they have the generator running. And I complained to my landlord, and they said, yeah, we told them to move it, and they're going to move it. But it was here for 18 days, a generator. The decibel level coming into my shop was 70. That's how loud. 70 decibels were coming into my shop from the generator across the parking lot. So that's the dB level.
That's horrible.
Here's an interesting question. Why would an owner hire a mediocre driver just for the money?
Because it's a business. This is what we get told all the time. The business, you make more money in renting the ride than you would winning all year.
I know, but see, I could never do that.
I understand it's a competitive sport that they've turned into a corporation, but that's the whole argument to the freedom and the fire.
Someone said, do I remember Mike Streeter. Was that a midget driver?
Oh, hold on. I'm so curious. I was in the restroom. What was this Hank Davis information? What did Hank Davis
he's
do?
driving the Wheatley car.
No.
You know the
44?
The white car with the 45.
The 45, that's right. Sorry. I want to say 44.
That's a very good. It was 44 when the kid Austin Wheatley drove it, but then when they put someone else in it, it seemed like it went to 45. That is very good equipment.
Where did he post this? He is going to be at Chili Bowl. This is where he made his name, Joe, was the Chili Bowl, technically.
Yeah, but this is what you want, Chaz. You want to see how Hank Davis does.
I'd rather see Carson Bolden out there, but Hank Davis, he deserves a shot. He did well in a regional area. And I think that guys who are young who do well should deserve a shot in other areas.
This is perfectly what we want.
I do want to thank Mr. Super Chat. I don't know who it is. Broke Joe Tour to Knoxville and Eldora in 2025. So people are willing to pay for you to come to Knoxville and Eldora, Joe.
I don't need somebody's money.
Well, whatever we got to pay to get your day off at the job or something, I don't know. Whatever it takes.
No, but this what we like this Hank Davis pairing. I'm in. See, that's who I'll cheer for.
Okay.
I'll cheer for Danny Sams and Hank Davis.
Okay.
That's how I am as a fan. When I see somebody that's trying to move up and they've kind of earned their way up, I cheer for that. That's just me.
Yeah.
But really, do you really want to be in racing? Wait, well, we are told the owners don't make money. See, this is my point. This is a good point this guy's bringing up. We'll throw in Landon Crawley or Robbie Price.
You sure you want to say that right now? We may get in trouble. Tim Crawley may make a big post if you say Landon's name again. So look out.
I didn't think we said anything negative about it. I didn't understand.
You saw what Tim Crawley did. I mean, that's just the sensitivities, I guess, of certain people. But
yeah, and I don't understand it.
No, it's very immature, but that's a whole nother subject. What was the response? Who were you responding to? The mediocre driver guy?
Well, the question was, okay, we just hear this number like $300,000. We don't know if it's true. But let's say you bring $300,000 to the sides operation. Doesn't it take like $700,000 or $800,000 to run the whole year?
Well, and that's why it would depend. What's the tow agreement? What's the split on the pay?
But I mean, it's going to lose money. It's like if you're going to lose money, you hire a guy to lose less money because he brought you money. I mean, it still doesn't seem like it's turning a profit with what the driver's bringing.
The notion is once you go outlaw, well, I mean, sides is different because it's an established team, but once you go outlaw, you don't pay for rear ends really. You don't pay for front ends really. You don't buy your wings anymore. Your steering boxes are covered. You get a tire sponsor. Somebody may pay the diesel. And then you still get the tow money on top of a sponsor paying the diesel. And the $300,000 is just padding. Well, I agree. We don't know, but this is the notion that once you're established.
Money's always the secret. Nobody really Gio said it was $12,000 to race. Somebody said here, my thoughts on Justice Sanders socking Ronnie Day at Hanford.
Oh, shit. He's bringing up the dirt. Oh, no.
No, it's not the dirt. I think Corey Day did a dirty move. And here's what I don't understand. Justin went over to their pits, and when Corey got out of the car, he was going to fight him. He threw Corey against the wing and wanted to fight him. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't understand why the crew jumps in. I never understood this in any sport. I don't understand when I played football or baseball or on the playgrounds, if two guys were squaring off, we let the two guys square off. We didn't break it up.
That's not how it works anymore, Joe. I mean... Oh,
I don't understand it, though. I'm too old. let him fight.
The only
If
driver
my son,
I've been threatened. I felt threatened in pitting areas, but the only driver I ever felt threatened by was Dominic Scelzi, and I really didn't feel threatened. I mean, I was ready to get my ass whooped, but hey, that's man work. At the end of the day, though, I felt threatened all the other times by some tire. In every pitting area, there's a guy. You know, whether it's a tire changer, maybe it's just some guy they give beer free to all night, and he's just there. But there's some guy in there that is 6-ish to 6'5-ish, somewhere in the 200-pound range, and he's there for a reason. You know, and it's to fight the fights that the little driver out there wrecking people won't fight for.
See, they're talking about this Mike Stryker, this midget guy. Yeah, I knew the name was a midget guy, but I never really followed. You know, I said it earlier, I'm not really a midget guy. I hope Joe will show up at Tulare or Bakersfield. It's a pretty long drive.
What is this guy? Why did he just say, has Peter the Cheater made it back from Australia yet? What is he talking about?
I just think Peter Murphy went to Australia, New Zealand.
Right. Why did he say the cheater? I mean, he's not 13 pounds under at the scales.
I don't know what's under Peter.
Well, oh, God. Oh.
That was last show.
Somebody said, hell yeah, hockey rules. Let her fight. I do want to ask you, though, I don't know if you got to get out of here, but obviously you listened to the show before. Did you have any opinions of the Empire Spikes Back? I'm so good at coming up with names, by the way. I need to get paid. Like, I come up with all my titles.
Spike's my favorite. Favorite guest.
I'm just saying, I come up with all my titles, all my show thumbnails, every saying. I made probably, 10,000 fucking pop shot kind of sayings. Empire Spikes Back is the best ever. And I'll tell you what, the cover for that show was unbelievable. That was the best cover I've ever made. I saved it on the side. I'm keeping that forever. But what did you think of the Empire Spikes Back?
Well, Spike's my favorite guest.
And why is that? He's your long lost son. Remember, you was contemplating.
Why? Okay, why is it?
Yeah, let's.
I never thought of this.
Oh God!
You know, if I'd have known you were going to ask me this question, I'd have went through his 4-hour show and wrote down that the highlights of what he said.
We're putting the
liked.
cover up right now. This is the best cover in my entire career here doing covers.
But Spike wasn't on for a long time.
Yes, he was.
Does he get mad at you and he doesn't?
Or something? What do you mean? What's a long time? I mean, it's definitely
like
longer than
2 months, 3 months. 2 or 3 months he wasn't on the show, and then he shows up.
No, I mean, yeah, that's true, but that's because he's off, doing steroids and banging questionably women of age. But this was the best thumbnail I'd ever made. Look at that FBI investigation, Spike. I mean, and I'm sure people were scrolling there. If you're scrolling Facebook and you see this, what in the fuck is crossing your mind when you see this? First of all, they think Spike here is two different people. They're like, who's this fucking guy? He went to prison or something over the Kyle Larson shit. It's so beautiful. This was art right here. Cat Williams and everything.
Gas out here is $4.35 a gallon.
Of course, you would talk about gas in California. Who doesn't?
Well, somebody said it's $2.99 in Ohio.
But anyways, your opinion of Spike, the guest from the other night.
Oh, he's the best.
Why is Spike the best?
Because he doesn't waver in his opinions. Okay. He doesn't. You ask him something, he's going to have an answer.
Like Kubotas.
And what?
Kubotas.
Yeah. He kind of sees through the BS of racing. He's a racing fan, and he has a. See, it's kind of neat because I'm too close to the situation sometimes, but he's kind of farther away. He's more of a fan, I guess, and he just has a different view or angle of things that I wouldn't have thought of. He brings up things that I wouldn't have thought of, and it's interesting. For some reason, he's not boring.
Oh, well, no. It's hard to hang up with him. It's just so like, what the fuck did you just say? But Spike, you got to add some like, at least humanity. I think something evil has happened to Spike, whether that's some kind of gay butt sex raping scenario or something. Something's happened to Spike for him to not care about other people's feelings. But
I think that's just a show.
I hope it is. I hope
I think it's the character.
The
guys that act the toughest.
I've been 4:30 a.m. with this guy where he's making some questionable decisions with life.
Really?
But he's done people right. He did some people right. He does seem to have a head on his shoulders.
Being out at 4:30 with you anywhere is a questionable decision.
Well, that's half the fucking racing community. At the end of the day, I think it's one of those things, Joe, where Spike gets on here and doesn't know. I had one of the most prominent people in motorsports call me up after our show, and he was legitimately, 100% pissed the fuck off that I allowed a person like Spike on my platform to say that Dirt Tracker was a stay-at-home mom. Like, this person was legitimately pissed that I allowed Spike to make that statement about Dirt Tracker.
Well,
and I see it as a joke, right? It's just a joke. I'm like, oh, he's just kidding. He's like, no, Chaz, people believe these things. He's like, we're in the post-Trump era. Everybody believes everything. They really think that he's a stay-at-home mom now because you allowed Spike to say that on your show.
Well, Dirt Tracker, his wife goes to work. He stays home, but he works on his show for 3 or 4 hours.
Nobody knows this. You're making a butt. See, this is the truth.
But
nobody knows that he does all this. Nobody knows this. We're speculating. It's not like he's come out and said this, right?
But Dirt Tracker, he's taking college courses, isn't he? Taking some kind of graduate school type courses,
right? He's
or
doing
something.
shit. He's not some bum in the damn basement.
He's bettering himself.
Right. So we don't know that he's a stay-at-home mom. He hasn't made this statement. That's a technical lie, right?
No. He said that his wife goes to work, and I think does he have children? Does he take a child to school, or maybe what? So he technically is at home with the kid, or maybe I'm wrong. I hate to say things, and I'll be wrong.
Well, I'm just saying that they're getting close. If I keep letting Spike come on the show, we're flirting with defamation lawsuits, and you're going to have to sell some Bitcoin so we can defend ourselves. That's all I'm fucking saying.
Well, just as long as I don't have to sell my MicroStrategy.
Oh, my God. That's the same thing.
I know. I was getting you on a technicality.
Oh, my God. What is your opinion? Go ahead.
Oh, no. Well, you had a question. Go ahead.
Well, I'm curious as to what you were about to say. It might be more entertaining.
No, I just thought, did we get off topic too far of what we originally were going to...
what was the original fucking topic to begin with? I was just going to say, what is your opinions of Dirt Tracker at this point?
I think he serves a purpose. I think he has his audience. It's like a lot of things. It's not for everybody. I sometimes flip through his show, just if there's a topic.
Right. It's like a newspaper.
But I think there's a place for newspaper.
100%.
I think there's a place for you. I'm saying this.
Oh, God.
If you or Jeremy or Dirt Tracker was gone, I would feel something's missing.
Really? I'm that important in your life. This fucking bum who won't quit and go get a job is important. You'd miss me.
I did. Yeah. I think I would. I think something would be missing because I think you guys all add something to the sport. You guys are dedicating a lot of time to the sport, and for people just to write off any one of you three is worthless, I don't think is accurate.
Well, Joe, you should have stopped a long time ago, but continue.
I think you guys you kind of have shows that are different enough that you guys aren't repeating yourselves. Like Wing Nation to me is worthless. I haven't listened to Wing Nation in like 5 years. That's worthless.
Well, and that's probably the biggest funded one of them all, right? I mean,
because they just keep interviewing the same 20 people every year.
Well, no, they have the connections with, the money.
Yeah, but they're interviewing the same people. This is also like Gravel's show. When Gravel show first came out, I probably watched 3 or 4 of them, and then I never watched again. This driver project, it's still kind of up in the air.
But it's starting to lose validity. I think when you have shows like what they just had, that basically what I'm saying is we already have a guy out there called Dirt Tracker. That is something's going on in the political domain, that's what these talk shows are all about. They're about the politics of the racing world. If something's happening in the politics of the racing world, we already have, basically, I think what you're saying, you already have a guy like me who's going to come out and just fucking scorch earth it, and say, what the fuck? This is happening, that's happening, this don't make no fucking sense. And then we already have a guy like Jeremy who's going to be in the middle and be like, well, I understand both sides and I love, Amish women. And then we're going to have Dirt Tracker come out, and we already know Dirt Tracker is going to come out and protect the establishment. We already have these 3 layers of opinionation. So when the Drivers Project comes on and tries to be Dirt, I feel like they're just trying to, it's like a wannabe Dirt Tracker in a way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it seems to me like with Wing Nation, we've all heard the same. They interview the same 20 drivers every year. It's the same 20 guys. And
it's been going on for 20 fucking years, Yeah,
it's the same people. In Gravel, like when I hear his guest is, Donnie's a good guest, so I kind of watch a little bit of that.
Donnie's the best guest, but when your guests define your show, you don't have a show.
That's right. And then like Geo show, these shows are overlapping and they just have the same guest, it seems. They're not, I don't know. It's like, I just think the big 3 to me are, the 3 we've mentioned here. I don't think that there's a 4th show that I'm going to hear something that draws me in to where I'm going to want to like hear the next show. Like Gravel, it's not like to be continued. It's not like he did something and I go, man, that was
and Gravel's just so reserved,
But he's a great driver, and he has that name, so he'll get more views. See, people follow fame.
He hasn't this last go round. He has not been getting the views, man. He hasn't.
Oh.
He did, but once people caught on to that, what the fuck is this? They started tuning out. I think it hurt him a little bit. He needs to be a little more loose.
Well, it's like
when Gravel ran over me with the golf cart at Knoxville, and I'm interviewing Corey Day. If that David Gravel would turn the camera on and go live, it would sell. But he don't have. I hate to say it, he don't have the balls. It takes balls.
Well, because he's too insecure. He's bought and sold in the marketplace. He can't.
Well, he could. He's probably got one of the only owners who would let him go, but he would definitely would definitely risk getting a little ass whooping every now and then. But
it's like this Tanners Holmes. I on and off watched his stuff, but I don't. He's not saying anything that's of any interest at all to me. He's just a rich kid lecturing people on how to wash the car and how to run a track and how to do this and how to do that. And I go, he lives with his mom and dad. Well, how is he an authority on everything?
Well, I would like to know what you think of Jeff Wilson then.
Who's Jeff Wilson?
Sports Card Investors. He's the.
I don't like him.
Oh God.
He seems like a huckster. He seems like a.
He did screw a guy over on a Victor Wembanyama card. He fucking.
Who were the guys that used to stand out in front of the circus and kind of draw people in?
tricksters.
Circus Bark.
That's the right one.
Circus Barker, a Barnum and Bailey act.
Right.
He looks like he talks about cards because he wants to be the star. He wants to be famous.
Question. So we were just. I don't want to give him much attention. We were just talking about the dirt track. This Jeff Wilson, for those who don't know it, he's like the lead. Technically, he's the Tanner Holmes. He's the dirt tracker of the sports car world.
But he looks I sense dishonesty when I see him.
Well, okay, so then maybe, that's kind of in the dirt tracker realm in a way, right? I mean, it's kind of like, is that what he feels or is that what he thinks he should say? I think once you start adding the element of thought of, is this the right thing to say to whatever you're doing, you technically have lost some honesty in doing that. I feel like that's one of the only reasons I still get on here and have a few drinks and just fucking splare what I splare, because I think that is an authentic way of being, in a way. The few drinks just removes the filter that may have been there a little bit more. So I don't really see it as a big negative as far as authenticity. But for the people who are interested, this is a sports card investor. He has 357,000 followers on YouTube, which we thought we were going to dominate in Anaheim. We really thought we were taking this guy down.
Wait. Here we go. This is my favorite comment. You ready?
Oh, no. You can't read
this is why I'm on the
comments,
show.
Joe.
You read the comments. This is my favorite. This is my favorite.
There it is.
Tanner is a hardworking, motivated young man.
Oh, my
Broke
God.
Joe.
Who put that comment? You can't be saying
Broke
that.
Joe, mad his shit don't work no more. This is, I don't know what you call this. Once again, this is, maybe I'm in a different world.
I don't know if I can comment on this. I see it on both sides, but continue. Say what you're saying, Joe.
This Tanner Holmes, am I wrong? Does he live with his mom and dad?
I'm not answering this. I'm not sure. You could. Does he? I don't know.
How much money? This is, to me, Tanner Holmes is one of the poster boys of what's wrong. He has fans that tell me he's hardworking. He's playing with race cars and videos. Do they know what hardworking people do? Do they know what construction workers or kids going to college and studying to be engineers, or people going out in the workforce getting job interviews when there's 50 other people trying to get the job interview and you're competing? They think that someone whose dad bought everything for them is working hard because he talks in front of a camera.
So, Joe,
I don't see it that way. Maybe
this is where you're wrong
and
you're right. I'll say it like this: you are wrong and you are right. And I may hurt a lot of Tanner Holmes, because Tanner Holmes people like me. Sean and Connie, they love Tanner Holmes. Here's where you are wrong.
Let's get him on.
Hold on, let me respond.
Is Sean behind you?
No, he has left. He worked hard all day long, like Tanner doesn't know how to do, technically, right? I put in the hours. I got punch time clocks. Do I need to show you this for 10 years of my life?
Joe, look at this.
Don't listen to him. Hold on, Joe. Let me respond and ignore the comments for a second. Here's where Joe is wrong and right. Tanner Holmes, Joe is wrong, because Tanner Holmes doing what he does on his video and the time it takes, the self-made aspect to his fame took a lot of work that other people are too lazy to do. They don't know how to do it. They're too stupid to do it, or they're lazy, or they don't have the time, which is kind of where it pirouettes into where Joe is right. The work that Tanner Holmes has put in to build his brand is true. Very, very true. Now, some people are saying in the comments, Chaz, look what he does. Chaz is not working. Okay, so here's where it twists. I'm not running a sprint car and making videos right now about sprint cars that I'm driving because I don't have the money. I'm the Chaz. I'm just over here doing what I can, talking on the camera. I have drove some cars, but I'm just saying this is where it bleeds into where Broke Joe is partially right, because the content that Tanner Holmes has been able to provide driving race cars and having the privilege to be able to have the time to be able to drive race cars and make all of this content, because I know how much time it takes to have that time available to him to be able to do that, is where Joe, I think, has the problem or is making the point that Tanner Holmes is not hardworking because he was provided sprint cars. He was provided time to be able to do all of these things. And all of that time that he did not have to work for. He didn't have to work for the sprint car because that would have took his time. And if he didn't have that time, he wouldn't be able to make his fucking videos. I don't know how far I'm off on this, Joe, but I think that's where you're wrong and you're right.
Look at.
Just respond to me, Joe. Ignore the comments.
I don't know what to say. If your family spends
this is what, okay, hold on.
Millions.
Before you respond in the way you want, what I just said, is that accurate or close to?
Well, I'm trying to sink it all in. I'm just trying to clarify things. It's a lot to.
Because you're wrong in the amount of work that Tanner Holmes has done to be able to do what he's done to build the brand he's got, to build the following. There's a lot of work in that, but you're also right in the fact that his privileges allowed him to make that time
it's
to
the chicken
do that.
Or the egg. It's the chicken or the egg argument. Listen, if his dad does not spend millions. Do you know what $1 million signifies to most Americans? $1 million, millions?
I think it takes most average people about 40 years to make it.
Their whole life.
Yeah.
Some people save their whole life and never have that. Most people's net worth is not that. That you're basically a teenager or you're in your 20s and you grow up in a family where they have the cash to say, listen, we're going to spend millions. If they don't do that, what is he going to film?
That's why I say you're wrong and you're right. Because you're right in what you're saying right now. He is extremely privileged. But how about this though, Joe? There's a lot of people that are just as privileged as him and they're not doing as much. And they're not making a brand and they didn't become something with I guess you want to, even if you want to call hold on. Even if you want to call Tanner Holmes average talent, there's a lot of guys who could have put in that hard work and became just as big as a Tanner Holmes, but they were lazy with lazy with the same privileges, Joe.
Well, that's true, but that's not changing. Where is he famous? He's not on ESPN.
In our little bitty dirt you're only talking about him due to the fame. You're only talking. This is only a topic right now because of the fame of who he is. And I'm saying that fame is not based on the privilege that you are upset about.
Well, I'm not upset about anything. I'm just pointing this out for the people.
That privilege of Tanner Holmes being famous is based on his hard work.
But I will say that. Hard work.
It is.
The word hard, you're going to tell me that a guy breaking concrete.
Laboring in a fucking ditch 10 hours a day does not compare to laboring on your ass in front of a television or a computer screen.
Did Tanner Holmes work today? Did he work tomorrow? Is he working yesterday? Is he doing this 40, 50 hours a week? Do you know people work in coal mines?
Yeah, I understand.
There's steel workers
I know what
out
you're saying.
there.
It's not digging a ditch. I get it. They're not
There's single moms that hold 3 jobs and support their family.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Do these people not? They're telling me a rich kid sitting at home with a camera editing a video, they're going to put the word hard in front of the work?
So then you
Really?
technically wouldn't put Elon Musk in the same you would put Elon Musk on the Tanner Holmes category, correct?
I have no idea what that analogy is.
Well, I'm just saying these are people who are highly successful in their area of expertise. And I think most people would say, hold on, I think most people would say Elon Musk has worked hard to get where he has gotten in his status of life. But it wasn't digging a fucking ditch to get to that status. It wasn't. Elon Musk didn't dig a ditch or fucking work a coal mine to get where he's at in life. Neither did most of those people down there around the corner in Fremont, California. They ain't digging ditches over there, but you're showing them respect.
There's physical labor, there's mental labor. I'm saying running a video camera, editing videos ain't either.
That is extreme mental. I think it's on the mental labor side. I think it is. It's at least in the repetition base.
Well, you tell me where Tanner Holmes is. Okay, take away the family money. What do we got?
You have the Chaz if he has the balls to drop his. I don't know. I don't know. This is why I say you're wrong, but you're right. You're right in that he is Tanner Holmes, and I tell this to people. I mean, it is what it is. Tanner Holmes is extremely privileged to be where he's at with race cars, with driving machines, where he's at. But he's put in a lot of hard work.
Okay,
to get
Tanner
to that
Deegan.
point.
Okay,
because look at how many guys have had just as much funding. We could probably name 30 or 40 guys that we don't know about. Because think about it. Think about it, Joe.
If just Tanner because Holmes, other people failed, yeah, there's people who fail. I understand.
Right.
You're saying Tanner Holmes is a success in life. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean,
then we're going to go back to perspective. Are we starting that again? What?
Who? Okay. Let's break this down. Who is a regional sprint car driver with let's be honest, sprint car driving ability, who is captivated across the entire national sprint car fan base, who literally obtained a World of Outlaws sprint car ride for half the season because of that work.
But what did it didn't mean anything.
I'm sorry, Joe. Tanner Holmes is very, you said successful. Well, if we're judging the sprint car world, the entirety of it, Tanner Holmes is one of the most successful sprint car drivers. Yes. What are we talking about? Success on the track? Are we talking about general success?
Someone is saying. Well, listen to this. Tanner does better than you and Chaz combined. That's a comment here.
That's fine. I mean, he should. He got in a very sweet spot. There's a lot of the guys.
Tanner does better.
Hold on.
This guy is saying Tanner. This is great. This is why I come on the show.
Oh God.
Someone is going to compare a young kid who has lost millions of dollars. Okay, you can call that success if you want. His business adventures of being a racer has lost his family hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Am I right on this?
I mean, we don't know how much he makes now. We don't. I mean,
on what?
How many sponsors has Tanner Holmes acquired due to this work he's put in? How many T-shirt sales? Merchandise is more important.
Well, you had him on the show. Why didn't you ask him? Why didn't he give real numbers?
Merchandise is more important than winning, Joe. In a lot.
Why didn't you have him on the show, and why don't he give us real numbers?
We can do that. I'm sure after this show we will.
He won't.
You don't think he'll disclose real numbers?
No, they never do.
Why? Okay, so why do you think?
Because they'll say it's none of your business. It's none of your business, Joe. We don't have to tell you.
Okay,
right.
So what would the motivation be to not disclose merch numbers and sponsorships? Because that's the only way to combat what you're saying. Like, okay, you're saying his family costs so much, but Tanner Holmes been very relevant for at least 4 or 5 years now. How much money has been grossed due to that relevancy, which that would be him paying, that would be the payoff, in my opinion,
You're
to him
right.
building
You're
all
right.
this.
I could be wrong. If he's rolling in $700-800 $1 million a year on his YouTube and merchandise, then I'm wrong.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We don't know these numbers.
I could be
we
wrong.
could ask.
I could be wrong. If he's selling hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, it looks to me like his YouTube channel numbers, he makes about $3,000 a month.
And that's just YouTube, though. What's his Facebook doing? What's his TikTok doing? I mean, all these things do add up, Joe.
A motor costs $70,000.
All these things do add up.
A motor $70,000. How many have they got?
He's got a $27,000 iRacing simulator in his house, apparently. That's one of his recent videos.
His house or his parents' house? Whose house?
But here's the deal. Did somebody give him that? This chassis racing, did somebody donate that chassis? Did somebody pay his tires?
So
did
you
somebody
think
pay
Tanner Holmes
I'm just saying,
is turning a profit?
I think if we're talking about all of sprint car racing, okay? Think about that. That's a lot. It's a lot. It's not just David Gravel. It's not just Corey Day. It's not just Brad Sweet. I think Tanner Holmes, money for money, dollar for dollar, is one of the most successful sprint car drivers in the country. Think about the percentage we're talking about, Joe. Look at this. Look at what we're talking about right now, Joe. David Gravel. Let's say all the outlaw drivers, which that's uncomparable. I'll say 6 or 7. We'll say 7 World Outlaw drivers with merch, tow, platinum, championship money. We'll say they make money, which we all know this is a lie, right? That's why they rent them out. We'll say 3. How about 4? 4. We'll give them 4. We'll say high limits, maybe 3. There's 7 guys. How many sprint car drivers and operations are there outside of those 7 that are making a profit? I think the only other guy maybe getting close is Tanner Holmes. You might say Justin Sanders. Did Justin Sanders turn a profit? Racing locally? I mean,
yeah, way over 6 figures.
6 figures? Okay, how much did the operation cost to operate for the year?
I'm telling you how much he makes. He don't own the team.
Okay, well, that's different then, right?
Yeah, when I'm talking about your mom and dad losing money is different than driving for somebody.
Okay, yeah, it's a different situation, but that's also the sympathy factor that can get people to pay for everything, right?
I'm not sure what that means.
The sympathy factors were a small little, like all these people in the comment, and I've heard this notion about Tanner Holmes, guys. I'm not trying to be mean when I say sympathy factor. I'm not saying he's trying to get over y'all or anything. I'm not saying he's being inauthentic in saying this. Joe, I've heard up and down the road, well, Tanner Holmes is just a little small team. It's just him and his family. That kind of mentality will promote somebody to, click the donate button to the St. Jude's Family Hospital, to the little kids who are needing your help to survive. You know what I'm saying there, Joe?
We don't know the numbers.
I'm just saying, but you understand what I mean by sympathetic factor?
People feel sorry for him.
I've heard this argument. Not trying to be mean. There is this little, you're saying, you cheer for Danny Sams's, you cheer for the little guys. People view Tanner Holmes in the same element as the little guys. I think that's where you're right, because I think people are wrong when they say that. Because Tanner Holmes is not a little guy. Now, maybe he's a little guy in comparison to Todd Quering, and he's a little guy in comparison to Tony Stewart and Casey Kane, but and maybe even those 7 guys who are successful. He's even a little guy in comparison to Sides Motorsports, I would say, technically. But he's not a little guy like Danny Sams, and he's not a little guy like Hank Davis. I think that's what you're saying.
That's who I'll be cheering for.
This is a very interesting Tanner Holmes discussion, and I actually think I might have to set this up. We might have to get this on here. It would be curious to address not the allegations, but the curiosity of what you're saying here. But I do think he's a successful sprint car driver, and I think that his hard work in doing what we see on our screen right here, this Tanner Holmes, here's my point, Joe. This Tanner Holmes could have been 60 to 70 other fucking guys across this country if they would have worked as hard as him. There are 60 to 70 other sprint car guys and open wheel guys across this country that have had just as much funding as his family gave him. But he at least tried to do something with it. And that's where that hard work that you're maybe missing out on played a role. While the other guys are out on, like we've talked about, while the other guys are out on the lake drinking and filifucking and all this other stuff, while the other guys are out on the lake, Joe, and partying and stuff and doing all they're doing while they were rich and privileged, Joe, Tanner Holmes was in a damn room editing video. And that hard work that Tanner Holmes did in those scenarios, even though these 60 or 70 other people had the same money, the same funding, instead of Tanner Holmes going out and partying all night, he sat in front of a computer and put in some hard work in that element and built what you see. And that's where I see the hard work from Tanner Holmes. Not funding the sprint cars, but the work ethic in that department.
And what do you predict the end result will be?
I don't know. Everybody else wishes they could be him.
Who's wishing that?
Well, I know everybody made fun of me when I was talking about selling my YouTube. But if Tanner Holmes was willing to sell his YouTube channel, and you could take Tanner Holmes and your whoever, Chiramonte or whatever, that Lovenberg or whatever, and you could have 78,000 subscribers, you could instantly become the #1 YouTube channel in the nation. That's a big bill. How much would you? What would the value be on? And this is why it's a very interesting, because this is kind of real estate, right? This is YouTube is like Fremont, California. Tanner Holmes is a slice of that real estate. How much is this Holmes? Interesting that that's the last name. How much is this home worth? It took a long time to build it. It's a very big house. It's 78,000 subscribers big. It's got a couple floors. How much is this worth? That's the question. That's what I've been asking. That's why I put my deal out. Did the math on how long it would actually take you. I mean, you're looking at this channel here. I don't even know how many years old it is, but let's see. We got the oldest tab right here. 8 years. This is 8 years of work. What is it worth? What is an 8-year house? Took 8 years to build this house. What is the value of this? Look at how young Tanner Holmes. You want to be mean to this poor little guy. This is the sympathy factor. He's there with these kids in the basement.
You started with poor.
I didn't start with poor, but I maybe said poor little. I didn't mean monetarily. I'm sorry. What is this worth?
So
that's the question. What is this worth?
Yeah, but he had 77,000 viewers a year ago.
Yeah, he hasn't grown much. I mean, he still gets decent views. He still gets decent views. We got 3,000 views here, 8,000 views here, 12, 16, 8. Doesn't post as much. He still posts. He's still working. This is work here. 21K.
You only make like 0.004 cents a view, don't you?
Yeah, so like 12,000 view video here would be like
$48. $48.
It might be. It depends on how many. Well, it's all about how long people watched it. Did they watch it all the way through? You notice how Dirt Tracker's videos are always 8 minutes because that's when it enables the ads, and you could place them in there. Did they get to the second ad? You know, there's a bunch of science behind on how much you actually get paid, no matter how high the views are. So it depends. Like, so this 7-minute and 44-minute video or 7-minute and 44-second video that didn't get paid shit in comparison to this 12-minute video or 8-minute video that has less views.
I got to respond to one of your text guys. Your chat guys. He keeps pointing out that Sanders' car owner lost money. So he sees no difference between being a hired professional and driving as opposed to you driving for your mom and dad.
Where did he say this? Where's it at? Who is it? Group. Who is it? Who's saying this? This 007?
So David Gravel.
If Justin Sanders invests, or Justin Sanders sponsors invest $1 million, did they get back, or did they get more back, or did they lose money? Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yeah, he's had about 3 or 4 comments based on. Okay, this is a good question. Do you see a difference in a Sheldon or Gravel or Schatz who drive for somebody as opposed to someone who drives for their parents? What's your view on this?
Mine?
Is someone who drives for their parents a professional equal to Sanders or Schatz or Sheldon?
I would think that if you do have the opportunity to drive for a parent or a relative or blah, 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 whatever, fill in the blank, uncles like Tarleton's, that the goal is, or I feel like there's an unspoken agreement between the relative and you that this relative is providing you the opportunity to showcase what you have, and through that showcase, the goal is for you to acquire a ride somewhere else. This is just kind of like an initial. It's like college tuition investment. We're giving you this 4-year degree so that you graduate, and in the dirt racing world, the graduation is acquiring a job outside of the college. So like Tarleton would be like a 4-year college or a 2-year trade school, whatever, for a Macedo or a Macquarie, for instance. It should be like a showcase. But we're dealing with families here who have, their own ego and status they want to have or partake in. But that's how I would view it. I would view these family rides, whether they're a immediate family or a relative, as a degree, as an opportunity to showcase what you do. And if you don't graduate to a higher profile, non-family funded ride, that is the community or the sport saying you're not good enough to play in the pros. You don't get drafted. Is that fair to say, or?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think it all in. It's an interesting question. If let's just say Demo Mitri, but I'm just throwing numbers out there just for the argument. But let's say he lost $500,000 and Justin made $100,000, and Tanner Holmes' dad lost $500,000 and Tanner got $100,000. Is there a difference?
Well, and that's the argument I would have with Justin not going national, is he never graduated. But that's a whole nother. It's not the same as this is where there's these it's not the same type arguments.
But if Craig Kinzer car owner lost $500,000, Craig made $80,000, isn't what Justin did better?
That would be the idea, right?
But you're saying because Justin is geographically not going farther away from his home, he's not as valid as guys who are going farther away. It's the same sport on the same day of the week.
But it's not this. It's hard to judge. It's like its own thing. Motorsports is like its own thing altogether. You know, that's why it's so hard to judge. That's why I say Tulsa Shootout's potentially the best of the best, because the sport on judging is so hard. This is why that website I want to do with you or with myself, I can do it on my own, with grading drivers from different regions and everything. I think it's a very important thing to do for people, but it's hard to judge. I think Justin needs to win a national race, 100%. It needs to happen fast. Fast. I don't want Justin to be Dale Earnhardt Sr. with 20 years of trying.
But when we had a chance to win at Placerville and Kyle Larson's car, wrenched by Paul Silva, driven by Shane Stewart, wiped us out in the dash, you didn't get on your channel and ask people to help me with money.
I don't think I had a channel at that time. What was it, 2016 or something? Fuck. 18?
Yeah.
I think in 2018, I was just starting up, really going, but
Okay.
I was covering locals. You know, I think locals are very important.
Okay, but I'll say this too. Me being on your show, I think we talk about things that nobody else is talking about.
Right.
Whether people like what I'm saying or not like what I'm saying, it's not the same show you're going to get from the other from the other people.
This is a story. It's beautiful. I get it.
People can say, "Oh man," what I don't understand is people when I say what I say about Tanner, they'll jump to this conclusion of hate. They'll say, "Well, Joe, he's hating on Tanner. He hates Tanner." I don't hate the guy. I've met the guy. I like the guy. He's a great. If I had a daughter, I'd want him to marry her.
You've said this several times.
I have nothing. He seems like a great young man. I have nothing personally against him. I'm just questioning, and people can say I'm right or wrong, is when you go out to qualify at the Trophy Cup and Troy Henning's announcing, here's a YouTube sensation, is that really...
Is it valuable? Yes.
But is it why you come to the track? Because I'm watching a YouTube. Is he a sensation with 70?
Well, and
where does
here's
that
the
rank
deal.
on the...
Well, see, you've never been on the track promoter or event promoter. Well, maybe I think you might have been event promoter at one point, or involved with Taco Bravo. I'm not sure, but this is why I say to these track promoters and and I got in an argument with Bud Kading at Gold Cup this year. Yeah, me and Bud Kading fighting over Broke Joe at 2 a.m. at the bikini contest, face to face, and everybody. Dude, it was so funny, Joe. His little clique, you know, he runs with a little clique. They just stood to the side and was checking in every couple of seconds. Is everything okay? Because me and Bud were in each other's face. We were fucking. Obviously, it's loud there, so we were having to yell. It was a good conversation, I feel like, but. The problem with sports, just like they're letting these motherfuckers cheat, who knows if Tanners Holmes is getting away with some cheating? At this point, we might have to ask. According to them, this is how it works, right? But I was trying to say in event promotion, you're not getting drivers to the track for a NARC race because I said, who the fuck are you? You're nobody, bud. You're a fucking nobody. Nobody knows who you are. No one cares who you are. Yeah, I said in your little fucking clique down there with your little cading performance in this little dirt circle with all these drunks in this fucking building, you're somebody. But outside of that, who's paying a ticket to come to the fucking race to watch you? Who? At a NARC race, who is waiting to see Bud Kading race in the regular world? You know, and that's a problem. And I say to people with racetracks all the time, they say, come to Silver Dollar Speedway this weekend to watch the NARC Sprint Car Series. You just fucked up. All you did was say, come to the SoFi Arena to watch guitars and drums. They don't do that. Taylor Swift plays the same guitars and drums as the fucking local band over here. The reason they show up and buy a ticket is because of Taylor Swift, because of the stars behind the wheel of the vehicle. So I was trying to tell Bud in this scenario, I was like, Bud, you have to be a star for this to be big. Justin Sanders has to be a star. These tracks have to not promote sprint cars and modifieds at my track. They have to promote stars. So, with your questioning of Tanner Holmes has put in the work personally, his own self, to become a star, to separate himself from the rest. And yes, because of that work, when you're at Knoxville or you are at these World of Outlaw events, the line at the Tanner Holmes trailer was longer than everyone. The only one that was close was Kyle Larson, Joe. I'm just telling you the truth. David Gravel, Donnie Shots, that line wasn't long at all.
Yeah, but
in comparison, so you ask, are people really coming to the track to see YouTube stuff? The results are in the pits.
No, but that was he'd never really been out there before. Once he's out there 10, 20 times, the novelty is it smoke and mirrors, Chaz?
He still has people lined up at his trailer even when he's racing over there on the West Coast, Joe. So how are you saying it's smoke and mirrors? On the West Coast, you get to see him.
I'm explaining it to you.
Okay.
It was his first time out there. It was a novelty.
Okay.
Is it going to have staying power? Are the results going to ever come into play? Are people going to say, you know, I was a fan of his, but he's kind of running in the back again?
Thank you, Colin Phillips. Well, here's the side element to this, Joe. Tanner Holmes promotes laziness. Because of how hard Tanner Holmes works to build his brand to become something that people want to come and see, these fucking track promoters and these series promoters, and we've heard it from people in the industry, they're like, the best thing a driver can do now is start a YouTube or get a following and do all this stuff. Motherfucker, you as the promoter of a series or as the promoter of a track should be the one putting in the work to build the names. So they have, in turn, technically, they have induced free labor from Tanner Holmes, because now Justin Sanders or somebody locally or nationally is being told, you have to go out there and make a YouTube. You have to put in all this work. You need to pay a media guy to come out and take some pictures and make some videos and make yourself a big star, because these fucking series promoters, not all of them, but these promoters are fucking lazy. And now they're siphoning off the work to build stars that people want to come and see off to the fucking drivers that they are, honestly, the promoters are responsible for promoting them. This is the hoodwink in it all, honestly, Joe, is they've turned these people into the laborers. Tanner Holmes shouldn't. And if anyone shouldn't have to put in the work, and if anyone is mad at Tanner Holmes' success and his relevancy, when you hear YouTube sensation Tanner Holmes and he's got a line in the pits, you know who should be fucking mad? Justin, and I think I said this to Bud. You should be mad. Justin Sanders should be pissed off. All these people who are the premier performers on the NARC stage, on the World of Outlaw stage, on the high limit stage. Those are the people that series or track is responsible for making bigger. Those series are responsible for promoting those drivers bigger than some fucking guy sitting on his YouTube channel. It shouldn't be up to the drivers to build these brands that people must see. It's supposed to be up to the promoters. The drivers are drivers. They're not supposed to be self-promoters. That's the promoter's job. So it's honestly, this whole situation of social fame and series of people trying to become Tanner Holmes and series saying, oh, yeah, you need to go out like Tanner and put in the work, be a Caleb Montgomery. You should be a Caleb Montgomery. Go out there and build your own brand. It'll help the sport. No, you lazy motherfucker. How about you stop sitting? I hate to say this. How about you stop sitting back, making unfair judgments and calls like Jim Allen? Stop being cool with your little group and get out there and promote your fucking roster of stars to people. That's the ultimate problem here. NARC shouldn't be depending on Tanners Holmes in the Tarleton car next year to have people come to the track for a particular name. If the NARC Sprint Car Series isn't taking their stars and promoting them into must-see attractions, the promoter is failing. Same with the track promoters that cry and say, oh, go get a social fit. Same with all the World Outlaw and High Limit drivers who are not as famous as Tanners Holmes. Don't blame your social following. Blame that motherfucking promoter of that series not doing their job. So, anyway, that would be my rant, I guess, on the scenario.
Well, I just come from a different generation. I go to racing. I want to see what happens on the track.
Well, Joe,
I don't care about the interviews.
Okay.
I don't care about interviews. I don't care about. I want to see what you do on the track.
Right. And
I've seen Tanners Holmes not do much on the track.
I understand what you're saying, Joe, but this is you come from a different age. You come from a different age.
That's right. You guys are a lot younger than me.
Hey, look, the World of Outlaws used to promote Doug Wolfgang and Sammy Swindell. The West Coast, these racetracks you used to go to, San Jose Speedway used to promote.
But I saw those guys. But their driving spoke for itself. We saw. You're talking about all-time greats.
No.
The fans came out to see all-time great racing. You weren't there in the 80s and 90s when these guys were in their prime. You didn't see Sammy and Steve and Doug and Bobby Davis and Tim Green and those guys mix it up. The product spoke for itself. Now we have people who what they do on the track is average, but he's a star because he has a camera and he talks about it.
Joe,
you don't see that someone of my age can have a problem with that?
I understand.
My way of thinking.
I understand, but what I'm saying is you come from an era of motorsports, and I used to know one of them called Lanny Edwards. That was honestly my mentor for racing promotion. You come from an era when promoters took their drivers who were performing the best in their drums and guitars and took what they were doing and promoted what they were doing to society. So they saw a guy running well, winning races, and they took that element and they promoted it to the public as you must come and see this guy do this. This guy's lighting up the world. But here's the problem, Joe, and this is honest. This is next level promote. This has to be clipped. Somebody please clip this. You can video it if you want.
No, Chaz. I'm saying this.
No. Hold on. Let me just finish my point, and then you can run.
Okay.
Look, my point is you come from an era of promoters, because those guys used to take the driver doing his job, right? He's winning races. He's performing on the track. The promoter is responsible for taking that performance and making that a must-see attraction. So he's taking that and building that and selling that to the society and making that he's promoting what that driver is doing, the performance that is happening on the speedway. Now, the problem that happened was the World of Outlaws and these local areas, and I've heard this from even local and regional areas, not down there in West Coast, but down there in Texas, for instance, they made these guys big names. And then this is where the saying, all drivers are whores, started getting created. Because once this promoter at a track or a promoter at a region or a promoter even on the World of Outlaws level took these names and made them big, it started making the drivers bigger than the tracks, bigger than the regional series or bigger than the World of Outlaws. And so when that driver would leave that track, it took all the work that the promoter had done with that driver with it. Just like the World of Outlaws sustained exactly what I'm talking about. They sustained the negativity of this when Steve Kinser attempted the USA Series, because they had built a set of drivers that was more important or bigger than the actual series. And this is why I think the World of Outlaws have started focusing on building their brand more than the brand or the recognition of a driver, because they lost fans. They lost fans due to that driver becoming bigger than them, and they don't want that to happen anymore.
Okay, but I'm saying, okay, you talk long enough, Chaz. Jesus.
Okay, fine.
Okay, here's my point. The promoter can get people to go show up, but if they don't like the product, they're not going to come back. You're not, it's the product on the track that sold. Sammy and Steve and Wolf, we had 3 greats at one time. People went and saw it, and it was, you're seeing greatness. People sensed this. People went back. The promoter didn't trick people into going. They didn't make phony stars. These guys, you weren't alive. You didn't see it. Trying to describe what it was like. When they came out here, it was standing room only. I'm talking standing room only. Are you saying
it wasn't standing room only because these were stars that people wanted to see?
No, because people had.
Why were they stars, Joe?
I'm trying to explain this clearly. Because what they did on the track was greatness, and people in America want to see greatness. Mm-hmm. And people, a promoter can get you someone that's never been there to go, but if you go a couple times and the product falls short of the advertising, you're not going to go back. These people had fans that followed them their whole career because of the greatness of the shows they put on. So the promoter, he plays a part, but you can't promote garbage. You can't put lipstick on a pig. You're not going to get people to keep going to see something that's not worthy.
Okay, so you're saying the product is the show, but
that's right.
I'm not disagreeing with the product being the show. I'm simply saying that the stars of the show is what sells the tickets. And that's why a Tanner Holmes element is valuable, because he's one of the only stars. I do think it promotes.
They weren't, but Tanner Holmes is a made-up YouTube star. He hasn't performed on the track to get people to go see him.
Correct.
You don't see the difference?
It's a falsified sell.
That's right. Sammy and Steve. It was these Baylands and San Jose, these California tracks. It was standing room only every night. San Jose would have 12,000 people. I went to the Merced Outlaw show, and there was like 1,000 people there. Now, you're going to say, and you're right to some degree, it is promotion. But there has not been great races where people said, I have to come back to see these guys again. The return, there's not a following because these drivers are fluff. It's corporate.
Okay, hold on now. Hold on.
It's false advertising.
The Justin Sanders versus Shane Golobic Ocean Speedway era, was that not must-see? Was that not entertaining? Was that not a show?
It was very. Yeah, it was good. It was good. And they got the best crowds they ever got at Ocean. Right. Ocean has no crowd now.
Okay. Have you ever been to a PBR show or a NASCAR race? How about that? A NASCAR race? All I'm saying when I say that is like the degree, the degree of entertainment, Joe, that you are asking for. I think it's because of your old school racing understanding. You know what a great race is. You know what good racing is. You know what bad racing is. But as far as an overall show, an average sprint car show is relatively entertaining in comparison to other successful forms of entertainment.
But you say people want to see the stars.
That's why it's important to build stars, correct. I think that a lot of people, why do you think a football team will...
But you can't build a star.
Why do you think a football team will keep a draw quarterback or a draw receiver on a team, even though he's arrogant and doesn't always perform the best? They're doing it because that's what people will come to see.
No, they don't. The NFL's performance-based. You don't perform, you get cut.
It is performance-based, but a subpar team needs a star to sell tickets.
Teams.
Why do they draft a new quarterback? Is it to become better, or it is to become better. It's hard to compare motorsports to anything else, but it's also to add a buzz. It's also to give fans a reason to come back and watch this shitty 2-14 team play the game to start the year. We got this new guy in, and come and see what he can do. It's all elements. We're really not disagreeing. We're agreeing in all elements here, but it's everything working together. I think the problem is bullshit, like we're talking about with people cheating, getting away with it.
No, but you're. I think what I'm hung up on is you can't create Tom Brady. He emerged and became the star. They didn't promote him as a star. His performance warranted stardom.
But Joe, you're dealing with a relevant sport. That's also the issue. So
yeah, but you're saying Tanner Holmes is a star, and I'm saying he hasn't done anything on the track that warrants stardom.
I'm saying in comparison to everyone else. Once again, we can't just judge this based on other sports relevant. We can't even. It's not even a sport. They don't even follow the rules. Guy takes PEDs, in my opinion. A guy taking steroids and a guy being 13 pounds light on the scales is the same thing. That's how it's supposed to be, right? I mean, so is it a sport?
Yeah.
I don't know. All I'm saying is when you judge this sprint car deal, let's just say NART next year, Tanner Holmes is the biggest star in the series. He just is.
But it's a make-believe star. Someone said, didn't he win a NARC race? Yeah, he started on the front row of a 13-lap race they cut short that was no passing. It was a glorified heat race. Yeah, give him a win.
And this is the problem with taking the rent-a-ride playbook and all these things, because what did Haley Deegan ever do? You know, what did all these falsified stars that they never did shit on the racetrack? I mean, I talk about this.
What's the difference between Haley Deegan and Tanner Holmes?
There's not much, honestly. The only difference is Haley Deegan is working on a bigger stage. Really.
So it's the same thing.
Well, and this is what I would add, and you may not agree. I still personally feel like a sprint car, a 900 horsepower sprint car, is the pinnacle of driving a vehicle in the world. Outside of, I don't put Formula One as high. It's high. It's up there. It's right there with it. But I would put the rallycross guys above sprint car guys. I'll just say that. But I think if you can compete at even a regional NARC level with a guy like Justin Sanders, who is potentially, Justin Sanders and a high-level Formula One driver in the same, wheelhouse. I think what Tanner Holmes is doing, even though it is regional and it's not winning, but it's running kind of decently up front, that, to me, that's an elite driver ability. When we're comparing all drivers, when we remove just sprint car racing, and we're talking about racing, period, the sport, I think what Tanner Holmes is doing is very elite. For instance, do I think Chase Elliott could come in and do as good as Tanner Holmes? No.
Yeah, but that's
hold on now. If we're going to talk about it, well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if we're going to talk about how good Tanner Holmes is, if he's better than Chase Elliott as a driver.
Chase Elliott's a NASCAR champion. What are you talking about?
How hard is it to be that? I mean,
I don't know.
that's my question. I mean, it's not like everybody can just go drive them. It's like you got to be put in positions. This is my point. Like, if you put everybody in a sprint car, Tanner Holmes, what he's doing on a sprint car level is higher than some of the most astounding drive. Yeah, somebody just Dale Earnhardt Jr. wasn't a champion. Is Tanner Holmes a better race car driver than Dale Earnhardt Jr.? I 100% say yes. 100%, no doubt. I think Tanner Holmes could do everything that Dale Earnhardt Jr. did, but I don't think Dale Earnhardt Jr. could do an inch of what Tanner Holmes does. It's just, in a sprint car, you got to really be able to drive. You can't ride around the track, So I understand what you're saying in our little world, but these are the other elements that you have to equate when you're judging how good Tanner Holmes actually is. How good of a driver is Tanner Holmes?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yes.
Someone posed the question a little while ago. Is Tanner Holmes good or bad for the sport?
Are you thinking before you respond? I don't want to offend Nicole Doyle because I consistently interrupt you, apparently. But
no, I was asking you the question: is he good or bad for the sport?
In a sport that is dying for any type of attention it can get, he's good.
Okay, but if you're an 8 or 10, I'm assuming his fan base is pretty young. I'm just guessing on this. That a lot of kids relate to him because, like you said, he's been on there for 8 years, so people have followed his journey. And so I would imagine a lot of young kids throughout the country, 8, 10, 12, 14-year-old kids are watching him, and they'll probably look up to him.
Right.
I want to be like Tanner Holmes. Now, is that a positive thing when he has a financial backing that these kids don't have?
Well, and that's
is he leading people along a trail like, oh, if you work hard,
like I say about
you
Kyle
like
Larson,
me?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing like I say about Larson and the NASCAR successors.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, it's what they say about Lewis Hamilton. He didn't come from money, but McLaren signed him when he was 10.
Right.
So
Larson didn't come from money, but somehow when
the money
he was
showed
in
up.
it, he didn't come from money, but money came to him. I make this point, and it offends so many people, makes them cry. At least, maybe the story of Tanner Holmes is being misrepresented, or the accomplishment of what Tanner Holmes is doing is being misrepresented. Would it hurt if somebody tried to become and make their following and all that? But I don't know. I mean, this is why racing is so. This is why I will still to this day give credit to a 305 sprint car driver at 30 years old who's kicking everyone's ass, because it may take that amount of time to get the money built to maybe get a 305 sprint car and get on the track. That's not a false statement in itself. To run a 305 sprint car, you need about $30,000 to just throw out the fucking window.
But see, someone right here said Tanner's positive. It puts more eyes on the sport. We need to show off our stars. Is he? Would you say Tanner Holmes is a star based on his on-track performance?
No. Whoever said that Tanner Holmes is a star based on his on-track performance is 100% wrong. That is a not true statement.
But he is. But you're saying he is a star.
Yes. But it's not because of his on-track performance. I think that's where you have a problem, and you're fair to say that.
Okay, but I'm asking you.
With this Tanner Holmes deal, we started from the beginning. I said you're right, but you are wrong. It stays true to every point you make. But you don't have a problem.
But you don't have a problem with that, the Chaz.
The reason I don't have a problem with it is because like you said earlier, when we talked about what was the driver who potentially, like Dominic Scelzi, for instance. You said you can't be mad. His dad went out there, did what he could do. Or no, it was another driver. He went out there, made the money.
Enrico. Well, the same with Donnie Schatz's
well, here's
father.
What I'm saying.
They come from.
Go ahead.
If you come from a successful, hardworking family, and your family wants to go into racing, I can't hold that against these people because that's the way of the world.
Right. So
I mean, you can't.
That is where I don't have the problem, because Tanner Holmes was given an opportunity to do this with his family and his support, and he went to work and made the most of it.
But we criticize Dirt Tracker. We criticize Dirt Tracker for the bio rights. So are we being hypocritical? Are you being hypocritical?
I don't think this is the same as a buy ride. I really don't.
So if your family gives you the ride, it's different than a buy ride?
I mean, back to on.
What's the difference in Anthony Macri?
Okay, so it's a very gray area.
What's the difference between Anthony Macri and Chris Windom, where Chris Windom has a sponsor paying for his ride and Macri drive? I mean, what do you make of all that?
Well, I've been critical of Chris Windom because he hasn't performed. And in the same light, even though I have been complimentary of Anthony Macri, I've also on many occasions brought up how Anthony Macri wadded up race cars for years at Port Royal and kept getting new ones. I've also brought that up because not everybody has that privilege to just go in there and find out how far the limits are pushed based on wadding cars up and just resetting like it's a video game.
Rico started that way.
Right. Look, Quackus is all I'm going to say. But I obviously he's performing very well now. I've been critical when Rico was a no-show. I mean, I haven't necessarily been a pass on Rico. You're trying to draw the comparison, though, between a Rent-A-Ride and a Tanner Holmes is what your point is. Should we be critical of people buying their way into the sport to race versus somebody who is given the ride? Let me just make sure we're getting this right. Given the ride to get into the space, and then where's the split? Okay, so you're saying if I'm going to be critical of Tanner Holmes, what he did with the opportunity versus someone else who's rented the ride and has done similar, although the only reason we're talking about Tanner Holmes is because nobody else has done similar. You know, you get that, right? Like, nobody else has been as successful. We're talking about the most successful guy.
But I'm confused what success means. I thought winning is
It's a very gray area. At this point, what is success? Some people don't even care about winning. Can I sell a T-shirt? This is the problem with the sport, you know? I mean, it's a murky fucking water situation full of a bunch of bullshit. It really is. But
that's after 2.5 hours. That's what we arrived at.
I think that's where we started.
That's where we did a complete circle, and we're back to.
I still say that Tanner Holmes is a bigger deal than is more successful as a guy who started YouTube and created a following. I still say this because of lazy promoters who did not promote winners properly. That's the problem. Nobody is promoting performance. Nobody's doing it.
This one guy on your chat. This guy is going to say everything he says about me is negative.
It's a 007. He's my secret agent. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know who it
this
is.
guy?
I don't know who it is. I'm just saying he's a secret agent. Obviously, 007.
Is it Carly Holmes' burner account?
Oh God! Why would you say that? Where's Angelique Bell when we need her? Oh, we're gonna go to jail. Oh God!
What happened
Angelique
to these?
Bell declined to come on the show.
Well, what happened to? We had all these girls, and what happened to Taylor Reimer? Is she not in the sport? Where'd they go?
They move on to asphalt where they can beat people. They can't keep up in the elite levels of dirt. They go to where the rich people are. Not like millionaires, or 100,000aires, which I would think that most sprint car people are 100,000aires. They go to where the billion and millionaires are, and the rich kids can't drive, and they've moved up because they had the money to get there. See, this is where the waters get murky. They can keep up over there. They can't keep up in NARC. Tanner Holmes can't keep up, or well, we'll see. But Taylor Reimer can't keep up in NARC. You know, Jade Abedisian could have a shot, but why do that when you can go the easy route? Everybody's like, oh, are you coming to Chili Bowl? No, she's practicing a late model. Because she's going away. She don't want to get embarrassed. It's about her status.
She's done with midgets?
She's not gonna be at Chili Bowl. I'm moving on forward in my career. She's going on to late models and stuff where she can beat people. She don't want to come out here where the hitters are. This is why I give respect to Tanner Holmes. At least he's out here where the hitters are. In American racing, American motorsports, if you want to talk about open wheel at least, I think late models is harder. But regardless, late models are sprint cars. The number one fucking league with the biggest knockout motherfucking artist in the business is dirt track racing, and they run from it because they know they can't fucking stand up in the ring.
Somebody said Tanner started his channel at 13. Tell me that he didn't work hard.
Oh, God. Why do y'all keep going to Tanner? Get off the Tanner stuff.
Well, but once again...
Now they're bringing up Carly. They're bringing up Carly.
Why is making a video... Okay, now, Chaz, don't take yours is a different situation. You're trying to make money off this. If you're 13 and you're going to school and you spend a couple hours a week making a video... Why do people say this is hard work?
Because it takes time, Joe.
So anything you do that takes time is hard?
I mean, usually what is hard to find as? Can we look up what the word hard means?
Look at pushing a button on there's thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of kids with YouTube channels.
I feel like if I look up the word hard, it might bring up something Spike would reference. God, look it up. Hold on, look. It is a Spike definition. Not easily penetrated. Oh my God, Spike. Oh, stay away. Not easily penetrated, not easy or easily yielding to pressure. Having a bitter or acidic taste is hard. Okay, hard liquor. Relating to
what it just comes down to is
hard.
I said this earlier on your show. No matter what I say, there's going to be a percentage that likes it and a percentage doesn't like it. I could say it doesn't matter what you say.
What is hard work? Let's see the definition of hard work. Hard work is the idea that you work more. This is going to defend Tanner Holmes. This is what I'm saying. You work more hours than the average person in your field and work hard on your craft. Involves unique high amounts of physical and emotional effort to achieve the best potential outcomes. Hard work is a perception. I think that's what we're dealing with here, of how a person performs tasks and has certain qualities associated with it, as being punctual, having perseverance and being flexible. That's what Google says hard work is. I mean,
Look, if you're living in a house that someone pays for, and someone pays the PG&E, and someone buys you a car, and someone pays your car insurance, and someone pays for your food, and you don't have anything else to do, and you play with a camera, it's not the same as some guy who has to work 12 hours roofing in Arizona in the summer to feed his family.
but that's an extreme example. What about the fucking guy in the cobalt mines in fucking Africa? Is he like anything? I'm just saying the guy doing roofing in Arizona getting paid a fair wage ain't comparable to the cobalt slave mineries, you know. So who's hard work then? That's soft work being a roofer, getting paid.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's back to what it says. Hard work is a perception.
That's right. And you can believe whatever you want to believe.
It is a perception.
This show's going to be over, and a couple thousand people are going to listen to it, and everyone's going to say, Chaz don't know what he's saying, or Joe don't know what he's saying, right. And I like this, and it'll be over, and no one's going to care. And me and you, well, I speak for myself, I have bills to pay.
Oh, God, thank you. I do have to pay bills. I know you don't believe this or not, but continue.
No, when the mail comes,
hold on.
My name is at the top.
We typed in, what is hard work to Broke Joe? Oh, my God. Listen to this. And Donnie Schatz calls me the Joe Rogan of dirt. It's really crazy to listen to Rogan talk about go to fucking work and then talk shit about how I've made a living. I golf twice a week. I live in 2 different states whenever I want, depending on the weather. This does suck, but I had to work hard for it. Rogan has no idea what hard work is. I guess this is some reference to some golf guy who's, golfing twice a week. He thinks it's hard work, but Joe Rogan doesn't. In a way, this is very similar. You don't see sitting in front of a computer for 12 hours is hard work. That's not, roofing in Arizona.
I want 007 on the show.
Oh, my God. Oh, my
I want to know.
We had another super chat. Hold on. Oh, yeah, we did. We mentioned.
Look at this guy said, is Justin Sanders roofing in Tampa? I'm not saying I work hard.
That's the best fucking comment ever. Oh my God! Hold on, who said that? Who said it's Justin Sanders roofing in Tampa?
I'm saying I've been fortunate.
I gotta fucking put this up there. Hold on, where is it at? Oh God, that's the best fucking comment ever. Oh, Justin Sanders roofing in Tempe. Sorry, not Tampa. Tempe. Oh my God,
I like
Jim Brown.
I like how these people.
You better not hate on Jim Brown. He was a great running back.
He died a few years ago.
This is a spirit animal. But
Jim Brown's not alive.
Yeah, is Justin Sanders roofing in Tempe? We're curious, Joe.
I'm not speaking for.
He has a good point
with
here.
Tomorrow.
I mean, he does, right?
No, but I'm not saying I worked hard to get what I got. I'm not claiming to be a hard worker. I don't tell people I work hard. I started a business. Work came in. I did it.
No, you're broke, fucking Joe. You sleep in a shop and can barely get by. That's what everybody knows you as, right? I mean, that's what they say at least.
But it's like these race teams. They every victory lane they say everyone worked hard, and then these guys go off for 3 or 4 days drinking and partying.
While Tanners Holmes is editing a video. That's my point. Is he
personally editing it, or do you hire a guy?
He might have hired a guy by now, but everybody else is hiring a guy. I'm just saying, that's the hard work that I think is not. Well, we won't say admirable, but it's respectful. Look, I'm not going to sit here and stroke. I'm not going to sit here and stroke Tanners Holmes the same I would a Justin Sanders or a high-performing driver on the racetrack. But I'm not going to say admirable, but I would at least respect what Tanner Holmes has done.
Look, is there anything called easy work?
Well, I mean, that's what you would say I do all the time, but continue.
I'm saying what I do is easy work.
It is pretty. I think I could learn what you do in a couple hours, but.
Well, there's a lot of tricks to it, but I'm not saying I work hard.
You're just mad at these people claiming it, right?
Well, like these guys will go to the work area and change it a front end. They'll say it's like the crew worked hard. I go, that wasn't really hard, was it? I mean, is it really? That was there's no such thing as no one ever gets to the victory lane going, I can't believe we won. This was easy work. This is an easy win tonight. Why does everybody put on an air like everything was hard? No one says, man, my car was handling. I hit the traffic right. That was the easiest win I ever had. How come that doesn't happen? Why does everything struggle?
If Tanner Holmes editing a video is hard, I mean, telling a guy he's 13 pounds underweight and sending him on is hard to do, right? That's hard work.
Being a cheater? Liar?
I mean somebody just said hookers think they work hard, so where's Joey Bats when you need him? Fuck.
Does anybody think they don't work hard? Does anyone admit to not working hard? I'll admit it.
That's very true. Who thinks they got the easy life? Who really wants to sit back? Because it's back to the ego, right? It's the ego and status. Nobody wants their ego won't tell them they have it easy.
I was born in a part of the country where Silicon Valley was really picking up steam. I saw people silk screening and machining. I had summer jobs in college. I said, hey, that's a good way to make money. I hustled to work. I did it. I made a lot of money, but I'm not saying it was hard. It was kind of easy. I don't know why more people don't do it. Why is everybody trapped in hard work? Why don't anyone ever? How come no one?
Look, Joe. Look. I think really your issue with Tanner, and I have the same issue. The issue with Tanner is people talk so sympathetic when they describe him. They say Tanner's worked so hard to get where he is. It's the same kind of mantra, I guess we'll call it, of this like poor little, homeless boy who, like what was that movie, Will Smith, where he came and worked his way, him and his son being homeless. They get somewhere in life and they finally made it. I feel like that's your frustration, is people are acting like Tanner Holmes was this poor little guy who worked really hard and got to where he is without any help. I feel like that help part's a big word here. And I think that's the basis of the not the hatred of Tanner Holmes. You said you would let him marry your daughter. I think that's the problem. It's not necessarily what Tanner Holmes is doing. It's what people are perceiving that he's done. Is that the bigger issue, the representation?
Yeah, I think so. I have no problem with a rich family putting a kid in $1 million operation and going out and trying to win $1,000 a night and shooting a video of it. It doesn't make no difference to me.
That sounds so disrespectful, Joe.
Well, how many races did he run and how much money? Go to the sprint car. How much races did he run and how much did he bring in?
Well, I'm curious actually. I'll text Tanner. I won't do it right now.
No, you can go on that guy's site. That one guy has that site that has all the numbers.
No, we need to find out the merch. We need to find out the YouTube numbers, the actual money coming in, all of it, not just the fucking winnings. Because these drivers out here are saying, these drivers are up and down saying, merch is my deal. Oh, I want to be an outlaw driver because I hear the merch sales are more. Oh, that's what's more important to me is selling that T-shirt. So these other revenue streams, that's why they want their Facebooks and their YouTubes, because these are revenue streams. Those are what lead to the equation of what is valuable or not, how much it makes is value. Back to Elon Musk. He has things that make a considerable amount of valuable money. That's why they're valuable. So we need to find out. We need to find out how much Tanner Holmes is making. That's what we need to find out, and then compare it.
We need his tax. Does he file for taxes? We want the tax form number.
I have a feeling he wouldn't be around if he didn't file taxes. But
see, this guy is a good comment. He says, I think Joe is upset, and I'm not upset. I'm just bringing it up.
Right.
Because Tanner's fame does not match his on-track performance. I think that's accurate.
That is what you're upset about. Yes, I 100% agree.
No. Yeah, see, you were saying these promoters got to promote stars.
Correct.
I think these stars, they should emerge naturally, organically from the results on the track.
If it was the NFL, if it was the NBA, if it was regular sporting events, I would agree. But it's not. It's just not. How much are they going to shove it down our face, Joe, that it's not that? It's not.
Well, I'm old.
I understand.
But they keep saying Tanner's a star. I don't see him on ESPN. I don't see him on the Tonight Show. A star where? To the 3,000 fans in Iowa when he shows up?
In our little bitty fucking sprint. I don't see David Gravel there either. This was my whole, really, honestly, my very beginning was trying to promote these guys as stars and realizing the only time they're a star is when they go in the corner and fucking die. I remember the day Greg Hodnett died. I hot lapped a car the night Brian Clausen died. My first time in a race car was when Brian Clausen died. Same fucking night. The day Kevin Ward Jr. died, I realized Kevin Ward Jr., who was very successful in the Northeast, was never going to be on ESPN unless he died. Brian Clausen, never on ESPN until he died. Greg Hodnett, no mentions till he died. So when you talk about stars, that honestly, that's the basis of why I say we don't promote correctly and why I started analyzing what creates a star. And our little, once again, as much as you could be mad at Tanner Holmes, I'm not saying
mad.
I'm not. Well, as much as you could be like, the star should be the performer and all that. I agree, but I still say it's the promoter's fault of the sport, whether that's World of Outlaws, High Limit, local track, national Knoxville, whatever. The promoters are the problem.
Okay,
in my opinion.
Corey Day is a star. Is he a bigger star than Tanner Holmes?
No.
Oh, man.
No.
So you're saying the guy who throws 30 touchdowns.
That's a judgment.
You're saying a guy who goes out and wins at that rate.
That's very close.
This is interesting.
I mean, when I said no, it took a second for me to think about it.
Are you going to tell me Tanner Holmes?
It took a second for me to think about it.
In dirt track racing, who's a bigger star, Tanner Holmes or Corey Day? I want your chat people to tell me.
Long term?
Talking right now, who's a bigger star today? Who would the fans go to see? Who would you have your eyes on in the main event? Who are you watching, Chaz?
No, I'm watching Corey Day. That's not what we're talking about, though.
Oh,
that's the unfortunate
that's your
part.
Star. What?
Now, hold on. Does he have 2 crank triggers or not? Because that's apparently who was doing that and got away with it. We want to talk about that?
Well, who knows what Tanner Holmes is doing?
Back to manufactured stars through the high limit path.
Who knows what
so
Tanner
that they
Holmes
can start renting out rides in high limit. That's what that's all about. But
okay,
regardless,
can you get Jim Allen on the show and ask him why there's no checking of engines?
You want me to call Jim
tires?
Allen right now? I will call Jim Allen right now while you're on the show. You want me to do this?
No. Have him on the show.
No,
and say you have a
hold
rule
on.
book.
Okay.
You have a
Putting
no.
the
It's the
phone
middle of the
down.
night.
I was
Chaz.
about
People
to
are
call
sleeping.
him. I was about to call him. He's probably up. What time is it over there? It's only 11, right?
Yeah, it's way past my bedtime.
Oh, I'm just saying we could get Jim Allen on the show. The press ain't taking off at 5 a.m. tomorrow, is it?
No, here's a guy. Is Justin Peck a bigger star than Tanner Holmes?
So, yeah, not at all. Not at all, period. Descovich Studios just said it. Corey Day doesn't have a YouTube channel. This is what is fame. Because we're not in a sport that garnishes fame based on performance. That's my problem. That's why I say it's a promotional issue. That's the basis of my issue with the sport. We don't promote our stars. I said this way before you even knew who I was. That's kind of how you knew who I was, because I was talking about our guys not being pushed correctly, not being represented in society properly. Tanner Holmes and these social guys found another avenue to reach society. And that's why it's a very hard question. Who is bigger star? Who is a bigger star, Tanner Holmes or Corey Day? It's honestly a very good. That's a question. That's a question. I'd love to put a period. I'd love to put a period on it, Joe. I'd love to sit here and say Corey Day's a bad motherfucker on the track. Tanner Holmes can't even touch fucking Corey Day's nutsack, and he's the best, and that's why he should be. But the sport doesn't do it that way. The sport don't do it that way. Somebody just put it. Tanner has 42,000 followers on Instagram. Corey Day has 11.
So
what
you're
number?
saying
Okay, if you want to pull the numbers,
barometer. That's the barometer of stardom.
What do we base it on?
Wins.
Okay, I would love to agree with you, but we can't do
that.
In
my world, it's wins. In my world, it's wins.
And if in your world it's wins, it's fine. But we can't. Okay, you want to say that's it? Okay, that's your personal. We talked about who's a bigger star generally, not who's a bigger star to you. Who's a bigger star?
If you're saying the biggest star is who has the most followers, then we have a different.
Okay, so now we got to go into the psychological definition of what is a star.
Well, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not interested in the rest of the world. Okay. I watch.
Well, I thought a star wasn't defined by you. I thought a star was defined by all.
Well, I'm telling you my opinion. I'm on the show. You wanted me to be the guest. Here's what I'm saying. I'm a sprint car fan. I watch the sprint car race, and I judge what happens on the track, and that's who I determine who the star is. Okay. I don't care what you do on your off day. I don't care. You're going to show me yourself washing the car. I don't care.
Okay.
If we live in a society now where some guy's going to show me changing a rear end in his parents' house because he just ran 12th, and on Saturday I watched Donnie Schatz go from 5th to 1st in the last 10 laps, Donnie's the star to me.
Okay.
But if I'm not in that world because I'm not on my phone 24 hours a day watching TikTok and Snapchat and some guy, I'm a race fan. I watch the race. I judge what happens in the race.
Okay.
I don't care how many people are buying your T-shirt. I don't go home going,
okay,
wow, did you see that pass for the lead? Yeah, but that guy had more people buying a T-shirt. You're I don't know who's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what I'm watching.
Well, then the perception of a star, just like the perception of what hard work is a star is based on the perception. So we can't answer this. You asked me who's a bigger star. Okay, you asked me who's a big. We can answer who's a better driver, Joe. That's not hard to do. You didn't ask me that. You didn't ask me who's a better driver. Is Corey Day a better driver than Tanner Holmes? Is that even a fucking question? You asked me who's a bigger star. Okay?
Well, the biggest
you didn't ask me who's a better driver.
But the biggest stars in American sports are the biggest winners.
Joe?
The biggest stars in golf is Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus. The biggest basketball star is Michael Jordan.
Why was Tiger Woods a big star?
Because he won 82 tournaments and he won 15 majors.
Was that it?
That's exactly it. If he won 0, we wouldn't know who he is.
You're right. Who's a bigger star in NASCAR, Joe?
I don't watch it. I don't know anything about it.
Is Bubba Wallace a bigger star, or is
I don't have any point of reference.
Michael McDowell?
I don't.
I'm just saying, like, what is a star? You didn't ask me who's a better driver. You didn't ask me who performed the best.
But I'm saying in the other sports, Shohei Otani is the biggest star in baseball.
Actually, basketball would be the best right now, to example.
LeBron
is the biggest star, but he's not the biggest performer at all, period.
He's the all-time scorer in points. He's won 3 or 4 championships.
Who's the best player in the NBA right now? LeBron is like 8th on the list.
Well, he's 40 years old.
Okay. It's hard to judge. It's hard to put motorsports next to other sports.
Well,
I'm just saying basketball would be the closest. Basketball would be the closest to what we're doing, but it's still worlds apart. I mean, the best star could be SGA right now, or Giannis.
The biggest winner in American sports are the biggest stars.
Okay.
Now you can maybe compare it to Caitlin Clark, because she hasn't.
Correct. That's a good one.
But she did get to the finals twice.
Yeah.
In college, and she improved her. The team made the playoffs for the first time.
It's a mixture on the other side of the fence. I really think that racing is not a sport anymore. To be honest with you,
if we're not going to reward the biggest, if the biggest winner in the sport is not the biggest star in the sport, then I have trouble.
Then we have to face reality, Joe.
No, I don't.
What do you mean?
The rest of the world can. Well, to me, the biggest star in sprint car racing is like Donnie Schatz.
He ain't won
David
shit.
Gravel, and Donnie has 10 World of Outlaw titles, don't he?
But he is not successful recently. Hold on. The Corey Day to Tanners Holmes deal is so beautiful. It really is. The star deal. What is a star? To you, it is what it is. But how do we measure? How do we measure a star? We can measure success, right? It's the fucking.
Well, I'm telling you how I measure it.
But
I can only measure.
But so you're saying star is a perception as well. Star is a perception.
No, it's not a perception. To me, the biggest star is the biggest winner. It's simple.
You have some haters in the comments, Joe. I have to use the restroom. I will be right back. Address them, because they don't agree.
I think I got to go with my comment is I'm not happy until they're not happy. If the biggest winner is not the biggest star, then someone asked who's better, Donnie or Steve. That is a very good question. Who's better, Donnie or Steve? Man, I just don't think you can compare this. They overlapped for a while. Man, I can't decide between Donnie and Steve. I mean, Steve had Carl. They dominated like nobody's business. I think Steve has 690 outlaw wins, and Donnie has in the 300s. But Donnie raced in an era where equipment was more equal and the fields were deeper. So I don't know. That's a good one. I don't know. Any questions for me? Well, who's better, Tanner or Bud? That's another good question. Well, I think you'd have to. We'll keep track head to head this year. I don't know why Bud is struggling as bad as he has. Bud has not won a NARC race in 5 years. That's really kind of stunning to me. Caitlin Clark is from Iowa, Joe. Yeah, I know where she's from. Cole Foyt is better than Holmes. Yeah, a guy with 10 outlaw wins is better than a guy who I don't think has 10 outlaw top 10s. Donnie's from my neck of the woods. Honestly, Steve is the king for a reason. Yeah, it was different eras. It's hard to argue with Steve's numbers. I guess I would have to give the edge to Steve. 690 wins. You just can't give a guy with half that many wins the nod, even though it was different eras. It's just too big of a gap. Who do I think is the biggest star currently in sprint car? I know. Here's some good questions here. Who do I think is the biggest star?
I like that question. Who is the biggest star to you right now? Equating everything, Joe, not just what you think, but looking at all of it. Who's the biggest star?
To me, I would say, this is just Joe's opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think Brad Sweet.
I almost threw up. How the fuck could you say that?
He won 5 outlaw titles in a row.
You're not saying he should be. You're saying he is.
To me, where Brad started and what he's accomplished, I think is one of the most underrated things in this sport.
Oh, I agree with that.
Think about it. He won 5 outlaw titles in a row. And then him and Kyle went and started a different series that's actually doing what it's doing. I mean, to me, that's pretty remarkable. Whether it succeeds or fails, the fact that these guys
tried
to do it, are pulling this off, and it seems like it's working. I mean, it's kind of unthinkable. Would any other drivers of any other generation have done this? Kyle and Brad, and start a new series. And I think what it's going to do, like when Live Golf peeled off from the PGA,
I compared it to Live Golf when it first started, but continue. Yes,
I think it's going to. Now, I think the Live Golf thing, it kind of ruins it for me because they split the talent in half. I got to say, I watched less races this year because the talent is split in half. It's I don't like it, but I think it does raise the purses. There's more guys making more money.
Right. Because there's competition.
In the long run. That's right.
That's what the late model world was about. And they got their influence from the late model world, apparently. So
I think when it's all said and done, however it turns out, if there's eventually a merger or some type of overlap or some type of working together, I don't know what the end result will be, or they'll just stay the way it is. I think it is good for the sport.
You know who would be the biggest star if he tried? It would be Gio Scelzi or Sheldon. They're just not trying.
You can't.
I would say the biggest star currently is Sheldon. Personally. Because he's got the name. He's got the name with the performance, kinda. This extreme driving style. It's flashy. It sells. I would say the biggest star in sprint car racing is Sheldon right now.
Well, he's like the Ayrton Senna. Was Senna better than Prost or Mansell or Schumacher? But he has a flair and a you kind of keep your eye on him. But I don't know.
But he's always there. Sheldon always does kind of. He's always on the screen. If he's at an event, if he's not running well, he's doing something that catches your attention. And then he obviously has the Hud and Sheldon name on his side. He's not if Craig Kinzer was doing Sheldon shit, he'd be the fucking guy, but he's not, Sheldon is out there doing extreme. He's like Tony Hawking it, he's on the edge. And that sells.
My favorite is no matter what I say, 007 is. Can you have him co-host when I'm on?
What is he? What is, I don't even know who this is. I really don't. It's probably Spike.
You know, what happened to that Knuckle Skinner guy? Was that Spike?
He's probably hanging out with Spike right now.
I'm this 007's my favorite.
You know, you were talking about performance and all that, and guys being stars and all that, and performance being a big deal. I think that's one of the reasons Donnie is upset at me right now. I know you know why he is. It's a big mystery. Although he spoke highly about me recently to a person, apparently. I think Donnie don't like me because he's about to make the transition to supporting his nieces, and his nieces are okay, but they're not that good. When I say that good, I'm talking about like they're not going to be this. Maybe they could be. Maybe they could. It's hard to judge, right? But when I watch them, when I watch somebody their same age, I say that guy's better, that girl's better. They're not the people in their age range, girls and guys. Don't matter that they're a girl. They're not the same talent as everyone else around. And I think Donnie knows. He tried. Well, I'm not going to say he tried, but I think Donnie knows that if his nieces start to get some fame and notoriety that they don't necessarily, back to what you're saying, on the track deserve, that I will call it out. And I think, honestly, that is why Donnie is mad at me, because I'm not going to cover. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it could.
You know, and that's the sad part about this, because I like Donnie a lot. You know, Donnie's probably the best voice we got right now. But it's going to change. It's going to change when he does what he should. I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong. When he does what he should and protects his blood and promotes his blood and brings his blood up as good as he can, just like you said, he came from money, right? He came from money.
I'm sure.
If we were analyzing Donnie's shots right now, as we do these other drivers, who is a modern day Donnie shot? Somebody who came up like Donnie, got it. What, Cole Macedo? What would be? Who would be a modern Donnie shot? Even though Donnie, maybe Cole Macedo goes on to be better than Carson. I'm just saying, like, who's coming up right now in a similar stance that Donnie did? You know, I mean, and he's doing the right thing. I'm just saying, I think that's where we're going to have
Donnie
an issue.
Doesn't he have 10 championships and 300 wins? I mean, who's going to... Are you saying someone that's going to do that?
No, I'm simply saying his nieces don't. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And he's going to support his nieces similar to his dad supported him prior to those 10 championships and 300 wins. And he should. I'm not disagreeing with it. I mean, if Donnie Schatz was coming up as he is, or as he has, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about Donnie Schatz like Corey Day. We'd be talking about him like a Tanner Holmes, maybe. Technically, right? I mean, it's very similar, right?
No, because Donnie performed on the track.
Yes.
Okay.
So then my question is, who's similar? So you're saying it would be like Anthony Macri?
Well, no, Gravel. I mean, Gravel could win 300 races in his career.
I'm talking about modern day. modern day, last 3 years, who would be comparable
Mhm.
to a Donnie Schatz in his come up? Honestly, Anthony Macary's similar, but he didn't come from a North Dakota. I think PA is a little stouter than even North Dakota in Donnie's era. Who would be comparable to that? You know, we wouldn't be sitting here saying Donnie's the next greatest thing, would we? If we were sitting here living in the Donnie Schatz come up era, where his rookie of the year, all that.
Well, you have to. I mean, I'd have to go look at the timeline of when Donnie started and when he started with the Outlaws and how many years it took him to get a certain number of wins. I mean, I think it took him a while.
That's what I mean.
He didn't. What I'm surprised by is like how many Outlaw wins Carson Macedo has. He has a lot.
Why are you hating on Carson? Or are you? You're not hating on him.
Why am I hating? I just cannot believe how
I
many
just said
wins
you're
he has.
not.
No, I'm just amazed that.
You didn't think it was coming, did you? Is Carson Macedo the biggest shock to you?
No, that's why I'm saying it's hard. He won. Carson won the NARC title in 2015, and he's never won a NARC race. And then he was back there in Ohio, I think the men's car. Then he drove for Joe Garrity. You know, and he did pretty good. And then he got on the Outlaws, and I am just amazed at how many wins he has. I would have never thought the way he started that he's as good as he is. So you don't know. I mean, I watch it pretty close, and I sometimes go, man, I would have never thought it.
12 wins in 2025. Average finish of 5.03, 552.
You're talking Carson Macedo?
Yeah, $552,000 in earnings.
But how many Outlaw wins does he have?
I'm trying to get to that. Hold on. I was trying to bring you up, Joe. I was trying career stats. Hold on. Oh, they totals right here. Oh my God, totals. 48 wins.
No way. He has 48 Outlaw wins, Carson Macedo?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, Joe, I didn't mean to say sorry. Yes, he has 48.
48 career Outlaw wins. That is a tremendous number.
Hold on, he apparently won a race in 2014. Where did this happen, Joe?
Chico.
Okay, so he won in 2014. He went winless for 4 years. 2019, he had 4 wins. 2020, he had 1.
Yeah.
2021, he had 11. 22, 11, 8 in 23, 12 in 24. A total of 48 wins and 458 starts. This is actually an amazing feat right here. He has 338 top 10s in 458 starts. 204 top 5s. That is impressive.
How many career wins does Sheldon have?
Oh God, you're comparing now. Oh no.
Well, yeah.
Okay, we're working our way there. Oh God, look, they even got him. They promote him so much. There is some lineage to this. Let's see here. Driver points. Sheldon Hodenshaw. We're clicking his name.
48 wins.
Career over under, we'll do this. Over under 30.
Oh, I think he's in the low 30s.
I'm just saying over under 30. So you're saying over. You're saying low 30s.
Yeah.
That's why I said 30. I can't think off the top of my head. Yeah. If you say low 30s, over under 30 is a good bet. I'm just saying. I'm going to say under.
No.
I'm going to say under.
No, because Sheldon's won 7 or 8 many times.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
He started racing the World of Outlaws 2009, his official first start. He went winless for, let's count it, Joe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Let's make sure. Is this 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm counting 10, but it doesn't add up. From 2009 to 2017, he went winless. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah, but
5,
look, but he
6,
only
7,
ran. He only
8,
ran
9 years. He went winless. He did have a top 5 in there. He only had minimal starts. Yeah, I agree. 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 6, 3, 4. He ran 14 races, didn't win a race. He ran 78 races 2017, didn't win a race. He ran 70 races in 2018, won 5. He ran 67 races, won twice. In 2019, 2020, ran 54, won 7. 21, won 9, ran 77. 22, 9, 23, 3, 24, 8. 42 is his official count.
Yeah.
But you're telling me, and this is the crazy part that I think you're making the point of, Carson Macedo has more World of Outlaw wins than Sheldon fucking Haudenchild.
Yeah. Isn't that? I would have never thought that he has 40. You know how hard it is to win one outlaw race?
I mean, Justin Sanders
races.
ain't got one. Not trying to be mean, but
Justin Peck don't got one.
Danny Dietrich does.
Okay,
you know what Carson Macedo has though, and I'm just gonna say.
Well, let me ask you this.
He has Phil Dietz. Phil Dietz.
But let's look at the number. We're talking numbers here. How many races did it take Sheldon to win the first one?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
What?
Plus, 12, 6, 18, 14, 32.
Are you adding this up?
Jeez, we might as well get the calculator out, honestly. 2, 1, 3, 4, 3, 6, 14, 78. At a minimum, 111 races.
Okay, well, Justin's run 48.
Well, Macedo's was more impressive, to be honest with you. Shit. Macedo won
got
one.
That one
Macedo,
early, though.
Well, yeah, I know, but even from that early start to the one he won,
What I'm saying is even the guys.
If we discount that one, 5, 2, 9, 2, 16, 50, it's 49. Even if we throw the one out.
But I'm saying even drivers that will probably be in the Hall of Fame at some point. Remember we said Brad Sweet took like 97 outlaw races in Kane's car to win, and Sheldon took 111, and Justin's ran 48. So,
let's see Donnie's. What is Donnie? Oh my God.
Yeah, it takes. You generally just don't roll out there and win outlaw races. I mean, it's not.
And technically for Donnie, it took 113 minimum.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like 100 on the average is a good number to.
Except for Carson Macedo, even if we take out the one. What about gravel?
Well, he won one early. He won in Rod Tyner's car out here at Merced in like was it 11 or 12? I think it was 13.
This is very, very
12.
interesting, actually. It took him 10 starts to win one minimum. And then he's consistently found victory lane basically ever since. He did go winless in 2015 with 73 starts. Wow. After winning
Did he win it out?
7.
Yeah. Yeah, some guys get one early or a couple early, but it looks like 100 is
What
nothing
about your
out of the
boy?
ordinary. Which one?
The only boy that matters anymore.
Buddy?
Oh, exactly. You already know. Not found. The career stats on Michael Buddy Kofoid are not found. Wow. Interesting. Although,
how many is Justin?
Go ahead.
How many's Justin Peck won a run before? He's never won one. Has he run over 100?
They don't have career stats on him here, unfortunately.
Yeah, he ran All-Stars. Well, you know.
I would click Landon Crawley, but we don't want to be mean and get in trouble. What about Logan Schuchart? You know, here's somebody who won $1 million, you know.
How long did it take him to win one? How long did it take Jacob Allen?
A lot. Wow. Logan Schuchart 1, 9, 12, 65, 69. At a minimum, 156 for Logan Schuchart.
Casey Kane's never won one.
Yeah. Well, this is why I call it elite. You know, this is why I call it elite. What about Bill Baylog?
Can you click on Donnie? Can you click on Donnie? Does it
we
show
did
his whole
Donnie
career?
already, I thought.
But I think it doesn't go back to. I think it only goes back to like 2000 or something.
No, 95. It's got him at 95. We did this already. Yeah.
Okay. I'm losing my mind. It's too late.
Well, no, you're just from California, Joe.
Oh.
Hey, that Michael Penix car is very valuable now.
I like Penix.
I don't, honestly, after watching him play.
No, I think he's...
You know who he is, Joe?
I think he's better.
I know exactly who he is. He's reincarnated. He's Byron Leftwich. You know who that is?
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Leftwich was pretty good for a few
I'm not
years.
saying... No, I liked Leftwich a lot, but you can't... Joe, I don't want to get into a NFL debate because obviously you're so smarter than me. It's fine. Or more smart. But when you take that long to throw the ball, you will eventually be exposed. You will never win at the elite levels of the sport of football. You won't. You can't take that long to throw the football. His wind up, his release is too long. It takes too long to get the ball out. It ain't going to ever win.
What happened to your boy Purdy? It didn't work out for Purdy this year, did it?
Purdy's good still. I mean, well, you can't say that. Stop it. Did you get my card signed yet? That's all I want to fucking know.
Well, no, he hasn't done a signing. What do you want me to do? Go to his house?
Berate his ass. Take him down.
Yeah.
But okay, Joe. You know what I mean by Penix? You know what I mean?
Penix?
With the release. It's too long. It's too long.
Where did you hear this? Did you time it?
No, I watched it.
Someone asked me, how do I think Brady Bacon will do? Is Brady Bacon just running a pick and choose wing schedule?
I guess. I really don't know all that he's doing, but
I think Brady Bacon's pretty good, especially on the short tracks.
That's because he's from the South.
He won an outlaw race, didn't he?
Hobstadt,
won a couple.
Got two of them, yes. Hobstadt, short track.
And I think he was leading one years ago and the rear end broke. He had a couple of ones.
Yep.
Someone said Logan
Brady
Schuchart
Bacon's
has 42 wins. You're saying Macedo has more wins than I'm just was surprised that Macedo. If you would have asked me like Macedo's win total, I would have thought it would be in the 20s. It was like twice as high as I thought.
48.
It just caught me off guard.
48.
Yeah, it caught me off guard. Yeah, I know what it is.
It's a lot. But I'm telling you right now, that's Phil Dietz.
Someone asked how many starts does Tanner Holmes have with the Outlaws?
That is a good question. We will find it. What was that one website that has all the stats? What's it called? Sprint Car what? Let's give them a plug.
Well, there was that one on Ultimate Driver History, but it's not been updated in years. You'd have to go to Sprint Source. You'd have to try to add them up, so I don't.
Well, what do you mean?
But no, that guy on Hosehead, that guy with all the numbers on the message board of Hoseheads, that guy has all the numbers. You can click on anybody and see how many Outlaw starts and how many wins.
I'm trying to look it up, so tell me what to type. Tanner Holmes, Hoseheads?
No, I don't know how you find it. It's the Sprint Car something. Sprint Car. I don't know. I didn't prepare for the show. I don't know.
You didn't prepare for the show. Sprint Source doesn't really have a outlaw.
No, it doesn't have the totals. It's Sprint Car Rankings, I think. Sprint Car Rankings. Is that it? Sprint Car Rankings?
Trying to find it.
Oh, that's it, baby. Go to Sprint Car Rankings.
Okay.
That tells you everything. He's got
SprintCarRankings.com?
Yeah, that's the best site. This is the best site in the world.
Sprint Car Rankings did not bring up. Okay, hold on. We'll have to search it.
With an S. Rankings.
I did that. Ratings or rankings?
Rankings or ratings.
Ratings or rankings? That's what I'm saying.
Ratings.
Okay, so there's a big difference there. One's a T and one's a...
you got it sorted out.
Okay.
SprintCarRatings.com.
Okay. Results, 410 drivers, winged, or what are we looking... Okay, we'll search Tanner Holmes. Let's see here.
Just put in...
I got it. Calm down. Tanner Holmes, wing, World of Outlaw Sprint Car Series. Average. Oh, God, that's horrible. Tanner, we can't show this. All right, we're moving on. Another topic, Joe? Do you want to go to another topic? Or
how many career Outlaw starts?
Looks like 36.
Where's he?
36, 42, 46 starts.
He ran that many?
He's run 46.
He's
got 3 top 5s and 7 top 10s in 46 starts.
No. It has the Outlaw races. He has 46 career Outlaw wins.
No, 46 career Outlaw starts.
Races, that's right.
Right, and he has 3 top 5s and 7 top 10s in those 46 starts.
That's right. So the guy asked, Tanner Holmes has 46.
Can we put up Justin Sanders here? Can we put... Hold on, let's see. Justin Sanders. Yeah. We're looking him up. You want to do this, Joe?
Yeah, he has 48 starts.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I just looked at it.
So he's cherry picking. You know what cherry pick means?
The Outlaws don't come out here much.
That's not true on the 46. You're lying, Joe.
He has seven top 5s.
It says he's competed in the World of Outlaws since 2008.
Yeah, I know. He has 48 starts.
That's not true. Oh, maybe.
He's been in 48 mains?
Okay, hold on. Sorry. 48 races. You're right. You always prove me wrong.
Do they only count when you're in the main event?
Based on the average finish, no. because it has an average finish of 43. He's apparently raced in 2008 with the World of Outlaws.
Yeah, he ran one race. He went out with his 360 at Ocean and he ran a race.
Right. Okay.
So what?
I didn't say that's not true. What?
Why is 2008 relevant to anything?
I don't know. Why is it relevant for Macedo's first win? 48. Okay. What's the point here? He was first overall in 2011 in time trials at the Gold Cup.
Yeah.
That's why you picked him, right?
No.
First. Wow. That's impressive.
Was
that a 410 or a 360?
He had some 410. It was just one lucky lap.
Well, I don't give a fuck. That's impressive. Your time trialing number one. If somebody else does that, they get a national ride. I'm just saying. I mean, that's what I'm trying to prevent right there. That's why Carson Bowden needs a chance right there. That's Carson Bowden right there. 2011 right there, ladies and gentlemen. Mark it down. Oh, my God. September 9th. Oh, fuck. September 9th, 2011, Justin Sanders takes his little bitty team and out-qualifies the best in the world. Unbelievable. Should have been cherished. If Justin Sanders finds a national ride in 2011, what could he have been?
It's a long time ago.
If only the Chaz was there to talk about it. Make it a big deal. Promote it. Who's the promoters over there at that time? They failed.
Well, look at I'm looking at Sanders. Look at the results there. He never finished higher than 16th until the 121.
What was the 121 at? 2018?
2017.
17. Okay, there it is. September 8th, right there. And then it looks like Demo Mitri got involved 2020.
No, he was in Larry Antea's car, 16A.
You're saying all this performance here, these single digits, went away.
Yeah, for a while.
They're still mixed. But you're saying these single digits right here, low numbers, was 121 results.
Yeah, 17, 18, 19.
That's actually the race right there at Placerville when I was yelling at all those fans that wanted to beat me up.
That was the last race we ever ran. You killed it, Chaz.
Like you said, whenever the Chaz gets involved, the common denominator is when the Chaz gets involved. It all goes to shit.
I'm looking at this. He has... He has 7 top 5s. And 1, 2, 4 of the 7 are in Mike. 3 of the 7 are...
I mean, the 121 looks like it was humming here in 2019, 2020, 18, 19.
Yeah, it was.
That was the year, Joe. September 6, 7. That was it. That is the race where he made the mistake, you're saying. He didn't hold the bottom.
Yeah, the Gold Cup, yeah. And they're all top 7s except the 3 DNFs. When you look at it. Oh, this guy pointed out Sanders ran 23rd. Well, we ran 25th when we got destroyed. Yeah. When he got crashed out, he didn't do well. Guy said the 121 had a 430 under the hood.
It was less than 30 seconds. Stop shitting on me.
Okay, are we done, Chaz? I think have we hit rock bottom.
I don't know. What does the chat say?
Tanners Holmes was fast timing at 1A.
There's still 130 people listening to us right now, Joe. This is bigger than David Gravel and Tyler Courtney with Chris Windham.
You mean when they're live, there's not that many people listening?
They say that Justin Sanders' name sounds a little familiar, but I'm not sure about it.
Let me see. Wins. Macri 2nd, Sanders 17th. I think when they talk about these national wins, they're not talking that Sanders won like 8 out of 13 in 360s. They're just counting 410s. So it's not Justin's fault that they run more 360 races than 410 races.
What was Justin's finishing position in the Macri 39?
I think he top 10'd I think he top 10'd almost every single race on tracks he'd never seen against stacked fields, or most of them.
Can we find that stat? Let's see here. Can we find that?
Yeah.
High Limit Racing. This is going to be his total. I know. It's going to be his. It's not going to be his Macri days. Well, I guess.
Well, you have to find out what year that was.
23 would be his Macri day, right?
No.
Yeah.
23. That was last year. He didn't do it last year.
I'm pretty sure. No, this last year was 24.
Yeah,
the year before was 23 when Macri had his deal over the girlfriend.
What year?
23. This last year, Macri was back with the family and everything. This was 24. The year prior is when he had his issue. That was 23. Correct?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can't believe it was that current.
Yeah. So, in 23, well, beginning of the year, I believe he was in the Swindell car. Because this last year, Macri was in the 39 the entire time. 23 was the year he had his whole split situation.
I thought it was 22.
But here is Justin Sanders's. Well, hold on. There's 23. We got it on the screen here. Finished second, 17th, 8, 2, 16, 6, 5, 21, 4, 19. Yeah, it's not Go Cup. Go Cup and all this stuff in 24 was 24. Because Sanders was in, Wayne County. He was in the 39, 34 Raceway. That might have been the Swindell car, but he finished second. I'm not sure. I know Wayne County. Is it Wayne County when he debuted in the car? It was second.
I can't even get the right year. How did you get the year?
I'm just based on recollection, Joe.
Yeah, but how did you find it on the computer? I have Sanders, but how do I get the year?
Well, I was on that Sprint Car Ratings, and I clicked the High Limit Racing Series.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but he ran with all different series. He didn't just run with one series.
Well, I know, but I just clicked High Limit because that's where he ran the 39. I mean, I understand he went. Did he run any Outlaws in 39 car? I can't recollect.
Yeah, he made the Knoxville Nationals.
Yeah, but that's the
That's the year
Swindell. I'm talking
before,
about the Macri 39.
I'm trying to get the Macri.
Because that was his. Honestly, the Macri 39 was his national shot, in my opinion. But whatever happened to the Swindell 39, only the world knows.
Well, I think Kevin's dealing with health issues.
I know. I know.
I don't know why I can't get one complete year here, sneaking him
in. You should be able to.
You know, I when I try to click on a year, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. You're right. We got
Oh,
totals.
Oh, I can go up to the top where it says totals. I can get it. There you go.
We can get win totals. We can't get.
No, the totals will give you the whole year.
Where are you seeing that at?
Below.
I see totals here, but I see wins. I can't see like top fives and stuff.
Keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling down.
Track wins. I don't really see a totals.
See, I'm looking at it right here.
The biggest issue here, Joe.
He ran Lake Ozark. He ran 6th, 8th. He ran I-70. He ran 5th. He ran the All-Stars at Knoxville. He ran 7th. A high limit at Kokomo, 6th. Front Road Challenge, he was 6th. Then he had a bad Knoxville. He did. Then he went to USITS, ran 5th. Jackson ran 8th. Jackson ran 7th. Jackson ran 9th. Then he was back here in Demo's car. Yeah, I don't know. We've hit the 4-hour mark, haven't we?
Wow. How did you know, Joe? A minute and a half ago.
I know. I gauge the time by how many times 007 critiques me.
This is one of those shows that'll go down in history, Joe. You understand this? Like 40 years from now, people will be like, wow, Kyle Larson was so great, or, wow, this gambling thing was happening back then, and they're going to come back. They're going to stumble across our videos, and we're going to be down in history.
Wait. 007 said 0 wins. That's how Joe rates drivers. What is he referencing?
I think he's referencing Justin Sanders with high limit and the World of Outlaws.
So the other 160 wins don't matter?
This is why I say Justin has to go on the road.
No, but see, this is how the world is. They used to say Peyton Manning couldn't win the big one. They used to say John Elway can't win the big one. The naysayers are always going to pick the one thing you haven't done and say, well, you haven't done that. So they'll say, like, Darren Pittman never won Knoxville. Or Joey Saldana never won Knoxville, so his whole career is negated. Or Doug Wolfgang never won an outlaw title. They can always find fault in something.
You honestly, Joe, personally, well, let's say personally, if Justin Sanders never wins a World Outlaw or a high limit race, you don't see a problem? Honestly?
See,
this is why you wanted that. This is why you wanted the win so bad, I think, personally. But you don't see a problem.
Well, I think he's easily going to win them. And then, when he wins these things,
I'm not saying win. I'm saying if he don't. You don't see a problem with that? If he don't. Say he goes his whole career, doesn't win one.
How much do you want to bet? How much you want to bet he's going to win?
I think Justin Sanders can. I don't think he can't. I'm just saying if he goes the rest of the way and doesn't, can you say he's better than average Brock Zerfoss who has? Honestly, when it comes down to numbers, stats, results, this is the problem.
So you would take 2 outlaw wins. So how many career wins would you trade for an outlaw win? Would you give up 100 wins for one outlaw win?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on the area. I mean, Landon Crawley has wins. I mean,
I'm asking, should Justin give up 100? Should he give up 100 wins? Would all the naysayers say he's better because he? Okay, Golubic has 2 outlaw wins. Is Golubic better than Justin?
Why would you say that right now?
Because you just talked about outlaw wins and comparing people. Brock Zerfoss has 2, and Golubic has 2, and Randy Hannigan has 2.
I think Zerfoss has 3. Didn't he win a big one in PA prior to the tour?
Okay. So is it better to go 3 for 1,000 than 0 for 48 and then say you haven't done it? I mean, what? I mean, if we're talking numbers.
I just think that Justin needs to go.
He doesn't need to do anything.
I know. Okay, fine. He doesn't. But if we're going to talk about like who's this good or that bad or that great, we could talk about it with an opinion all day. But the stats don't lie. The stats tell the truth of what you are, to people.
Yeah, but you're saying an outlaw win negates everything he's done.
No.
Well, then what are you saying?
I asked the question. I said if he goes his entire career and doesn't have an outlaw or national, I guess high limit's going to be the next.
Well, I'm sure it'll be disappointing, and that would be
very sad. So, what regret?
Well, that's the way it goes.
Okay.
Dan Marino never won the Super Bowl. Well, what do you want me to tell you?
He won some championship games, but he went and played in the big leagues.
No, he didn't. Dan Marino never won the Super Bowl. So what? Is Dan Marino less than Mark Rippon?
But Dan Marino played in the big leagues. I think that will be the notion for Justin Sanders.
Well, Justin ran second in 3 outlaw races.
In the big leagues. That's the problem.
He ran second in 3 outlaw races.
No, he chose Bitcoin and all these other financial investments as more valuable than running against the outlaws or high limit. So I'm just talking about racing. If we're just talking about racing, not financial.
That's what we're talking about.
Better for my family and my girlfriend and my fiance and my wife. I'm talking about we're talking about just racing. He never went and started swinging the bat in the majors.
He's swinging. He races every week.
It's not the majors. It's the minors.
But the outlaws are here.
Don't ignore what we've been talking about for hours about Macedo and all these guys.
But they have money. They have backing if they fail.
Justin Sanders could go run nationally right now if he wanted to. If he don't, that's fine. He's got his reasons. I'm not hating them. Me and him text the other night. I understand the reasons. I'm not hating the reasons. It's not a sport, right? How can he compete with somebody who's able to be 13 pounds light? This would be the argument. I'm just saying, I get it. It's not a real sport. But if we were to sit back 20 years from now and look at Justin Sanders' career, we would say, man, why did this guy not go to the majors?
But it's not over yet. Did he retire?
He hasn't retired, no.
Did he retire, Chaz? Did I miss the announcement?
It sounds like he's very content in playing in the minors of the NARC.
You don't know nothing
division.
About him. You don't know what he's thinking.
It sounds like he's not pursuing a major league career.
It doesn't matter what it sounds like.
It sounds like
you're sitting in Iowa.
No, I'm not.
You're judging someone in Iowa.
Insults. No, y'all. I understand the justification.
I'm stating facts.
I understand the
what
justification.
Was the offer?
I'm not.
What's the offer? Give me the offer.
Do you want
what
an
is
offer?
Justin's offer?
Do you
What's
want
his
an offer?
I'm not asking you. You said he's not going on the Outlaw Tour. What was the offer?
I think Justin
Give me
Sanders.
facts.
I think
You're
Justin.
talking make believe.
I think Justin Sanders in the sides motorsports car could do some damage.
Doesn't he have to bring $300,000?
Not necessarily.
Was he offered the ride? Did you offer him the ride?
I don't know. I've heard through some personal conversations that he's been offered some national rides and turned them down.
Which ride? What were they?
The 7S was tossed around.
What do you mean tossed around? Was there meetings?
The 17
what was the offer?
The
You're
17
talking make believe.
GP. I mean, they wanted to go national.
What's that? What's the 17 GP?
Right,
I don't even know what that
so
is.
This is why it's not a sport. I get what you're saying.
But you're talking make believe, Chaz. You're talking. We're in the real world over here.
No, I can sympathize as to why he's not going major.
We're not sympathizing. What are
yes,
the offers
we are.
on the
We're
table?
Sympathizing because of the offers not being what you wanted them to
no,
be.
What are the offers? Give me the offer, and then I'll tell you what happened.
We don't have all the details. I mean, we could go and,
you don't have
try
any
to
details.
find them. We can try to find them.
You don't have any details. You're making things up to try to make your show interesting.
The details I have is you explaining why would he do that. We got shows here saying why would he do that? Why would he go and take a side? You said this on the show. Why would he go and take a sides motorsports ride when he can do what he's doing, make a business, make a life for himself?
Motorsport ride.
We're not talking about the money. We're talking about
Quit talking over me or I'll hang up. Shut up for a second.
You've said
You're
this
not
on
listening.
the show, Joe.
Shut the fuck up. Listen for 1 second. Quit rambling, you drunk asshole.
Okay.
What offer was he offered? What car was he offered? Give me an answer.
He wasn't good enough. It's okay. He wasn't offered nothing.
What was he offered?
Nothing.
See, this is unbelievable. You're just making up a scenario and you're saying, Justin, what was he offered? I'm talking a real offer, not you in the show talking, make believe. What was he offered? I'm asking the question.
Well, I'm only basing on what you said prior. Is you said, what's this? He ain't going to take this. It's not nothing great. Why would he take the Jason? You said it on the show. Why would he take the 7S car, run at the back? Why? You said this on the show
Was he
prior.
offered the car? No, you won't answer my question. You keep deflecting.
No, I'm referencing. I'm not deflecting. I'm referencing.
What was he? I'm gonna hang up if you don't answer the question. What ride did he turn down that he was offered?
None at all.
Okay, well then he's gonna drive for Demo.
Okay.
If he's not offered an outlaw ride, then what are you talking about?
Okay. I'm making up stories. I'm doing what they say I do.
What was the offer? I keep asking the same question.
I think Justin Sanders. Personally, I think Justin Sanders has had opportunities that I'm not 100% knowledgeable
what opportunities?
of. I think.
What was he offered?
Okay.
What was he offered? What was the deal on the table? What was the percentage? Who was paying for the motels? What car? Who was the crew chief? What was the offer? What was the offer you're talking about? The numbers.
We're
talking business here.
I feel like Justin could be a national driver if he would take the leap.
What leap? To what car?
I mean,
what car is he getting it?
The only car I know knowledgeable of is the 10 car with the West River situation. I mean, obviously it's working for Ryan Timms with the highlight. Well, he turned that down to my face. I tried to get him that ride. He said no. It was an opportunity to go to it was an opportunity to expand to do that. That's the only ride I personally have knowledge of. I've heard that he's got opportunities to go elsewhere. I heard that after the Swindell Speed Lab opportunity, multiple teams were trying to go after him. I don't know this for a fact. I only know one team came after me and said, hey, we want Justin Sanders, and he said no. That's why Caleb Henry took the ride. We went to Caleb Henry as a secondary option. We went to Caleb Henry as a secondary option. What?
Is the 10 car running the Outlaw Tour?
No.
then what are you saying?
I'm saying he had an opportunity to get out of the little hole that no one seems to give a fuck about, which is, I understand it's bullshit.
So you're saying the opportunity was to go race where?
Huset's, Knoxville, High Limit, and World of Outlaw events as much as he wanted to do. But Huset's and Knoxville was going to be Huset's and Knoxville was going to be the immediate options.
So he was going to be like Justin Henderson.
If you go out there and you start whooping ass, you could do whatever you want, just like Ryan Timms is about to do in the same car he turned down. This is hold on. This is my only firsthand encounter example of Justin Sanders maybe being able to get out of the West Coast. This is a team that came to me wanting me to try to help get Justin into their car. There could be other opportunities. I'm just some guy talking shit on YouTube. There could have been other opportunities, especially after the Macri situation, that could have led to more than that. I feel bad because of it. You know, I don't want Justin to be relegated.
But this is your view.
Yeah. But the stats show
you think the Outlaws is some great worldwide money-making circuit that everyone should strive to be.
Nope. I literally started this off by saying, okay, I understand the business aspect of staying where you're at and doing what you're doing, but we were talking about stats and performance on the racetrack.
Yeah.
I want Justin Sanders's World of Outlaw and High Limit stats to be higher than what they are. And if that's not important to him, that's fine. But
why is it not important to him?
If you got opportunities to go, you got to go. That's a different. And maybe this
is what's.
Go ahead. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off and have you hang up.
How many of these teams fail, Chaz?
A lot of them.
So you're saying just go out there and maybe fail, and that's the way it goes.
There is an inherited risk in trying. Yes. Is there not a risk in trying, Joe? Or are you saying that?
But I don't. But you're talking make believe. There's no deal on the table. They're not kicking Sheldon out.
The 10 car was a deal on the table.
But it's not on the Outlaw Tour.
Yeah, I can make believe that the 7S wanted him.
Why would he want to go run UCITS?
Okay, sorry.
You're saying run UCITS on a Sunday night. Isn't that the worst racing you and Spike have ever seen? You think he should be doing that?
He could have dominated it. He could have destroyed them. He could have made a name outside of California.
Running UCITS.
In Knoxville.
Running UCITS on a Sunday night is where you think he should have went.
I think you can make a bigger name for yourself running Knoxville and Huset's than you can NARC. Yes. Nationally. Personally. Yes.
Okay. Well,
I think that. I mean, it's not necessarily wrong or right or whatever, but.
So he should give up all his business interest. Why isn't Danny
and
Dietrich
this is why it's not about business, Joe. I understand it. I understand the choices.
No, you don't understand.
We're talking about the stats, though.
Yeah, he's 0 for 48. Most guys took 100 races. What's the problem?
Okay.
See, the thing that's amazing to me is he's now in his 30s. He had to work for 15 years to get where he got. He didn't get to go on the road when he was 18 because his dad was rich. You don't understand what he did.
I completely understand that. That's why I want the guy to get his credibility no matter his age.
He's the guy that you should be promoting. Instead, you're tearing down what he's done, saying he should be on the road in his 30s.
No, I just know that a guy like that
has money behind.
No, I just know that a guy like that can't fucking hesitate. You have to, just like on the racetrack, Joe, you have to attack.
But attack what?
Well, if it's for the win, you got to attack. Or if it's for your career, you got to attack.
He's won 160 races. He's got 160 wins.
Okay.
They're all meaningless.
They're not meaningless, but based on the High Limit and World of Outlaw stats that we're judging people on, they are.
But the high limit's only been around for 2 years. So everybody who has one of high limit races.
World of Outlaw stats. Whatever you want to relegate it to.
He has 48 starts.
We're not judging Carson Macedo based on his fucking, narc accomplishments.
You don't see the difference between Macedo's backing and Justin's? You think it's
100%. 100%. But that's the issue. Carson Macedo is allowed the opportunities of a privileged fucking almond farmer. Justin is not. In the Justin role, you can't. In the Justin role, you can't sit and wait.
You're acting like he's some kind of pussy that don't go on the road and he's giving up chances. What are you talking about?
I literally started it by saying
you're painting him as a loser.
I literally started this by saying I understand why he's choosing the things he's choosing.
No, you don't understand. You're painting him as some loser that's not going out because you saw some asshole Kid Rock made a fucking video. And did you look into Kid Rock's past?
He's a rich kid
with some lady and had. And Kid Rock has no morals. He's a big, giant loser, but because he's rich, you admire him.
I don't admire Kid Rock, for the record, but...
Yes, you did. You said you brought up that video.
Well, his video does have a point. His video has a point of risk.
No, it doesn't. It's Disneyland. This Kid Rock is a guy who shacked up with some girl and had a couple kids, and then he found out one of the kids wasn't even his, and they got divorced. He was in some relationship where some woman cheated on him because he's a loser. And then he shacked up with Pam Anderson, got divorced.
But he's a rich kid from Detroit. His family was multimillionaires. The video I referenced was talking about a guy who took a risk instead of diverting and walking down the road.
It's a video. It's make-believe. He didn't take a risk.
Yes, it is. But
it's Disneyland.
All of this shit's Disneyland.
It's a Walt Disney movie. It's make-believe. We're in the real world over here. We're not in make-believe.
Okay. Well, I started this off by saying I understand it. I'm just saying if you want to pay attention to the stat column could have moved with some more risks. That's all I'm saying.
It could have got worse.
It could have got worse, but it could have not. It's the risk in the coulda.
But it's got to be a calculated risk. You're acting like you just risk.
But Justin's not fucking Macedo. He don't have time to calculate. He don't have the time to calculate. You can't sit back and wait. Macedo can, because they got the money to do it. Macedo can wait around and see what's going to happen. Justin can't. The poor people can't fucking sit around and wait. They got to attack when the opportunity strikes.
But he's not sitting around and waiting. He's working 7 days a week, and he gets to race 80 times. What do you want from the guy?
That's fine. That's the trade-off. The risk is in fucking turning that down and going. And I get it. Some people don't.
He was turning down a car. He's turning down a car that has no pedigree of ever doing anything.
Okay. The only example I have is that car.
I know,
fine.
and I'm
That's
saying
the only
you act like he's turning down. Are they firing gravel to put Justin in it?
No.
You're saying he just takes a mid-level ride out in the middle of the boondocks nowhere because somehow he might dazzle people.
That's the path for the fucking Sanderses of the world. Yes.
No. How'd it work for J.J. Hickle? Where's his career?
It's somewhere.
Where's Caleb Henry's career? What do they have?
It's somewhere.
They're out doing what?
Can you put a period on their career yet? Or a question mark? You might put a period on J.J. Hickle's. You can't do that on Caleb's. Caleb is different than Justin.
He's going to wind up on the Outlaw Tour and winning?
Caleb is way more privileged than Justin Sanders.
What are we arguing about?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm just saying that there is an inherited risk.
You come on here and you bash. These people are going to bash Justin Sanders.
Justin can't wait.
You're going to bash Justin Sanders and smear him with he's not gambling and taking chances. He straps himself in a sprint car 70, 80 times a year, and he runs his own business. What do you want from the guy?
I started off by saying it was smart. We were talking about World of Outlaw and high limit stats.
Yeah, and he's 0 for 48 with the Outlaws. Okay, What?
That
So-
might have changed if you took the 10 car. Might. It's a risk. It's a regret.
So you're
now.
saying now
it's
the
a regret
10 car,
now, right? It's a regret. It can't be
Justin was
defined.
going to win an outlaw race in the 10 car where?
Well, I think that Justin Sanders is a very rare talent that could have took the 10 car wherever it needed to go. He just needed an opportunity. That's the problem. The people who don't have the money, they're basing their opportunity based on shit like the 10 car. You're not going to get Macedo opportunities being a poor person. You can't fucking sit and wait. Those guys get to, not us.
But he's
That's all I'm
racing every
saying.
year against the Outlaws.
I'm simply saying, if there's any young drivers out there, you ain't got no money, jump on every chance you got.
Yeah, but they didn't offer Justin the ride when he was young, when he was 21 and set fast time.
No,
because
he had to go
didn't
get
the
a job and work himself up. This is why I
Right.
promote the 28 to 30-ish years old guys who are winning and doing what they can because those are the guys who have the talent but didn't have the money. And you still got to be 28 to 32 and willing to risk it because you didn't have the money to be able to do it at a young age. I mean, I understand the choices that Justin's made. It's not stupid when it comes to life choices. That's obvious, right? I mean, who the fuck would have an established business with a nice car and throw it all away to go be some sprint car jock? You know, that's dumb. That's stupid. So, I mean, I get why the decision is made, but if that's what you want to do, you want to improve that outlaw stat, you want to attempt to do something about it, then that's the road you got to go. I mean, you're not Macedo. You can't just be pick and choosy. You know, when you're poor, you got to wait for somebody. When you're poor,
I'm in the sport.
I'm sorry.
You're an observer of the sport. You somehow think that just going on the road is going to win you outlaw races.
No, it's not about outlaw races. It's about respect. It's about respect, Joe.
What do we?
That's what winning
I
is
don't even know
about,
what that
right?
means.
We're talking about respect at the end of the day. That's what these stats are all about proving. The stats aren't about who you are.
So if he goes out and how many out? So if he wins a couple outlaw races, this conversation all different? He's a different guy?
If he holds the bottom on Shane Stewart, this isn't even a talking point. And you know this, Joe. You know this. That's why you knew how important it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean. So why argue me? You know what I'm talking about.
You were saying he's turning down offers, and I'm wondering what the offers were.
He's only having to turn those down because he didn't hold the bottom.
You're saying if he wins that one race, he's on the outlaw tour.
No, I'm saying there ain't a question mark on his respect on the national level. You know.
So the minute you win the one race, then it's all forgotten.
It ain't all forgotten, but it ain't got a question mark.
Okay, there's a question mark. Justin Peck hasn't won an outlaw race. So you got a question mark?
I mean, Justin Peck to Justin Sanders. It's a push to me. It's a push.
Okay, it's a push. Great.
But you know how important that race was.
Well, I know.
Right, and that's all I'm talking about.
No, you're talking about him going on the road with no solid backing.
When you don't hold the bottom, that's the options you got.
Okay, well, we can argue, another 10 hours on it. I'm not sure
I'm not
what we're
trying to
arguing
argue
about.
10 fucking hours. I mean,
you're saying he's turning down opportunities that I don't know what.
Well, no, I'm just saying if there's any other drivers out there who it took until 30 years old or 28 or 26 to get some results on the track, you can't be Carson Macedo and waiting for the perfect opportunity. You got to take every shot you get or you will be left behind. You don't have the backing to wait.
Yeah, but you don't take every shot because some of them can hurt your. These rides don't work out, most of them.
Yeah, but they're seeing you win. If Justin Sanders goes in that 10 on the heels of performing well in the 39 with Swindell, he goes in the 10 and it don't work out, you think they're blaming Justin? You kidding me? Are you fucking kidding?
When it doesn't work out, where does he go? Where does he go when it doesn't work out?
I don't know. The 101 car opened up for Caleb. You don't know. This is the inherited risk of taking it.
But is Caleb won outlaw races in the 101? I'm confused.
No. I don't think that Caleb is a fucking 1B driver. Justin's up A+. The things that Justin could have did in that 10 car isn't even comparable to Caleb Henry. It's night and day. What Ryan Timms is doing in the 10 car is 1 A-. I mean, maybe B+. What Sanders could have done in the 10, and it's a coulda, shoulda, woulda situation, but I'm just saying, like, no, I think Justin could have been that key to open that door. I mean, but if you're not willing to open the fucking door, it's always going to be a question mark.
But it's all guesswork. You
You
don't know anything.
Is it
what
not
could
all
happen.
guesswork? Is it really not all guesswork? We're all just guessing and thinking and projecting, and maybe so, maybe not. I mean, look at Bloomfield. Look at Bloomfield. We thought Bloomfield would be this hot shit.
The longer I'm on the show, the more criticized. The longer I'm on the show, the more criticized I get.
Oh, I'm seeing the shit talk of me too, but I'm ignoring it. I'm talking to you. They're talking shit about me in the comments. Fuck them. They're Tanners Holmes in the last 3 fucking comments. Fuck these guys. I don't give a fuck. I'm talking to Joe. I ain't talking to the comment section.
But I'm saying Sanders' career isn't over. You don't know what's going to happen. This is like critiquing Peyton Manning after 5 years, or John Elway after 10 years.
Not. No,
because
there's a difference.
That's all you heard. No, they can't win the big one. These guys can't win the big one. Elway's been to 3
Peyton
Super Bowls. He lost them all.
Okay. So there it is, right there, right? The 10 car was maybe, put maybe on it, big asterisk, whatever.
Okay.
The 10 car was maybe the transfer portal into the majors. As long as you're on the West Coast, you're a minor league player. That's what it is.
I don't know what the offer was. I hate to say that.
That's what it is.
Look at Kevin Swindell offered him. He went out there. Macri offered him. He went out there. I don't know what the other offers were. He doesn't sit. I don't know what the 10 car offered. I only know of
one. I'm just saying you can't compare it to Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning was in the majors playing for 5 fucking years, or his whole career. They still
and they said he can't win the big one.
They still question
They
Peyton.
said he can't win the big one.
They questioned Dan Marino.
He's a loser.
They questioned Dan Marino, but he still played in the majors.
But the Outlaws come to California. It's not like you're saying he's never run an outlaw race.
And this is why motorsports is hard to judge. I mean, we can go down that whole route. This is why it's so different than other sports. I'm just saying, like the guy just said, maybe I might live in that basement and chew skull, although I've never chewed skull in my life. But this is what I'm saying. Like, I could read the comments too and get, sad and cry and kill myself tonight. But what I'm saying, Joe, is Justin has, you could admit this. You have to. He's never took the major league commitment. I'm not talking about the step. I'm talking about the commitment.
Oh, he ran the Swindell car. He ran the Macri car.
That was a step.
But you're saying he never took the commitment, but you won't tell me what the offer is.
Well, I mean, I think the 10 car's a major league step.
You're saying going to run Knoxville and USITS is worth leaving everything you've built here.
Hold on. Okay. Is running Knoxville, Huset's, and select World of Outlaw and high limit races a major league step compared to running NARC?
No, because the high limit outlaws come here, and I don't think Knoxville
is running Knoxville weekly.
USITS is garbage. There's nobody coming out of USITS.
Is competing at. I mean, I know this is bad.
You're saying the competition level at USITS.
No, USITS is like a side gig. I just think Justin could have racked up wins at USITS. That would have been like just a stat pad.
But it's meaningless. Who cares about
USITS is meaningless, but just competing at Knoxville.
At USITS.
No, not at USITS. At Knoxville, high limit, World of Outlaws. We could throw USITS. I just thought that would have been his easy stat pad. He would have racked up wins left and right.
Who's coming out of Knoxville? Who's going to Knoxville every week and moving up?
Garrett Williamson.
So we'll see how he does.
We'll see how he does, but he made the step. I'm just saying, I feel like...
But he had people pay for it.
I feel like NARC is a really good trap, I guess. I feel like NARC is a trap. I think it's fucked up that it's a trap. It should be viewed higher.
But you could say the same thing about Danny Dietrich.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. I'm not
you could say the same thing about...
I'm not comparing Justin Sanders to Danny Dietrich. I'm comparing Justin Sanders to Carson Macedo.
But so you're saying someone that never held a job and had big money behind him when he was a teenager, you're comparing that to a guy who, once again,
I'm comparing the path.
Means nothing to you.
I'm comparing the path.
You're saying all these guys, okay, so Brent Kading, Jimmy Sills, Chuck Gurney, Leland McSpadden, they're all worthless because they didn't run the Outlaw Tour. They didn't do anything. Lance DeWeese never ran the Outlaw Tour. They're all wrong.
That's a little bit of a different era. A little bit of a different era.
No, but you're saying they all did it wrong. They're all wrong.
If I was judging them on today's standards, then yes.
No. Forget today's standard. I'm talking. Yes or no? These guys all did it wrong. They didn't follow what you feel they should have followed. They didn't go on this outlaw. If you're not on the Outlaw Tour, your whole career was nothing.
I thought DeWeese did a year. If he didn't, I'm sorry. I know Greg Hodnett did. And I think that's why Greg Hodnett and some of these guys were held to a different level. Because they did take that jump. They did take that leap. Even though the regional, that's a great example, actually. There may have been some regional guys who were more successful than a Greg Hodnett or a Tim G or whatever. But since these guys took that national leap, they superseded the local achievements. They took that leap of faith. And this is why it's godlike, especially in sprint cars.
Yeah,
okay. I thought you wanted to be answered. What?
Did you live a better life? What was the quality of your life? So you went out and...
I mean, I started this off by saying Justin's making the best life decisions, and it's better for him, and all these things. I wasn't talking about.
But you have some illusion. You have some illusion that you feel he should be out there. I don't know what you want him to be doing.
Well, just because I think Justin Sanders is top 4 or 5 fucking national sprint car driving talent.
Why does he want? Why do you want him to do something he might not want to do to fill your vision of him?
It's not me. To me, Joe, honestly, it's not necessarily about me. You could say it that way.
Why don't you let him do what he wants to do?
No, Joe, you could say it that way. But
yeah,
honestly, and you could say it that way. But I feel like the Justin Sanders of the world, these regular guys who got to work their ass off to make it in racing, period. He's doing the best he can. I feel like if a Justin Sanders, for instance, would have took that leap, let's just fantasy land, right? Even though I thought it could have been possible. If
Okay.
Justin Sanders would have took these leaps and did what he did, what I think he could have did, and went out there and bumped their fucking, stronghold, Justin Sanders is this big fucking Mike Tyson right hook to the fucking jaw of this entire system that says these little guys can't do it. You gotta be these David Gravels. You gotta be these Carson Macedos. You can't play in our play field. And if we could have sent a Justin Sanders out there to knock their whole fucking system out, that's really what it is, honestly. Because
But
as
maybe
long
he's
as
on the
Justin
trajectory
Sanders
to
is
do-
of the world,
maybe he,
as long as they sit at home and say, okay, I understand it, the money, the life, this lifestyle is too much, I can't do it, it ain't
maybe
gonna work.
he's on the trajectory to. Maybe he's on the trajectory to do this. Why do you want to rush it? Why do you feel he needs to run out there? I mean, you don't know what's going to happen.
Well, and this is my angle that I've recently developed over the last year and a half with drivers getting in age. I feel like it ain't necessarily drivers getting in age and not being better drivers. But I think what happens is when a driver is young, the only voice in their ears is of them and God's. God's telling them their destiny, and their voice is technically telling them how they can accomplish it. Because the best drivers, the best players, the best performers in the world are their own worst critics. You can't critique Tom Brady more than he's critiqued himself because he's his own worst enemy. And that's what, in my opinion, your own critiqueness is what creates the perfection when you're the only ear that you're listening to. And I think once a person gets older in age and life occurs, more voices start speaking into that ear. Whether that's a wife, whether that's kids, all these important things that you value in life, they start speaking. And your ear slowly starts dispersing away from yourself and God's purpose. And once these other ears or these other mouths start speaking into your ears, you start listening to more than what you're supposed to be. So I think as a driver gets older, it's not necessarily that they're scared of taking that risk. They're scared. It's not them being scared. I think that it's more so these other voices in their ear saying that they want them. Their responsibility, their purpose is not based on what they believe it is. It's based on what these other influences in their life, their other voices are valuable. So I think once a guy gets to 30, 35, 40, they have kids, they got a girl, when they're entering turn 3 on the throttle and they lift instead of stay in it, it ain't their voice telling them to lift. It's everybody else's. So I do think that is a element in the sport when you're in a situation like a 900 horsepower fucking sprint car and you're entering on the cushion and you got to stay in it versus lifting. I think they're lifting for the woman. They're lifting for the girl. They're lifting for the
you
children.
can just ramble on. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Well, this is why it does matter, because if you don't stay fucking planted.
You think it matters.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is psychology, I think. I think this is the psychology behind these decisions, that it's not necessarily them that is relinquishing
but we keep going
the
back
aggression.
to the word decisions.
Yes.
And we go back to decisions, and
yes,
it's offers,
decisions.
and
It's
what
100% decisions. Sorry.
Yeah, and your offers come along, and you make the best decision you can make for yourself.
Once you start listening to, I should, just like these people in media, Oh, I should do it for the money. Oh, I should do it for the future. Oh, I should do it for that. Once these things start entering your ear and your mind, you fuck up. In my opinion.
Yeah, but you're transposing this whole speech onto Justin. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Why is he staying on the West Coast?
What are the offers?
No. Not the offers. What's the benefits of being on the West Coast?
He has the best offer here. Dino Mitri's car. What's
Nothing
the other
else.
offer?
That's it. Just the car.
What's the other offer? Well,
so all I got to do is find a better car than the 2X. You're telling me.
Well, it's not the car. It's the team. It's what percentage is he going to get? Are they going to pay for motels?
I thought
What
you were
part of
just
the
talking
merchandise?
about,
This is a
business and all this.
This is a business.
Okay.
It's a business, Chaz. What are the offers?
Okay.
If you're working at a company, you make a certain wage. If a better offer comes along, you're going to take it.
Okay.
He hasn't got a better offer. I don't understand what all this gobbledygook you're talking about. What's the offer?
A better offer of a race car to perform on the racetrack, or a better offer for life and stability and all these things?
It's all of it. It's about winning. It's about improving your life. What is the offer? You there's no solid offer, but you keep feeling he's turning down some offer that's not there. This is the problem. You have a make-believe scenario when we're in the real world here. Has someone called him on the phone
what do you think,
with an offer?
Do you think Justin Sanders should drive the 2C on the Outlaw Tour next year instead of Cole Macedo? Yeah, it's a better life decision for Justin Sanders?
I would say that's not a good decision. The 2C's never run the Outlaws. I don't know who the crew chief is. I don't know who the owner is. I don't know the stability of the team. There's too many unknowns there. I wouldn't do that.
Right. Okay.
That's my opinion on the 2C. Where did Wayne Johnson win any outlaw races in the 2C? Is he going to be the crew chief? I don't know.
Could Justin Sanders do it?
I don't know who their motor program. You're talking about changing your whole life to join a team, and
to take the risk.
That team.
You got to risk
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can't.
You don't
can't
risk
act privileged if you're not, Joe. You can't act privileged if you're not.
Why are you talking over me? I just explained it. You have to judge. This is my opinion. I'm not talking for him.
That's fine. You're right. You're not talking for Justin. For the record, he's not talking for Justin. He's not talking for Justin.
The people call, and they give you an offer, and you have to decide what the better offer is. Is he going to get a signing bonus? Is he going to get $100,000 up front like some of these guys do? Is he going to get all the T-shirt money? Do they have 10 motors that are hitting? Do they have a proper shock program? Do they have the right crew members? You just don't go jump ship on something like you got to take a risk. You're risking your life in the car. Hodnick got killed. Jason Johnson got killed.
100%.
Chase Johnson got hurt. It's not a game where you just take risks for the fun of it. You're putting your life in people's hands. You have to know who you're dealing with and what the options are and what. So offers have come, and he feels what he has here is the best offer. That could change. Okay. Dino could retire at the end of the year. It could all change in a minute, Chaz.
I hope it does. I hope.
No, we don't know what's going to happen in the future.
I just feel like the
Dino
mentality.
Might pull out of the sport.
You can't have a mentality of privilege if you're not.
We're not having. He's not privileged. He's.
If the two, what I'm saying is like if a 2C offer comes knocking, you can't say no.
Yes, you can. We don't. I don't know the 2C people. I don't know what. No, but you're just. What is the offer? Who's the crew chief? What's the motor program?
It doesn't matter. I got to go. I got to make it work.
I
won't have another opportunity like this. I'm not privileged to where somebody's going to give me another opportunity. I got to jump. I got to go.
You don't know what's going to come his way. You can't. You have to judge each offer individually. You have to size up the people. You have to see what they're offering.
If that's how y'all feel,
about. You're saying
that's how y'all feel. No, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I get what you're saying. I just feel like that if you're going to be in a work your ass off to get you somewhere mentality, in that element of being, you can't fucking wait. You have to just jump and go. That's all. Y'all disagree? You disagree? That's fine. I'm not saying it's wrong. I started this by saying it's great business choice, life choice. It's all great. It's all amazing. I'm not saying you're wrong. I in my opinion, though, that's all it is. If you come from a non-privileged perspective and you had to work your way and you want to be something, I know you keep repeating yourself.
I understand. You don't have to keep repeating yourself. We keep repeating our show.
Okay.
Listen, I explained as clearly as I could, and if you're going to not listen to me...
I'm listening to you. I said I agree.
You're saying you feel that he should jump at any outlaw ride regardless of who the owner is? You don't even know if the owner's paying his bills. You don't know if the owner's a crook. You don't know... You have to... You don't even know what you're saying. Just take any offer because you might not get another one.
Right.
Based on... I don't agree. I think you got to know who you're dealing with. You got to know what you're getting yourself into. You're risking your life.
Yeah.
You're not out there just... and you say just jump in any car.
Yes.
You might have a crew chief that's a drunk and doesn't tighten things up and you get killed. But that's okay. You had to take the chance.
I mean, I'm not saying any car. I'm saying...
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not saying any car, any opportunity. That's all.
You're saying take any opportunity, regardless of how good or bad it is.
If you don't have the money behind you, that's the only way you can operate and be successful, I think.
But he is successful.
Okay, well, if you find NARC winning and championships and winning over there is successful, okay.
You're saying he's a failure.
We don't even have a disagreement. Technically,
you're saying Justin Sanders is a failure. Is that how we're getting this? He's a failure.
I don't
in your
think
eyes.
that Justin Sanders is a failure. I just see it as lost.
Yes, you are. Just say it.
I see it as a fucking racehorse.
Justin Sanders is a failure because he doesn't follow your outlaw dream. Just say that, and we can end the show.
I see it as a racehorse that could have won the Kentucky Derby, but didn't want to fucking.
We're not into could-haves. We're not into could-haves. You're talking make believe.
I'm talking about
he's a loser because he doesn't follow your dream.
Okay.
You're saying Sanders is a loser.
That's
what you're saying.
Fine. I don't think that Sanders is a loser, but if you
yes,
want me to say that,
don't sugarcoat it, Chaz. Don't BS now. Don't wimp out now. Say what you really think. You're saying he is a loser in life because he didn't risk it all to go on some make-believe outlaw ride that you have for him. Am I right?
In the sprint car racing world,
in your mind,
where results are what defines you and what you've done.
That's right. Is Freddie Raymer a loser?
Okay, fine.
Is Freddie Raymer a loser?
You want me to be a fucking asshole? Fine, it's fine. In the sprint car world, where results and what you do defines you.
Okay.
I feel like Justin Sanders chose
you
wrong.
Feel.
He chose
Did Freddie Raymer choose wrong?
Yes.
So Freddie Raymer is wrong too.
Danny Dietrich is wrong. A bunch of guys. He's not alone in this. I'm not saying it's smart. It's okay.
Okay, I'm just trying to get who you think is wrong. Is Brent Kading wrong for what he did?
Different era.
No, don't change the subject.
They had promoters back then. It's different. Tanner Holmes has not made bad decisions. Tanner Holmes took the 1A ride on the Flim. Remember that? That's a risk, right? Or not?
Well, Sanders is in 39 car.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, Tanner, did he make
what became of the 1A ride? Why is Tanner Holmes not getting an outlaw ride the next year?
Because he's not as good as Justin Sanders. He's not a fucking national talent. We both know this. So,
but I'm trying to determine who the losers are. Is Trey Starks a loser?
You can either have your decisions make you a loser or your results.
Should Trey Starks give up all his business interests to go on the road? Is he a loser too?
I don't think Trey Starks and Justin's the same level of
No,
driver?
I'm asking you the question. Is Trey Starks a loser in your mind?
No. He's smart because he's limited. He's limited.
But Freddie Raymer's a loser. Danny Dietrich and
these are guys who had national ability who turned it away, yes.
But once again, for the 100th time.
Brent Kading, he's a loser. Okay, fine. That's fine.
You're saying Brent Kading was Chuck Gurney and Jimmy Sills losers?
This is very derogatory. But I don't think I called.
No, was Leland McSpadden?
I don't think I called Justin Sanders a loser.
Yes, you are.
Any point
You're saying
this.
He's not doing. Was Jack Hewitt a loser? Was Jack Hewitt a loser? He didn't run the Outlaw Tour. That's the question.
That's an era situation as well.
No, I'm asking you the question.
It's an era situation.
People, Chaz will not answer the question. He's backing down.
No,
I'm asking him a question.
Deflecting from answering a question, you're wanting me to call people losers. That's a very derogatory
That's
term.
right. You're saying Justin Sanders, in your mind, is a loser.
I already said this. I said he made a wrong choice. I think he made a wrong choice.
You said he was a loser on a previous show. On a previous show, you called him a loser.
Does somebody making a wrong choice make them a loser?
Well, you called him a loser on a previous show, and I got more people asking me about that were mad, saying more people came up to me and said, "Why is Chaz calling Justin a loser?" So I'm asking you right now, are you sticking with that statement?
When it comes to sprint car racing and what you're trying to do, which is be the best,
what you think he should do? I
think he made a loser decision. A loser mentality.
You're he's a loser.
He didn't believe in himself enough. He didn't believe in himself enough. And honestly, based on talking to you, that potentially could be an inherited problem. Because some people around him didn't believe him in him enough to give him the confidence to make those jumps and those leaps. Personally. That's
maybe he doesn't want to live out of a suitcase. Maybe he doesn't want to live on the road. What is the glamour in this? What do you think's out there?
We started this with results on the World of Outlaws and national sprint car racing. I guess that might be the element.
For 48.
Okay. I think he made some loser choices.
You think so? Okay.
Right,
well,
that's all.
That's your.
I think he didn't have enough self-belief, period.
Maybe he was realistic in where he was at that point in his career.
Okay.
Maybe he knows the reality of being in a car and what it takes to win. Maybe he says, I'm not ready. Maybe I'm not good enough. But he went with Kevin Swindell. He didn't turn that down. He went with the Macris. He didn't turn that down.
100%. 100%.
They offered.
Yeah. Okay.
Showman tries to make you escape. This 007 is my hero.
I gotta pee again. I know it's bad, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to bed anyway. Okay. I gotta go. I'm gonna hang out with Justin tomorrow. We got a lot of work to do together while you're sleeping.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna play this part of the show. I'm gonna call him a loser.
No, hold on. 4 hours and 57 minutes. You might have to go back 2 hours. It's been a long discussion.
Chaz, he calls me broke, and I'm gonna call him loser when we work tomorrow.
I don't even want to know what you call me. Fuck. That's bad.
That would be a show.
Oh, God.
Okay, I'm leaving you. That's long enough. Come on.
Okay.
007 has no one else to talk about. 007 wants me to leave.
Okay,
this
Joe.
Guy wants you to open up the phone line. I'm going to go to bed. Open up the phone lines. Let 007 call in.
Oh, God. All right. We'll open up the phone lines. Thanks for calling.
Okay. It was fun being on. Bye.
Bye. We got to go to the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen. We will open up the phone lines. I'll be right back. Open up the phone lines. Hold on. Oh my God, what are we doing here tonight? Oh no. Oh my God, 661. Who is this? Are you there?
I'm here, bro. What's going on? It's calling from California over
Broke
here on the
Joe,
oil
Broke
rig.
Joe's waiting to hear what you have to say. What just happened? I don't know. I'm a piece of shit. It's fine. I mean,
Broke Joe was waiting to hear what I had to say?
he did say he was waiting for people to call in. They want to call in. He's waiting for the response here.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I felt like you guys both were like saying the same exact thing, just saying it completely different and arguing with each other for the past 4 hours.
It's like we're married. It's a weird thing.
Yeah. I feel like you would say something, Broke Joe wouldn't listen to what you had to say and then just say what he was going to say. And then he would say something and you wouldn't listen to what he had to say and then just say something. And it was fun, though. It's been a great time.
So what would your takeaway from our I'm sure he wants to hear this. What would your takeaway from our Justin Sanders discussion actually be? It was
Well, I could see what he's saying. Like, okay, you both made great points on the situation. Now, I listened to both sides of the argument, and I'm going to lean more towards your side, though, because if you have the chance to go a national series, I would much rather be like middle of the pack at the national level than run in the front at a local level any day, for legacy wise, because if you're running in the middle of the pack, eventually you're going to have that time.
right.
Like eventually you're going to have that time. You're going to be seen on the national stage. There's going to be bigger people out there with bigger pocketbooks that are going to see you. And they're going to be like, hey, we like what that guy's doing. He's busting his ass out on the track. Let's give him some money and let's put him in a better car. Then
Now, Broke Joe would have argued and said, well, what national ride? And I said the 10 car, he could have at least got to Knoxville and Houston and some national races on a consistent basis. He was saying, oh, that's bullshit. Do you consider Knoxville and Houston and national races a step up or an opportunity to step up?
Yeah, I just feel like it's just like you want that higher. You want to go up higher. Like you don't want to stay where you're at. Like I understand where he was coming from. Like what if he is comfortable with just staying like local racing and stuff? Some guys like just the local scene,
Right.
Some guys are like, hey, I want to work my 9 to 5 and racing's just fun, and that's not bad either.
Right.
If that's what like that's a respectable time,
Well, and I agree with that. I didn't shy away from criticizing, Freddie Raymer and Danny Dietrich and all these other bitches. I wouldn't consider, Justin a bitch. I mean, obviously Danny Dietrich and Freddie Raymer could easily find opportunities because of the last name and the prowess in PA. I think my bigger point there was you can't pick and choose if you're this regular work your way up guy. You can't just wait for the perfect opportunity. You're not privileged monetarily. The sport's a monetary-based sport, and if you're a work-your-way-up guy, you got to jump on every fucking chance you got, or you're going to be left behind because you ain't got the privilege to be waiting.
No, exactly. That made perfect sense when you said that because you got to take, you want to go national, then take the national spot. Like, you got to take whatever ride you can get. Like,
Right.
No one wants to take like a really crappy ride, but if you got to take a crappy ride to eventually get a really good ride and then win a championship out of it eventually.
Well, and for instance, say if Justin Sanders, so the worst, honestly, I think the worst looking ride at least is the 7S Sides Motorsports car, right? It's a piece of shit in most people's opinion. It looks like
it's
shit.
Better than the local track car. It's better than having the.
Well, here's what I'm saying. Say the 70 car, the Craig Kinzer, that baby blue car or whatever. It's been nationally racing for a couple, fucking 20 years. I feel like I've seen that car around. If Justin Sanders hops into that ride and runs fucking top 5 with it a couple nights in a row, that is viewed as like winning the fucking race, right? You know, it's like if you took that fucking 70 car that's used to running 15th and you go out there and runs 30 fucking races, for instance, if you run half the first quarter of the season and Justin Sanders is in that car, and then all of a sudden that fucking 70 car runs 10th and 8th and 7th, and it's battling for a heat race win, and it gets in the fucking dash, they're like, holy fucking shit, this fucking guy, he took this piece of fucking shit ride and is making the dash with it. That's how you get, in my opinion, that's how you get a Todd Quiring to maybe start a second fucking car and put you in it. That's how you get Tony Stewart to consider you to take the 15 over from Donnie. That's how you build this fucking wow factor that not only fans like, but potential people who have the national prowess want to see you doing.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. I just think it's better to be not. I think I would, like, look at, like, how you were talking about with that. But, like, look at, like, NASCAR this last year. So in Daytona, the second Daytona race, Harrison Burton was in the Wood Brothers car, and it wasn't the best car at all. That 21 car.
And everyone knows it, right? Everyone knew it. It's a piece of shit.
But he won Daytona, though, with it. So it was even, like, bigger that he won it. It was his first ever win. And it was even bigger that he won it because, like, no one expected him to be there.
Right.
So it was even cooler than let's just say Chase Elliott wins another race, which probably wouldn't have happened because Chase Elliott's a little baby back bitch, but
you know what I'm saying there. In a way, you're like, people notice when you take a shitty fucking car and run well with it. You know, it's like when Justin Sanders, for instance, at Knoxville, made the Knoxville Nationals, ran well. It's like, okay, that's really good, but we knew the Swindell Speed Lab car was good. You know, and when he got a shot in the Macri car, people wanted, you know, they didn't really they did respect, but they didn't really think he did that great in the car because he didn't win in it because they assumed the Macri car was a winner. So it's like, you could get into a 7S Jason Sides ride as a Justin Sanders or a 70 Craig Kinzer car. If you just do well with these shitty fucking rides, people with money recognize that you'll move up, you'll become more national. I don't know. I just feel like Joe, he's a big Justin Sanders defender, and I am too. Obviously I'm in a basement talking shit, so I know about risk.
But when you guys were talking about promotional, though, you hit the net. Like, that was the one thing where it's just like Joe was wrong completely when he was talking about it.
Okay.
When it came down to promoting. Because, honestly, you think that, like I put it in the comments with the internet, you think with the internet today,
who are you in the comment? Are you 007? Are you 007?
No, I'm Colin Phillips.
Okay.
I'm the one that I sent a couple super chats.
He wants 007.
I'm the one from California. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Keep talking. He hates this 007 guy in the comments, but
I was loving him. He was hilarious.
It was hilarious, but you know, Joe's a pansy.
Yeah, and then like you said, like Harrison Burton, but he took his shot, you know, with what he had. Like Harrison Burton did take his shot, but
you were talking about the promotional aspect. I don't want you to lose your train of thought there. I'm sorry I missed or put you off your train. You were talking about promotion. You said Joe is completely wrong. In that element, what were you talking about there?
So, okay, so Tony Romo was a shitty quarterback, but Jerry Jones still was promoting him like he was the star, like he was the best, like he was the next best thing, and he was the greatest thing since Jesus came to this earth.
Tony Romo had pretty good stats, but continue. I can't believe you said that.
But he wasn't the best, you know, like, I would say he's better than Dak, but...
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can use Dak as an example, okay?
Right. That's a good example. Dak's a better example than Tony Romo. Yes.
Yeah. Dak did catch that ball, but that's besides the point.
Yes. Green Bay. I was there.
But so Dak, he gets prompted up because he's the Dallas Cowboys quarterback, and then like they prompt up his face and everything, and people are like, "Oh, I'm gonna go buy a Dak Prescott jersey. I'm gonna go watch the game." You know what I mean? Because Jerry did a good job of promoting this guy.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So when you're promoting your guys and you're like, man, dude, this guy's a star, you know, and then you go out and you watch him win one, you know, then it's like, oh my God, these guys are stars. Like, this guy's the best.
100%.
And then that helps. And then you get fan bases, and then you're like, you get people like in NASCAR. NASCAR is amazing at promoting
manipulating stars is what I call it. Manipulating stardom.
Yeah. They want to make Chase Elliott a star, but I can't stand Chase Elliott though. But like, I don't know. I feel like they're promoting the wrong guys, but like they're promoting people, and everyone's going to want to go see this guy, you know?
Right.
Because I know, like with NASCAR, like I look forward to a Sunday. I'm like, I want to watch Ross Chastain win, or I want to watch Ricky Stenhouse Jr. win. You know what I mean? Those are guys I like.
Right.
Or Kyle Busch. You know, like it's just like you have your guys, and you're just like, yeah, these are my guys. I'm ready to watch it.
Well, and they don't just market.
I can have guys.
They don't just market to you the guy they know you like. They market to you the guy they hate. This has always been my criticism of the Bubba Wallace hate. It's like NASCAR, and Kyle admitted this with the whole news deal. It's like they use Bubba to create this character that you will hate so that you'll tune in. Because you always, unfortunately, motorsports is like racing. Or motorsports is like wrestling. They need you to love Stone Cold, but they also need you to hate Triple H. You know, they need that negative guy.
And I feel like Carson's perfect for being because look at like how like fucking Broke Joe hates Carson for no reason. You know, he was surprised on how many wins he was.
Well, he hates Carson because of the money, and I get it. I mean, Carson did come from a lot of money on the West Coast. He really did.
Nah, we're all out here working our butts off on the West Coast, bro. I'm just gonna always take Carson's side no matter what it is, but just heads up.
Well, hold on. How can you say that though? His uncle Tommy Tarleton is one of the biggest almond farmers in California. This is true privilege.
Yeah, but he's also came in second this year, you know. So it's not like he took it. He got an opportunity and then was right in the back of the pack.
I'm just saying that's why Broke Joe dislikes him. I'm just saying that's why Broke Joe dislikes him is because he's one of the privileged. He's one of the people who were brought up in multi-million-dollar financial situations, and Carson and the Macedos were. You know.
Yeah, but you also that's how he came up. But he also made out of his opportunity. So he took his opportunity and then made it good instead of some. You'll see some of these guys in NASCAR. They've got all the money in the world, and then they're not even really trying. They're just like, oh, whatever.
Well, and that's why I respect a Carson Macedo or a Tanner Holmes a little bit more than I will a Chase Elliott, for instance. I think Chase Elliott couldn't do what Tanner Holmes does in a sprint car. Chase Elliott couldn't dream of doing what Carson Macedo does in a sprint car. You know,
for sure.
Dirt track racing, the level that it takes to be a competitor in it is higher than it's projected. But that's back to the manipulated star element of what NASCAR does. That's why they're very good at it. They're good at manipulating people. You think about it, NASCAR has manipulated most of society into thinking that NASCAR Cup racing is the NFL. Like they're the best racers in the country. Like they're better than any sprint car guy. They're better than any late model guy. They are the pros, you know, and sprint cars and late models are like fucking minor league AAA. We know this is different, but NASCAR has manipulated millions of people into believing that the best sprint car driver is like some kind of, you know, half-ass fucking, you know, couldn't make it to our level type of guy.
Yeah, well, because like there's a difference. Okay, so there's a difference. Like, okay, so there's a difference between being the richest kid in the public school and being the richest kid at the private school.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Best analogy I've heard.
So when you're in dirt track and you have money and you're able to do it, you're the richest kid in the public school. Now, when you go to
Correct.
NASCAR, you're the richest kid at the private school, you know? Like,
That's really
if you're the
fucking
richest
good.
guy in the
I've always tried to compare it to like basketball without the NBA. Who's the best player? Is it the guy in the ghetto on the blacktop or the guy in the country club? But your analogy right there, the public and the private school, I may have to make a T-shirt out of that. That's fucking gold, bro. That's awesome.
You keep all the proceeds and then just keep letting me play that Carson Macedo song, bro.
Do you
On
actually
repeat,
like
and
the
we'll get
Carson
you some money.
Macedo song? Do you really?
Dude, it's a fucking banger.
It is, but it's hating on him. How do you like it? I'm confused.
No, it's like I don't know. I just like it.
I
It's
did.
like
I did
Carson
message Clyde.
Macedo.
You know, well, well, all the songs are kind of like parodies, so it's like, you know, Clyde was like, I don't think Carson will like that song too much. You know, Clyde Knipp, the prime composite guy, he was the car chief of the 41 the last 3 years, so
Yeah.
he likes it. But you're saying, even though Carson
It's
may not
catchy,
like it,
dude.
you like it though.
I'm saying it's catchy.
Okay. What about the kangaroo that whooped Carson's ass over there in Australia? Did you hear that? Did you hear about that?
No, I did not hear about that. I know he
Okay.
got injured, but I didn't know what for him. I believe it was a lower body injury. We're going to treat his injury like hockey. No, we're not going to talk much about it.
I know the details, unfortunately, but that's
You
why.
do? What happened?
I'm gonna get sued here late. Now the Tarletons are coming for me. I made a joke and said a kangaroo whooped his ass in the woods. But the truth, apparently, the fairy godmother told me this in a dream. I'm making it all up. Water skiing.
That actually makes sense because when people go down to Australia, you know, it's summertime now.
It's a vacation.
And yeah, it's a vacation. They go down there for a vacation. It's not like he's going down there for an actual sanctioned World of Outlaws event. So it doesn't matter against his record for the points, you know?
Well, and this is why I don't
like just a cool
understand
thing to go do.
why didn't they just say it though? Why not just say, hey, you know, because like you said, NASCAR, for instance. Do you think Chase Elliott wanted to admit he got hurt snowboarding?
No, but 1,000 people had pictures of Chase Elliott breaking his leg snowboarding and were posting it on the internet, so they had to.
So you're saying
You know what I mean?
if they didn't have that evidence, they would hide it. You're saying?
Yeah, with Chase Elliott, they would be like, oh, he fell at his house and something.
Okay.
They'll be like, he got hurt at home, you know, trying to climb up the ladder, you know. He was out working in the barn, working on his tractor, and he needed to go up the stairs, and he tripped, and that's how he hurt his leg.
He was fishing too
That's how he
close
got
to the
snowboard.
bank, and he slipped.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be something like that, trying to make him sound like he's like us. But instead he's on a fucking ski resort that
Right.
none of us could afford, you know?
Privileged fucks.
Yeah. But, hey, I know Rico's family's got money, but Rico's a real dude, though.
He is. And
Like, they were talking, like, you saying Rico got beat up by a rodent. I wouldn't believe that would happen because I would put my money on Rico versus a kangaroo because, in my eyes, truthfully, kangaroos are pussies because they got short arms. The key is you got to get right up in their face. That way they can't jump back and kick you. Because
Well,
they can't really hit you with their arms.
my informant
get
said
close
it.
up
My
on 'em.
informant in Australia said it was a quokka. But another informant who is lying, and it's not 100% true at all. It's a fake, false story. He lied to me and said that it was fireworks that actually caused the injury to Rico. But he's a liar. I don't believe him. He's full of shit. He's probably African American.
No. Yeah. I don't know, but I just think like we just need to promote guys. Like that's how you work. That's how you do it. You promote the big names,
That's
you know?
what I'm saying. Like, own it and just fucking roll
You
with the punches.
You can make some money on this, man. I'm thinking this is a way that because you're good. I think you'd be a good promoter for these guys. You know.
I mean, I would try, but They're too egotistical. It's sad. They don't want to look any way but perfect. It's weird.
Well,
It's
for
weird.
sponsors, with sponsors, they gotta hold a certain image.
Right. Well, but they could act like they're holding an image, but then let me fucking run wild with them, and it's like they should play the game. It's weird that they don't want to play.
Well, like you get some guys, and then some guys are cool playing the games, but then like some guys are like, "Oh, I don't want to lose my route or get in trouble." Or
yeah, but I
back
mean,
to
you could play the
sponsor.
game and let me run wild with you and just say I'm a liar. But
Well, like last year, Noah Gregson, right?
yes,
He's a NASCAR guy.
the N-word guy.
Okay.
Yes, the other N-word guy.
Allegedly, but so with Noah, they did a whole entire thing because they were driving the car that looked like the Ricky Bobby movie, Talladega Nights movie.
Correct.
So they did the whole entire Talladega Night joke with the whole entire car, and like if you don't chew Big Red, then fuck you, and like it was funny. I felt like fans enjoy it while we start seeing guys be normal,
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah. It's like that. That's what I was saying earlier about NASCAR guys. Is it's like we already can't relate to you because you're multimillionaire kids. You could at least kind of like act like us a little bit, and then maybe people could relate to you. It's like maybe they could find some common denominator as to why they would like you or understand you.
Man, dude, I had it hard growing up. My dad got me the PS2 when it came out. The next day after it came out, I didn't even get it on the day it came out.
Right.
Type shit with them, where I'm like, I got it whenever I was 2 years old,
Right.
When they finally reduced the price.
Right. So Chase Elliott gets it 10 days before you. He's got to act like he's got it 2 days before you, instead of 10.
Yeah. And Chase Elliott, I don't know, dude. I hate Chase Elliott fans.
They are
I think
obnoxious.
that's mostly what it is. Chase Elliott fans, dude, you just want to punch him in the face.
That's funny. That is funny.
Like, I might tolerate the guy if his fans weren't the worst of the worst. Like, I would probably think that everyone in motorsports would be okay if we just got rid of Chase Elliott and Chase Elliott's fans and then just send them down to a country like Australia and leave them all down there,
But you need Stone Cold and you also need Triple H. Chase Elliott is your personal Triple H.
I would say they're probably trying to push him like he's Stone Cold.
No, I'm just saying it sounds like you hate Chase Elliott similar to how someone who is a fan of Stone Cold would hate Triple H. You hate him to that degree. He's the enemy.
Yeah.
So it sounds like NASCAR's done a good job on you.
Well, definitely on me, It's me and a bunch of autistic guys arguing all the time on the internet with this.
Oh God, it is extremely late. Do you have any other remarks before we take another caller?
I haven't called. This is my second time calling ever. My first time this year.
Oh God,
still on the oil platform right now, bro. Still rocking it.
Are you a channel member or?
No, I'm on the platform still again.
Oh God, I almost clicked end. Continue.
No, I am No, I'm in the middle. I remember we talked the other day about I was working on the oil platform.
Yes, you're the one out there in the middle of the field. Are you back yet or no?
I've been home. I went home for a week, and I've been back out here for 2 weeks again now.
Oh, God. You got to send Broke Joe a love letter or something.
I was thinking about it.
He would appreciate it.
He probably would. Have him come out here and we just argue all day.
He would. That is his, unbelievable godsend, to be honest.
Just spend the nights arguing with Broke Joe would be wonderful.
Well, we do it at least once a week here on the Chaz, unfortunately or fortunately. I don't know which one yet.
But let me know if you're going to make that into a T-shirt, though. I'm down to buy one.
Which one?
The private school and public school one.
That is good. That is a really good analogy. I haven't thought about that, but I will be using that going forward.
You have full permission from me to use it as your own. You came up with it.
You're sure about this?
Okay, brother? Oh, man, you're my boy.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling in.
I'll talk to you later, brother.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Do we have any more callers? Broke Joe wanted to hear responses. We do have live callers. That is the number right there, 423-616-7673. It is 3:30 a.m. where I am right now. If you want to drag me out into the deeps, as much as Broke Joe did emotionally, we are here. We are not afraid. We'll give it 10 seconds. How about this? 10 seconds. We'll try to be fair to my rationality. 10, 9, 8, 7. No. Chaz, it's time to go to bed. No. I can hold. 7, 6. I'm going to honestly go and do some Thrill of the Fight. I'm going to go box for about 20 minutes. I'm be drenching in sweat. If we hang up right now, I'm going to go fight right now. Like that, I'm going to go fight. I'm going to picture Broke Joe. I'm going to be like, I did see somebody pop up. You better call back. 7, 6, 5. We're waiting for the call. I saw somebody pop up. It went away very quickly. I'm looking at the screen now. 5 seconds here. 4, 3. No, can I reverse the charges? I will call. There's no charges to call. I'm delaying here because I don't care. I'll take the call. There's no charges to call. It's a toll-free. I guess I should have made this description. It's a toll-free number. If you love the show, subscribe or send a super chat or Venmo PayPal. That's the direct support to the show. Venmo PayPal links in the description. If you want to support the show directly, that will happen tonight. Venmo PayPal links in the description. Go to longlivethechaz.com. You can get your apparel or T-shirts or anything like that. That'll help as well, and you'll get something for it. We have a caller. Oh, my God. I should have never delayed. Hello.
I guess you might call up. You better call back. 7, 6.
You're on the line. Hello. He hung up. Okay, some 951 number. I don't know who it is. 489-6760. He answered, but then he hung up. I don't know who it is. Anyways, regardless, I guess thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, I hope the 90 people watching live are subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, click the button. Consider joining the channel. It's like $2 a month. You probably pay more in alimony. I'm just saying. Join the channel if you will. If you can't, 90 people join the channel, I would be set forever, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I would never have to ask for a super chat or anything ever again. If 90 people would join, $2 a month. Think about that. 90 people are watching right now. We're looking at the chat right now. If 90 people committed $2 a month to the channel, think about that. It's $180. I could touch myself forever, and Broke Joe would never be broke again. So think about clicking the join button. If not, it's fine. It's fine. I understand. $2 is a lot of commitment. Oh, God. We all know the $2 hoe of this situation. That's Broke Joe. Your music is worth it. I thought so. They're not showing it to me. Subscribe to the channel. It is free. You don't have to pay for it. Put it down there. We are 5.5 hours live. I'm literally about to go. If you got Thrill of the Fight 2 on MetaQuest, the virtual reality, I'm about to go whoop some fucking ass. I'm going to picture Joe the whole time. I'm going to be like, pow, pow, pow. I wish Joe would get a meta. Would Broke Joe versus the Chaz on meta be a show? Would y'all pay for that? I'm just curious. Would y'all pay for the Chaz and Broke Joe to fight on meta? 1-on-1, Chaz and the Broke Joe. Pow, pow, pow. I think that's a big selling point. Can a person be a member if they pay with Cash App? Because that's the only... Wait. Hold on. You need Cash App? Hold on. We got Cash App. I could put you on the member list. Hold on, what's the Cash App? I do have a Cash App. I should put that. I didn't think of going full-blown ghetto. Which I think Cash App kind of is. Let's see here. Do we have a Cash App? I think we do. That is the Cash App right there. It is hold on, we'll put it in the chat. Hold on. Cuz the Cash App's kind of ghetto. I didn't want to put it in here because I felt like hold on, we'll make sure this is right. The Chaz, oh my. I feel like Cash App's kind of ghetto. We just put it in the chat. The cash symbol, the Chaz Z1 is my Cash App. If you do want to, maybe I should put the Cash App in there. I will. But that's it. I just put it in the chat. I'll give you $180 if you share royalties. You're going to wait fucking half the year to get royalties back? If I was to give you... This is how much I'm pushing it here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, man, Cash App is ghetto, but it does seem like that what everybody's using these days. Oh, God, he's getting all prestigious on me. Let's just say tomorrow, I would say this was tomorrow, Welker 129 Racing, I'll give you, if I was to give you 2% or 5% of the Chaz's gross earnings on YouTube for 2024, you want to get that 180 back. It's a hard life out here for a pimp. The truth does not sell. Dirt Tracker dominates the elements. The truth does not. This is why they sell out. This is why I don't. I pick the truth over the money. Okay, guys? Pick the truth over the money, and this is why I am broke. It's fine. If you want to fix the problem, there's the Cash App, $, the Chaz Z1. If not, it's fine. I'm not demanding you care. That's just what it is. Do you like Emmett Hahn? You mean the guy who kicked me out of the building with the Braxton Bush situation? Oh. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying up for our argument with Broke Joe. I don't know if that was an argument. I feel like halfway. I'm going to go get some cardio in. I'm going to beat the fuck out of somebody. Or at least I'm going to act like I am. I'm going to be drunk boxing like Jackie Chan here in a second. Cash App link is in the description. Cash $, the Chaz Z1. We just got a super chat. Colin Phillips, our caller, $1.99. I'm a $2 hoe apparently to these fucks. I'm a $2 hoe. Hold on, let's see it. Let's put that chat up there. I'm a $2 hoe to this fucking oil rigging son of a bitch. If you value the truth, you need to support the show. If you don't support the show, you won't get your name at the bottom. And eventually, I'll go away. I was telling people this week, I'm like, hey, 2025 is the year. Broke Joe's going to be right or he's going to be wrong. Either the Chaz on YouTube makes money or it don't. If it don't make money, then we're going to go under. It's over. We're going to end the show. I'm just going to say it right now. If this YouTube thing and the supporters and the sponsors don't start making a livable wage, it's going to stop. Going to have to go out here, get a regular old job, whatever it may be. It'll probably take all my fucking time based on the skills I have. It's going to take all my time. Just like Broke Joe, putting his little stamps on his shit. I'm gonna have to go out there. If the Chaz does not make money this year, it's over. So if you want this to succeed, I'm being honest with you. I can't believe I'm getting this honest at 3:36 a.m. Central Time. Yeah, the curtain's coming down. If it don't start making, it's gonna come to an end. Broke Joe and all these naysayers and all these people making their money. I ain't gonna be the dirt tracker and just kiss fucking dick to make some money and get views from the regular people. If it don't make money, it's gonna have to come to an end. I fought this for fucking 2025. Started in 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 20. Wait. 18, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25. I was double check. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20. 8 years. I've been holding on to this 8 years of believing, honestly. Oh, fuck, we ain't crying. 8 years of thinking that this is going to turn a profit. And we got 84 viewers right now. If you all would fucking join the channel, it would be a difference. And I'm not going to sit here and act like, I expect it. It's not expected. I'm just being honest at 4 a.m, drinking a few Bush lattes, I guess. I mean, this is the reality of the situation. If it doesn't, after 8 years of commitment to the truth over the money, if the truth doesn't start making money, it's going to the truth is going to go away and the money's going to win. And this is why, honestly, the truth fails. The truth is slowly, I don't even know if it's slowly. I've just been fighting it for 8 years. The truth is cut off from resources. And the truth is restricted from survival. And this is why so many people bite the apple in a way. Because you bite the apple, you get the nutrients, you get the abilities to survive. So yeah, this is the I'm trying all I can, risking it all, risking my ass getting whooped, fought, been doing it for 8 years, beat up, game beat, kicked in the ground, lied to, slapped to, spit in the face. Been doing it for 8 years. If it don't work, if it ain't worth it, they get to win. They get to win. They're gonna get away with what they do. The truth will be defeated. I sit here and try to do what I can, you know. But sometimes ain't enough. Gonna have to do what Broke Joe wants. Gonna do what all these fucking assholes want me to do, and that is quit. Give up. Relinquish the power. The power of the truth is gonna be in their hands. So, yeah. You can say I'm drunk sitting here saying whatever, but I mean, yeah, it's going to end. If it don't get supported, it's going to come to an end. So if you value what I do here, you need to start showing the value. So, anyway, thanks for tuning in. Thank you for the comments, the nice things. I know some of y'all can't support how you need to support, and that's fine. I mean, I believe in tranquility, and I believe in what's right. But just like Justin Sanders' decision, you know, the world comes crashing down. So, it is what it is. I'm not blaming anybody out there. I'm not making y'all feel bad for the 83 people, I guess, watching. Just maybe somebody will cut this out and make fun of me or whatever. It is what it is. But, yeah, I mean, I just can't keep going. I fought to the very bitter end. Sometimes you got to quit, or you'll go down with the ship that is already sinking. But we're trying to toss the water out. You know, we're trying to continue to toss the water out, literally. So if y'all want to keep tossing the water out, you keep tossing with me. Join the channel, subscribe, share it around, show your friends, tell the people. Exposure is the name of the game anyway. So if you want to tell your friends, tell people about it. Maybe the views will pay some more. You know, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, like we were joking earlier, like 6,000 views is like $12. I can't live on $12, guys. So if you want it to stay alive, everything is based on being able to eat. And this is starving. And I'm trying to live on a starvational attitude to provide what is valuable to me, but value only lasts so long. Just like life, it's finite. It goes away eventually. So, it'll be the greatest success in this sport's history, this dirt track sprint car thing in particular, when this channel doesn't exist or operate anymore. And they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know they're beating something. When this channel goes away, part of the sport goes away. And that's the part they don't want to see live. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. I'm going to go touch myself and go to sleep. No, I'm just playing. I'm really going to go fight. I hope I'll work, you know, a little bit, get some cardio going. But anyways, I fucked up. Maybe somebody will screen record this and make fun of me on TikTok. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the comments. You're being very nice. And until next time, long live the Chaz. T-shirts for sale. Get a shirt if you want to support. Catch you next time.
taking it all in the calling is hardened with nothing that's harder than free. Not giving up, no. Don't trip, gotta go. Take a slip, make a pass in the low. Put it down the gas for show. Slide a pass on the grass for the oh. Got first, never last for the oh no. To the pass of the glass.